Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 1251 Night Raid. In the backyard of Auric Palace, Caesar, who had just finished class, ran to Angela's room angrily, threw down his books, and yelled at Angela, "Mother, why did you let your grandfather and Uncle Louis replace the positions of Corps Commander Wagner and Corps Commander Steindorf? Now it's good, something big has happened, the two old legions of the North Sea Kingdom don't listen to orders. If the prince's legions didn't happen to attack the county of Baden, we might be finished." Caesar didn't know that old Nelson and Louis Nelson were not his blood relatives. After all, he was still young, and Marin and Angela planned to wait until he was older to tell him. Angela was a little confused and was caught off guard by Caesar's sudden outburst. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Because Caesar was young, he couldn't rule the country. Therefore, after Marin's accident, the civil and military officials of the North Sea Kingdom unanimously agreed that Caesar should wait until he was 18 years old to rule the country. And the age of the auditor must be at least 16 years old. Now Caesar is only 10 years old, so in these 8 years, Caesar can only learn from his teachers and cannot handle government affairs. Originally, Schwartz, Stade, Kohler, Sauer and Hayter formed a regency group to jointly exercise the power of the Grand Duke until Caesar came of age. But some time ago, I don't know why, the 5-member regency group suddenly agreed that Angela would serve as the regent queen mother, and the 5 people would assist from the side. That's fine, but after Angela came to power, in order to quickly grasp the military power, she rashly wanted to replace the commanders of the 2nd and 3rd legions and appoint her father and brother instead. Then, the original 2 legion commanders were angered and began to refuse to obey Auric's orders, and joined forces to split the local area. It is said that the 2 legions are now stationed in Schleswig province, and they have privately intercepted the grain and taxes of Schleswig province and Jutland province as expenses for the 2 legions. Although the 2 legions did not directly declare their separation from the North Sea Kingdom, their interception of grain and taxes is equivalent to betraying Auric. Moreover, the Eastern Prime Minister Mikel, who presided over the political affairs of the eastern provinces in Schleswig city, is said to have been held hostage. In other words, the 2 major provinces in the eastern part of the Grand Duchy of the North Sea, Jutland province and Schleswig province, are actually out of the control of the North Sea Kingdom. The reason why they did not declare independence may be because the 2 legion commanders were of too low origin, and no one was willing to recognize their independence. Instead of declaring independence, it is better to take advantage of the young master to complete the actual control of Schleswig province and Jutland province, and then wait until the time is right to declare independence. Of course, the above are all speculations of the princes of other vassal states. In addition, some of the news was secretly released by Marin in order to make some countries believe that the North Sea Kingdom only had the 1st Legion left. Moreover, the Prime Minister of the Eastern North Sea Kingdom, Mikel, actually knew the truth a long time ago. He is Schwartz's father-in-law and has also served as the Prime Minister of Denmark. For such an old fox, Marin can still believe that he will not leak the secret easily. Sure enough, Prime Minister Michael's performance was wonderful. He fully interpreted the role of a prime minister who was forced to cooperate with the unreasonable military. Every time he left the prime minister's residence and walked on the street, Michael's face was full of anger and worry, as if he had been bullied. Some disloyal officers in Schleswig and foreign spy merchants all noticed Michael's performance. Therefore, the strategic fraud of the North Sea Kingdom was very successful overall. But the problem is that Caesar, who was only 10 years old, didn't know. In order to prevent leaks, Marin asked Angela, Schwartz and others not to tell Caesar the truth, so that Caesar would not accidentally leak the news. Caesar learned about the situation outside through the gossip of others and was immediately angry. You know, the North Sea Kingdom is his North Sea Kingdom. Moreover, his father Marin told him before he left political power comes from the barrel of a gun. Therefore, although Caesar was young, he knew the importance of the North Sea Army. However, his mother Angela made a series of stupid moves, forcing 2 powerful veteran legions to rebel at this very sensitive moment. She was simply courting death. Yes, courting death. This is what his father told him before he left, and he also gave an example, an old woman named Tsishi, who had no ability but messed around and brought down a powerful empire. He felt more and more that his mother Angela seemed to be similar to that old woman named Tsishi. Obviously, she is not very capable, but she likes to make decisions. If Uncle Schwartz and his men made the decision, they would not be so reckless. So, this time Caesar came to Angela to ask Angela to give up the regency. Mother, I know you want to control the legion in your own hands. However, you are not very capable, and you did bad things with good intentions. Father once said that professional matters should be done by professionals. Since you don't have that ability, give up the regency. At least, Uncle Schwartz and his men are more professional than you. Caesar's words were very impolite, which was equivalent to accusing Angela of incompetence in person. Of course, this was also related to Caesar's young age and lack of the art of speaking. It was so blunt that it naturally hurt Angela's heart. Woo 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 woo. Angela didn't know how to answer, but just kept crying. Speaking of which, Angela was really aggrieved. It wasn't me who wanted to do this, it was your father who insisted that I take the lead. Such a stupid role was actually played by my beautiful and intelligent aunt. It was really embarrassing. Caesar was a little overwhelmed when he saw Angela crying non-stop. However, because he was angry, he did not comfort Angela, but left angrily. After the blow of losing his father, Caesar's mind has matured a lot and has a stronger sense of responsibility. But children are children after all, and there are always things that are not well considered. For example, he didn't think about why the 5 uncles of the regency group chose to support his mother's regent so decisively. They are all his father's absolute confidants. After Caesar left, Angela cried even more sadly. Being called incompetent by her own son in person. Although the actual situation may be true, as a son, how can you say that about your mother? That night, Angela came to the secret house through the secret passage. Seeing Marin, Angela lost her tenderness and affection. Instead, she pinched and twisted Marin severely. Hey! Let go, Angela. Are you crazy? Why are you torturing me like this? Marin looked puzzled. Woo woo, it's all your fault. Caesar misunderstood me during the day and thought I was messing with his country. He even said that I was incompetent and shouldn't interfere in state affairs. Humph, if you hadn't asked me to play this stupid role, why would I be disliked by my son? I'll pinch you and twist you. Marin begged for mercy. After pinching him, Angela said depressedly, my son has misunderstood me and even turned against me. What do you think I should do? After saying that, Marin's ear was twisted. Hey, let go. Marin grimaced in pain. Chapter 1252 A Mouth of Old Blood. Captain, why do we want to attack the fertilizer field? Grand Duke Marin has issued an order that anyone who plots against the fertilizer field will be punished for treason. Petrarch's adjutant Hagasa asked in confusion. Grand Duke Marin. Petrarch sneered and continued, he is dead, Hagasa. And Commander Steindorf has fallen out with Auric, which is equivalent to treason. We are now going to rob the secrets of the fertilizer field just to seize the secrets and present them to the commander. Petrarch is worthy of being a captain for a long time, and he is quite cunning. If it were normal times, he would definitely not dare to send troops casually. Because his men might not listen to him and rebel with him. However, this time, Steindorf, in order to act, broke up with Auric on the surface, which gave him an opportunity. The people below did not know that this was an act, and Petrarch did not know that it was an act. But it didn't matter. Petrarch planned to take advantage of this opportunity and dispatched the entire company in the name of seizing secrets and presenting them to the commander of the corps. Although the subordinates were puzzled, they followed Petrarch when they thought that the legion commander had indeed fallen out with Auric. Petrarch was also very good at fooling people. He told the soldiers in the company that if they could get the secret of fertilizer and present it to the legion commander, it would be a great achievement. The legion commander was in charge of tens of thousands of soldiers and might establish his own country in Schleswig in the future. If he made a contribution now, he would have a great chance to be granted a title when the legion commander became a formal prince. As expected, this excuse touched many people. In addition to salary and food, isn't it for fame and fortune to be a soldier? Therefore, the whole company was fooled by Petrarch. But in fact, Petrarch looked down on Steindorf, who was born a civilian and had low blood. After getting the secret, he would take 50 of his trusted men, rob some horses, and then flee south with the secret. In fact, the duke behind him did not ask him to rob the secret of fertilizer at all, but only asked him to stand by in the 3rd Legion and wait for an opportunity to prevent the 3rd Legion from going south and fighting against the coalition forces of several princes. But Petrarch didn't think so. He knew that getting the secret of fertilizer from the North Sea Kingdom was a great achievement. If he waited for the army to go north to grab the secret of the fertilizer field, he would have nothing to do. Afterwards, he had no reward. Therefore, this time he took advantage of the chaos in the North Sea Kingdom and got the secret in advance to maximize his own interests. Just as the two were talking, a loud shout suddenly came from the fertilizer field, "Who is it?" Then, a patrolling soldier suddenly appeared on the small tower at the main gate of the fertilizer field. When he saw a large group of people gathered outside the gate of the fertilizer processing plant, he was shocked and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Petrarch was furious and quickly picked up a spear and threw it on the top of the city wall as a javelin, stabbing the night guard. However, the guard dodged it. Then, in the fertilizer plant barracks, 100 guards got up, put on simple armor, took up weapons, and stood on the city wall. Petrarch saw that he could not attack by surprise, so he simply changed to a strong attack. He drew out his command knife and shouted, "Soldiers, attack!" Jacob, the director of the fertilizer plant, saw that there were many enemies outside the fertilizer plant and felt that he was no match for them. So he ordered loudly, "Light the beacon and set off 3 signal flares, firecrackers, for help." Then, a large fire was lit on the top of the highest sentry tower in the fertilizer plant, and the flames shot up into the sky. At the same time, several 3-bang firecrackers were lit and exploded in the air. If it was during the day, the sound of the firecrackers might not travel far and be covered by the noise. However, it was midnight and everything was silent. The sound of these firecrackers spread far away. And on the tower of the west gate of Schleswig City, the guards in charge of observation saw the fire in the distance and the subsequent explosion. The speed of light is faster than the speed of sound, and they were stunned for a moment, and then suddenly reacted, "Oh no, something happened at the fertilizer farm. Send someone to report." The sentry on the tower of the west gate had one duty, to observe the movement of the fertilizer farm. Not to mention the reaction in Schleswig City. At this time, the fertilizer farm, Petrarch's company, launched a fierce attack. However, the walls of the fertilizer farm were still very high, and the gates were very strong and difficult to break. However, this did not stump Petrarch. "Come on, bring the gunpowder barrel." Petrarch knew Doni Trui, a famous blasting expert in the North Sea Kingdom. He even invited him to drink and got some tips on blasting the city gate. So, yesterday, he spent a lot of money to get a barrel of gunpowder from an artillery captain who was also treacherous. After the gunpowder barrel was brought, Petrarch did not immediately send people to blast it, but asked the death squad to dig a pit. "You guys, hold a shield in one hand and an engineer shovel in the other, rush to the front of the gate and dig a pit." Then, a team of soldiers, holding a shield in one hand and an engineer shovel invented by Marin in the other, risked their lives to rush to the front of the gate and started digging a pit. It was also the bad luck of this fertilizer farm. In order to facilitate fertilizing farmland, fertilizer farms are generally built in places with many farmlands. Therefore, there is usually soil in front of the gate of the fertilizer farm, and there are rarely stones. Therefore, it is very convenient for Petrarch's men to dig a pit. Although more than half of the team died, the pit was still dug. Then, Petrarch asked his confidant to carry a gunpowder barrel and hold a door, rush to the gate of the fertilizer field, and light the fuse. With a bang, the big wooden door of the fertilizer field was blown up. "Brothers, charge!" Petrarch waved his sword and shouted. At the same time, in the fertilizer field, the director Jacob also shouted, "The time to be loyal to the Grand Duke has come, brothers, follow me to stop them. Reinforcements will come back to save us." However, the difference in combat effectiveness between the regular army and the militia was too great. Without the cover of the city wall, the fertilizer field was quickly breached. Even the director Jacob died heroically in the battle. Petrarch looked at the hundreds of captured fertilizer workers with great pride and asked, "Who among you knows the formula of the fertilizer? Tell me and I'll spare your life." The deputy director Mariko, who led the team, immediately spat in Petrarch's face and said angrily, "Bah, you traitor! How dare you covet the secrets of the North Sea state? Wait for your whole family to be executed." Petrarch was furious and immediately drew his knife and stabbed Mariko. Then, he drew out the sword that was still dripping with blood and threatened, "You, tell me the formula of the fertilizer quickly. Otherwise, die with him." Hundreds of workers at the fertilizer farm looked at Petrarch as if he were a fool. "Huh? Don't accept it. Want to die?" Petrarch raised his sword again. "No, sir, only the director and the deputy director of the fertilizer farm know the specific formula. The director just died while guarding the gate, and the person you stabbed to death just now was the deputy director." The worker who was pointed at by Petrarch's sword answered tremblingly. Petrarch was shocked and the knife in his hand fell to the ground. A surge of blood rushed to his throat. Petrarch looked like committing suicide at this moment. Obviously, the deputy director was captured, and he did not die heroically, but was captured, which shows that Mariko's will to die is not strong. As long as the means are appropriate, the news can still be dug out. Unfortunately, Petrarch did not know that only 2 people in the fertilizer farm knew the specific formula, and thought that all the workers knew it. Then, he chose the wrong person to kill to establish his authority, and killed the person who knew the inside story. "Then what do you all know?" Petrarch said angrily. "We don't know much about it either. We only know that every 2 months, the director or deputy director will bring people to drive and transport 3 kinds of things. One is dark black, dried and odorless manure, one is gray, appetite, and one is similar to salt, but it is not salt and tastes very cool, potassium sulfate. Then, we are mainly responsible for mixing the three things thoroughly and sending people to spread them on the fields. Don't you know what those three things are? Petrarch asked persistently. The workers shook their heads. This is the top secret of the fertilizer farm. Only the director and deputy director are qualified to know. Then do you know where these three things are transported from? We don't know. The director won't let us ask. Everyone shook their heads. Poof! Petrarch finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1253 Fake Fertilizer. Captain, why do we want to attack the fertilizer field? Grand Duke Marin once ordered that anyone who plots to take the fertilizer field will be punished for treason. Petrarch's adjutant Hagasa asked puzzledly. Grand Duke Marin. Petrarch sneered and continued, he is dead, Hagasa. And Corps Commander Steindorf has fallen out with Auric, which is equivalent to treason. We are now going to rob the secret of the fertilizer field in order to seize the secret and present it to the Corps Commander. Petrarch is worthy of being a captain for a long time. He is quite cunning. If it were normal times, he would definitely not dare to send troops casually. Because his men might not listen to him and rebel with him. However, this time, Steindorf had a falling out with Auric on the surface in order to act, which gave him an opportunity. The people below didn't know that this was a play, and Petrarch didn't know it was a play. But it didn't matter. Petrarch planned to take advantage of this opportunity and dispatched the entire company in the name of snatching secrets and presenting them to the Legion commander. Although the people below were confused, they thought that the Legion commander had indeed fallen out with Auric, so they followed Petrarch. Petrarch was also very good at fooling people. He told the soldiers of the company that if they could snatch the secret of fertilizer and present it to the Legion commander, it would be a great achievement. The Legion commander was in charge of tens of thousands of soldiers and horses, and he might establish his own country in Schleswig in the future. If he made a contribution now, he would have a great chance to be granted a title when the Legion commander became a formal prince in the future. Sure enough, this excuse touched many people. Being a soldier is risky, besides salary and food, isn't it for fame? Therefore, the entire company was fooled by Petrarch. But in fact, Petrarch looked down on Steindorf, who was born a civilian and had low blood. After getting the secret, he would take 50 of his trusted men, rob some horses, and then flee south with the secret. In fact, the Duke behind him did not ask him to rob the secret of fertilizer at all, but only asked him to stand by in the 3rd Legion and wait for an opportunity to prevent the 3rd Legion from going south and fighting against the coalition forces of several princes. But Petrarch didn't think so. He knew that getting the secret of fertilizer from the North Sea Kingdom was a great achievement. If he waited for the army to go north to grab the secret of the fertilizer field, he would have nothing to do. Afterwards, he had no reward. Therefore, this time he took advantage of the chaos in the North Sea Kingdom and got the secret in advance to maximize his own interests. Just as the two were talking, a loud shout suddenly came from the fertilizer field, "Who is it?" Then, a patrolling soldier suddenly appeared on the small tower at the main gate of the fertilizer field. When he saw a large group of people gathered outside the gate of the fertilizer processing plant, he was shocked and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Petrarch was furious and quickly picked up a spear and threw it on the top of the city wall as a javelin, stabbing the night guard. However, the guard dodged it. Then, in the fertilizer plant barracks, 100 guards got up, put on simple armor, took up weapons, and stood on the city wall. Petrarch saw that he could not attack by surprise, so he simply changed to a strong attack. He drew out his command knife and shouted, "Soldiers, attack!" Jacob, the director of the fertilizer plant, saw that there were many enemies outside the fertilizer plant and felt that he was no match for them. So he ordered loudly, "Light the beacon and fire 3 signal flares for help." Then, a large fire was lit on the top of the highest sentry tower in the fertilizer plant, and the flames shot up into the sky. At the same time, several 3-bang firecrackers were lit and exploded in the air. If it was during the day, the sound of the firecrackers might not be able to penetrate far and would be covered by the noise. However, it was midnight, and everything was silent. The sound of these firecrackers spread far away. And the guards in charge of observation on the west gate of Schleswig City saw the fire in the distance and the explosion that followed. They were stunned for a moment, and then suddenly reacted, "Oh no, something happened at the fertilizer farm. Send someone to report." The sentry on the west gate tower had one duty, to observe the movement of the fertilizer farm. Not to mention the reaction in Schleswig City. At this time, Petrarch's company launched a fierce attack on the fertilizer farm. However, the walls of the fertilizer farm were still very high, and the gates were also very strong and difficult to break. However, this did not stump Petrarch. "Come on, bring the gunpowder barrel." Petrarch knew Doni Tsrui, a famous blasting expert in the North Sea Kingdom, and specially invited him to drink and got some skills to blast the city gate. So, just yesterday, he spent a lot of money to get a barrel of gunpowder from an artillery company captain who was also ambivalent. After the gunpowder barrels were brought, Petrarch did not immediately send people to blast them, but asked the death squad to dig pits. "You guys, hold a shield in one hand and an engineer shovel in the other, rush to the gate and dig pits." Then, a team of soldiers, holding a shield in one hand and an engineer shovel invented by Marin in the other, risked their lives to rush to the gate and start digging pits. It was also unlucky for this fertilizer farm. In order to facilitate fertilizing farmland, fertilizer farms are generally built in places with many farmlands. Therefore, there is usually soil in front of the gate of the fertilizer farm, and there are few stones. Therefore, it is very convenient for Petrarch's men to dig pits. Although more than half of the team died, the pit was still dug. Then, Petrarch asked his confidants to carry gunpowder barrels and hold a door, rush to the gate of the fertilizer farm, and light the fuse. With a bang, the big wooden door of the fertilizer farm was blown up. "Brothers, charge!" Petrarch waved his sword and roared. At the same time, in the fertilizer field, the director Jacob also shouted, "The time has come to serve the Grand Duke. Brothers, follow me to stop them. Reinforcements will come back to save us." However, the difference in combat effectiveness between the regular army and the militia was too great. Without the cover of the city wall, the fertilizer field was quickly breached. Even the director Jacob died heroically in battle. Petrarch looked at the hundreds of captured fertilizer field workers with smugness and asked with smugness, "Who among you knows the formula of fertilizer? Tell me, and I'll spare your life." The deputy director Mariko, who led the group, immediately spit in Petrarch's face and said angrily, "Bah, you traitor! How dare you covet the secrets of the North Sea Kingdom? Wait for your whole family to be executed." Petrarch was furious and immediately drew his knife and stabbed Mariko. Then, he pulled out his sword, which was still dripping with blood, and threatened, "You, tell me the formula of the fertilizer quickly. Otherwise, you will die with him." Hundreds of workers at the fertilizer plant looked at Petrarch as if he were a fool. You don't accept it? You want to die?" Petrarch raised his sword again. "No. My lord, only the director and the deputy director of the fertilizer plant know the specific formula. The director just died while guarding the gate, and the person you stabbed to death just now was the deputy director." The worker who was pointed at by Petrarch's sword answered tremblingly. Petrarch was shocked and the knife in his hand fell to the ground. A surge of blood rushed to his throat. Petrarch wanted to commit suicide at this moment. Obviously, the deputy director was captured, and he did not die heroically, but was captured, which shows that Mariko's will to die is not strong. As long as the means are appropriate, the news can still be dug out. Chapter 1254, The Tycoon Who Owns a Mine and is Seeking Death. The mobility of the Cossack cavalry is not to be underestimated. In particular, in order to enhance its mobility, Alsace selected 2 elite Cossack cavalry regiments and equipped each of the 1,000 men with 3 Eastern European Mongolian horses. Moreover, they were all the best military horses, and there were no pack horses for replacement. With the horsepower of 3 horses per person and all the best military horses, they quickly caught up with Petrarch's 50-man team. After a fierce battle, Petrarch's team was completely wiped out. The clever Petrarch originally lay on the ground pretending to be dead, and even pulled a dead subordinate to cover himself, trying to get away with it. However, the ferocious Cossacks always have the habit of finishing off the enemy. They picked up the body of Petrarch, and then stabbed Petrarch with a knife, and Petrarch died. On the way to chase Petrarch, the 2 Cossack cavalry regiments also intercepted and killed more than a dozen spies who wanted to go to the south to pass on the news. Because Steindorf had said before that anyone riding a horse to the south would be intercepted and interrogated. Then, they caught a dozen spies who were passing on information. These people all had passed documents that the officers of the Third Corps had managed to issue. Crack. After reading the secret letters, Steindorf sprayed the swear words he learned from the boss Marin and angrily slammed the table. "I almost forgot that the Third Corps has a lot of secret agents. The arrival of the Cossack Corps is indeed a big intelligence. What should I do? My corps has already appeared in Schleswig City. How can I keep it secret?" Alsace asked. "I don't know," Steindorf said depressedly. But soon, Kohler's spies who came to evacuate the insider of the fertilizer field brought Marin's secret letter to guide Steindorf on what to do next. The day after receiving the secret letter, Steindorf announced to the outside world that he had established a military government and temporarily took over all military and political affairs in the province of Schleswig. This is equivalent to openly self-reliance, but Steindorf also added a sentence, until Prince Caesar takes power. But the outside world directly ignored the last sentence. Why? Because Caesar was only 10 years old, he had to be at least 18 years old to take power, which was 8 years later. By then, Steindorf had already firmly controlled the province of Schleswig, and had basically had the strength to break away from the North Sea Kingdom. At the same time, Steindorf also publicly suggested that Wagner's Second Corps, which was temporarily stationed on the western coast of Schleswig, go north to Jutland province, which was tantamount to tacitly allowing the Second Corps to control Jutland province, which was large but not as rich as Schleswig province. Although Schleswig province is less than 10,000 square kilometers, it has developed agriculture and high fiscal revenue. Although Jutland province is twice the size of Schleswig province, it has less arable land and most people are engaged in grazing. The tax revenue generated by grazing is far less than that of agricultural taxes. Therefore, although Jutland province is larger in area, its income is not as good as Schleswig province. This time, Steindorf and Wagner divided the two easternmost provinces of the North Sea Kingdom and drew a clear line with Aurich. As for how to prevent the leakage of intelligence, Steindorf followed Marin's instructions and declared the province of Schleswig in a state of emergency. In the past, the power to issue road permits that officials and middle-level officers could issue was temporarily taken back by Steindorf. In this way, it would be difficult for those officers to send people to deliver messages again. Without a road permit, it is difficult to move in the North Sea Kingdom. At the same time, Alsace left 2 Cossack cavalry regiments to Steindorf, who took shifts day and night and were responsible for intercepting any suspicious people. Anyone who rode a horse was stopped and searched all over. Those who could not explain their origins and purposes were temporarily detained. Even Marin instructed Steindorf it is better to kill by mistake than to let go. In an extraordinary period, no one should be allowed to leave Schleswig province easily. With the cooperation of 2 Cossack cavalry regiments, Steindorf blocked Schleswig province like an iron cage, and no bird could fly out. This phenomenon made several princes who were gathering troops worried that Steindorf would join forces with Aurich to fight against them. After all, it was too abnormal for a rebellious general to block the news. However, Angela's subsequent condemnation statement in the name of the regent Queen Mother made several princes feel relieved. In the statement, Angela strongly condemned Wagner and Steindorf's betrayal and accused the two of being traitors. At the same time, it also accused the 2 legion commanders of secretly borrowing their respective families. Their families were all hostages in Aurich, and the betrayal was premeditated. But in fact, their families are still in Aurich, but they are hiding. How can Marin rest assured that the two will leave with 20,000 troops? Their families will naturally stay in Aurich. However, it has just turned from the open to the dark. But it was this condemnation statement and the news that the 2 people's families were secretly taken away that made several princes finally confirm the news that Wagner and Steindorf really fell out. After all, a general whose family is in the hands of others dare not act recklessly. But on the other hand, if the family is not controlled by others, a general with a large army can do whatever he wants as long as he wants. Shortly after Angela's condemnation statement was issued, Steindorf and Wagner also issued statements, expressing their belief that Angela, a woman, could manage the North Sea Kingdom well. Therefore, they would never obey any orders from Mrs. Angela. Shortly after the response was issued, news came that the Third Army began to send troops to the southwest and the west coast to defend. It seems that the Third Army is determined to rebel. When these news came, the princes who had united to plot against the North Sea Kingdom finally put their minds at ease and began their final preparations. In addition to the thousands of standing troops originally in each country, these princes also ordered their barons and knights to recruit civilians in their respective territories and bring weapons to participate in the war. Among them, the 2 most powerful princes, the Duchy of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel and the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg, each dispatched 10,000 troops. It should be pointed out that these 2 duchies are ruled by branches of the Welf family. Moreover, coincidentally, both duchies are named Henry. Moreover, these 2 duchies belonging to the Welf family are very rich. Among them, the Duchy of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel has multiple mines in the Harz Mountains, such as the Rammelsburg mine, which are rich in silver, copper, lead, zinc, gold, etc., and also produces potash. With mines at home, Duke Henry of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel is naturally rich. Similarly, the city of Lüneburg in the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg is also a famous salt mining city in Europe. In the early years, Hanseatic merchants relied on Lüneburg's mineral salt to be transported to the Baltic Sea region through the Stocknitz Canal in the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg and sold at high prices to make money. The price of salt in the Middle Ages was always high, so the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg, which owned the salt mine, was also rich and powerful, and had no shortage of money. The two rich people were naturally the leaders of this small alliance of princes. After all, compared with the two local tyrants who had mines at home, the other princes were not as good as one. In fact, Marin was also very puzzled by the idea of these two local tyrants who had mines at home. You have mines at home, but you are still not satisfied? You are really tired of the good life, and you have to die. Chapter 1255, The Crisis of the Habsburg Family. The mobility of the Cossack cavalry is not to be underestimated. In particular, in order to enhance mobility, Alsace selected two elite Cossack cavalry regiments and equipped each of the 1,000 men with 3 Eastern European Mongolian horses. Moreover, they were all the best military horses, and there were no pack horses for replacement. With the horsepower of 3 horses for 1 person, plus all the best military horses, they quickly caught up with Petrarch's 50-man team. After a fierce battle, Petrarch's team was completely wiped out. The clever Petrarch originally lay on the ground pretending to be dead, and even pulled a dead subordinate to cover himself, trying to get away with it. However, the ferocious Cossacks always have the habit of finishing off the enemy. They picked up the body of Petrarch, and then stabbed Petrarch again. Petrarch died. While chasing Petrarch, the 2 Cossack cavalry regiments also intercepted and killed more than a dozen spies who wanted to pass on information to the south. Because Steindorf had said before that anyone riding south on horseback would be intercepted and questioned. Then, they caught more than a dozen spies who were passing on information. These people had passed documents that officers of the Third Corps had managed to issue. Crack. After reading the secret letters, Steindorf sprayed the swear words he learned from the boss Marin and slammed the table in anger. I almost forgot that the Third Corps has a lot of secret agents. The arrival of the Cossack Corps is indeed a big intelligence. What should I do? My corps has already appeared in Schleswig City. How can I keep it secret? Alsace asked. I don't know. Steindorf said depressedly. But soon, Kohler's spies who came to evacuate the insider of the fertilizer field brought a secret letter from Marin, instructing Steindorf on what to do next. The day after receiving the secret letter, Steindorf announced to the public that he would establish a military government and temporarily take over all military and political affairs in Schleswig province. This is equivalent to publicly becoming independent, but Steindorf also added a sentence, until Prince Caesar takes power. But the outside world directly ignored the last sentence. Why? Because Caesar was only 10 years old, and he had to be at least 18 years old to take power, which is 8 years later. By then, Steindorf had already firmly controlled the province of Schleswig, and basically had the strength to break away from the North Sea Kingdom. At the same time, Steindorf also publicly suggested that Wagner's Second Corps, which was temporarily stationed on the western coast of Schleswig province, go north to Jutland province, which was equivalent to acquiescing that the Second Corps would control Jutland province, which was large in territory but not as rich as Schleswig province. Although Schleswig province is less than 10,000 square kilometers, it has developed agriculture and high fiscal revenue. Although the province of Jutland is twice the size of the province of Schleswig, it has less arable land and most people are engaged in grazing. The tax revenue generated by grazing is far less than that of agricultural tax revenue. Therefore, although the province of Jutland is larger in area, its income is not as good as that of Schleswig. This time, Steindorf and Wagner divided the 2 easternmost provinces of the North Sea Kingdom and drew a clear line with Aurich. As for how to prevent the leakage of intelligence, Steindorf followed Marin's instructions and declared Schleswig province in a state of emergency. In the past, the power to issue road permits that officials and middle-level officers could issue was temporarily taken back by Steindorf. In this way, it would be difficult for those officers to send people to deliver messages again. Without road permits, it is difficult to move in the North Sea Kingdom. At the same time, Alsace left 2 Cossack cavalry regiments to Steindorf, who changed shifts day and night and were specifically responsible for intercepting any suspicious people. Anyone who rode a horse was stopped and searched. Those who could not explain their origins and purposes were all temporarily detained. Even Marin instructed Steindorf to kill the wrong person rather than let him go. In extraordinary times, no one should be allowed to leave Schleswig province easily. With the cooperation of 2 Cossack cavalry regiments, Steindorf blocked Schleswig province like an iron cage, and not a single bird could fly out. This phenomenon made several princes who were gathering troops a little worried that Steindorf would join forces with Aurich to fight against them. After all, it was too abnormal for a rebellious general to block the news. However, the condemnation statement issued by Angela in the name of the regent Queen Mother later made several princes feel relieved. In the statement, Angela strongly condemned the betrayal of Wagner and Steindorf and accused the two of being traitors. At the same time, it also accused the two legion commanders of secretly borrowing their families, and the betrayal was premeditated. But in fact, their families are still in Auric, but they are hiding. How could Marin rest assured that the two of them would leave with 20,000 troops? Their families would naturally stay in Auric. However, it was just a move from the open to the dark. But it was this condemnation statement and the news that the two families were secretly taken away that made several princes finally confirm the news that Wagner and Steindorf really fell out. After all, a general whose family is in the hands of others dare not mess around. But on the other hand, if the family is not controlled by others, a general with a large army can do whatever he wants as long as he wants. Shortly after Angela's condemnation statement was issued, Steindorf and Wagner also issued statements, expressing their belief that Angela, a woman, could manage the North Sea Kingdom well. Therefore, they would never obey any orders from Mrs. Angela. Shortly after the response was issued, news came that the Third Corps began to send troops to defend the southwest and the west coast. It seems that the Third Army is determined to rebel. When the news came, the princes who had united to plot against the North Sea Kingdom finally put their minds at ease and began their final preparations. In addition to the thousands of standing troops originally in each country, these princes also ordered their barons and knights to recruit civilians in their respective territories and bring weapons to participate in the war. Among them, the two most powerful princes, the Duchy of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel and the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg, each dispatched 10,000 troops. It should be pointed out that these two duchies are ruled by branches of the Welf family. Moreover, coincidentally, both duchies are named Henry. Moreover, these two duchies belonging to the Welf family are very rich. Among them, the Duchy of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel has multiple mines in the Harz Mountains, which are rich in silver, copper, lead, zinc, gold, etc., and also produces potash. With mines at home, Duke Henry of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel is naturally rich. Similarly, the city of Lüneburg in the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg is also a famous salt mining city in Europe. In the early years, Hanseatic merchants made money by transporting Lüneburg salt to the Baltic Sea region through the Stocknitz Canal in the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg and selling it at a high price. The price of salt in the Middle Ages was always high, so the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg, which owned salt mines, was also rich and powerful, and had no shortage of money. The two rich people were naturally the leaders of this small alliance of princes. After all, compared with the two local tyrants who had mines at home, the other princes were more than one level behind. In fact, Marin was also very puzzled by the fact that these two local tyrants who owned mines were targeting him. Your family has mines, but you are still not satisfied? You are really tired of the good life, and you have to commit suicide. Chapter 1256, Frundsberg's Thoughts. Kohler's men acted quickly and soon sent the secret letter to Lucerne in central Switzerland and handed it to Frundsberg. For this, Kohler's men ran several horses to death. At this time, Frundsberg was planning a counterattack. He was shocked to receive Kohler's letter. He was even more shocked when he saw the content again. Isn't this the art of war that Lord Marin mentioned before? How could it be? Could it be? Lord Marin is not dead, but deliberately hiding to make trouble. Frundsberg is worthy of being someone who has been with Marin and is familiar with Marin's character. Moreover, Marin deliberately played at going abroad once before against the Principality of Guedes. Therefore, he judged this time that Marin might be fine, but just setting a trap for others. Soon, he turned his attention back to the secret letter. What? The prince's coalition is coming for me. There is France to attack the strong enemy in the west, and there are 50,000 to 60,000 troops of the prince's coalition in the north. Am I dead? Frundsberg was a little panicked. You know, he only had 15,000 regular troops, plus the imperial army, composed of 4,000 to 5,000 Swiss mountaineers from the east recruited from Switzerland. However, the 4,000 to 5,000 imperial army supporting the Habsburg family was similar to the puppet army during the anti-Japanese war, and their combat effectiveness was not strong. Although the Swiss mountaineers were slightly more sturdy, they were only slightly stronger than the general militia, and they were still incomparable to the regular French army. As for the Swiss resistance army, after the French reinforcements, the total number of regular troops reached more than 20,000, plus 7,000 to 8,000 mountain militias who spontaneously organized to fight against the Habsburg family, which had formed a military advantage. Before, Frundsberg didn't know that his opponent had increased his troops, and he accidentally suffered a loss. Fortunately, the loss was not great and he retreated in time. If there was no intervention from the prince's coalition, Frundsberg was confident that even if he had no chance of winning, he would not lose to the Swiss resistance army, even if the French increased their troops. After all, from a military point of view, Frundsberg's army had more advanced battle formations and tactics. However, if there were 50,000 or 60,000 troops of the prince's coalition in the north, it would be different. Frundsberg looked down on the combat effectiveness of the prince's coalition. If the number of people was the same, Frundsberg was confident that he could easily beat the prince's coalition. Even if the opponent had twice as many people, he was confident that he could win. However, when the number of the prince's coalition was 4 times his, he lost confidence. Now, whether it was the coalition forces of Switzerland and France in the west or the prince's coalition forces in the north, they were not something that his men could contend with. Although he could also ask the emperor for help, it was too late. Even if the emperor sent troops to rescue, it would take time. And the enemy was about to arrive. It is said that the prince's coalition had besieged Karlsruhe, the capital of the Earl of Baden, for a long time. But strangely, the prince's coalition did not kill them, but opened the road to the south of Karlsruhe, a bit like the military strategy of encircling 3 and missing 1 that Marin had said at the beginning. Before, when Frundsberg received the news, he thought that the prince's coalition did not want to suffer too much loss and force Count Christopher to flee. However, judging from the current intelligence, the prince's coalition is not only forcing Count Christopher to flee south, but also wants to force Count Christopher into Switzerland. At that time, the prince's coalition will have an excuse to march into Switzerland pursuing Count Christopher of Baden. Then, there will be friction between the two sides, and the prince's coalition will decisively turn against each other. Frundsberg, who was originally very talented, has already deduced the whole process. But it's no wonder that if he didn't have this talent, Frundsberg would not be valued by Marin. Originally in history, Frundsberg was the authentic godfather of German mercenaries. However, even if it is deduced, there is no way. The Swiss-French coalition has more than 20,000 troops, and the prince's coalition has 50,000 or 60,000 troops. It's desperate no matter how you think about it. Maybe, the advice given by Lord Marin is correct? Frundsberg thought about it, and it seemed that Marin's advice was very good. Because the Graubünden region not only has Austria behind it, but also connects to the Duchy of Milan, an ally of the Habsburg family, in the south, so it is very convenient to get reinforcements. More importantly, the northern and western regions of Graubünden are steep mountains, which are natural barriers that are very conducive to defense. The pass is in the way, and the mountain roads are rugged, which is the best terrain for defense. Seeing this, Frundsberg is sure that Marin is still alive. Moreover, this letter must have been instructed by Marin. As long as he retreats to the Graubünden region, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack, even if the Swiss-French coalition and the prince's coalition are strong, it will be difficult to break through the natural barrier. However, all the efforts in Switzerland over the years have been in vain. What should I do? What should I do? Frundsberg was panicked and walked around. At this time, he suddenly looked at a portrait hanging on the wall and muttered to himself, "Lord Marin, is your only way to retreat to Graubünden?" Obviously, the portrait hanging on the wall is Marin. Speaking of which, Frundsberg still admires Marin very much. Otherwise, he would not have defected to Marin. However, for a knight in the Swabian region, the appeal of the Habsburg royal family seems to be stronger. Therefore, Frundsberg defected to the Habsburg family. After all, in the area where he lives, it has almost become a habit to worship and use the Habsburg royal family. Moreover, the titles granted by the Habsburg family can also be recognized by the whole of Europe. Unlike the former East Frisian county, the titles granted were not necessarily recognized by people outside East Frisia. In fact, Frundsberg did not expect that Marin would become so big later, and he actually conquered a territory 20 times larger than the East Frisian county, and was promoted to Grand Duke. This made him regret it a little, but he could not turn back even if he regretted it. Moreover, Emperor Maximilian I was also very good to him, and there was no reason to betray him. However, this did not affect Frundsberg's admiration for Marin. Because Marin's rise was too legendary. From a skinny wandering knight with a worse foundation than Frundsberg, to becoming one of the most powerful princes in Germany, even if it is written, it is not so exaggerated. So, as a fan of Marin, Frundsberg posted Marin's portrait on the wall of the study. This is almost like the idol's pictures posted on the bedroom wall by star chasers in later generations. Moreover, this portrait was originally issued by Marin in the North Sea Kingdom to brainwash the army to ask for instructions in the morning and report in the evening. It has the style of portraits of great men in later generations. If it is, Lord Marin, how should we deal with it this time? Retreating to Graubünden. Although it is good, it always feels that it is not the best choice. Frundsberg pondered. He guessed correctly that Marin did not tell him the best choice. Because Marin did not want to see the Habsburg family too powerful. After all, the Habsburg family is a royal family. If it is too powerful, it will be easy to unify Germany. And Marin himself is a separatist prince, how can he be willing to let the emperor unify Germany? Therefore, a balance between the emperor and the princes is what Marin would like to see most. And letting Frundsberg retreat to Graubünden is indeed in Marin's interest. The interests of the Habsburg family are damaged, but the strength is preserved. As for the princes' coalition, it is a wasted trip. However, there is still a better choice. Got it. Frundsberg suddenly slammed the table. Because he remembered Marin's famous battle. Chapter 1257 Ambush the Allied Forces of Princes. What was Marin's famous battle? Of course, it was the glorious battle in which he ambushed King Charles VIII of France in the middle of the night after the Battle of Fornovo and captured thousands of French knights. In that ambush, Charles VIII was almost captured, and more than half of the 8,000 French knights were lost. The French suffered a big setback, but it made the then unknown Marin famous, and made Marin a knight in one battle and became an imperial baron. The reason why Frundsberg went to find Marin was because of his reputation. The reason was that Frundsberg admired the ambush that Marin fought too much. Afterwards, before Frundsberg turned to the emperor, Marin also carefully trained Frundsberg for a period of time and taught him many military tactics. When it comes to sneak attacks and ambushes, Marin is definitely an ancestor-level boss in Europe. And Frundsberg has learned a lot, and can be regarded as a father level. Through the analysis of the current situation, Frundsberg discovered that the Swiss resistance army, which was mainly composed of French elites, did not continue to attack after repelling Frundsberg's army, but stopped, as if waiting for something. Before, Frundsberg didn't understand. But now, he completely understands that the French are waiting for the princes' coalition to take action together. If the two armies join forces, the total number of enemy troops will exceed 80,000. Faced with so many enemies, if the Habsburg family army continues to stay in Lucerne, it will definitely be eaten up without leaving any residue. Even the coalition can choose to surround and attack the reinforcements, wait for the arrival of Austrian reinforcements, and then clean up together. Therefore, if it is done step by step, Frundsberg's army will definitely have a dangerous future. However, Frundsberg saw one thing clearly from this dangerous situation, that is, the French will not really attack him at present. Because the French do not want the army to suffer too many casualties. Although the Princes' Coalition and the Swiss Resistance Army, which is mainly composed of French, colluded with each other because of the same purpose. However, they also had their own ulterior motives. It was true that they hoped that the Habsburgs would be unlucky, but they did not want to suffer too much loss. Therefore, the calculating French would definitely not attack Lucerne before the arrival of the Princes' Coalition, but would wait for the arrival of the Princes' Coalition to launch a general attack together. This just left Frundsberg with time to operate. The French would not really take action before the arrival of the Princes' Coalition. In addition, Frundsberg also figured out one thing, why the North Sea Kingdom had sent 1,000 matchlock guns to Basel before. Obviously, the North Sea Kingdom had already received information that the Princes' Coalition might go south to Switzerland. Those 1,000 matchlock guns were clearly used by the Basel defenders to resist the siege of the Princes' Coalition. The intention was to buy time for the main force of Frundsberg's army to retreat. Because Frundsberg remembered what Marin said at the time, musketeers were easily slaughtered by the opponent's cavalry on the front battlefield, and were also easily hit by the opponent's artillery and muskets. Without strong cover, the musketeers are generally ineffective on the front battlefield. Therefore, the Bahai army likes to dig trenches and likes to use Udayo's chariots with spears inserted in front of the musketeers. However, once the matchlock gun is used to defend the city, its power will increase greatly. Because the battlements on the city wall, the natural stone, guard the musketeers on the city wall. The musketeers with cover are completely different from the musketeers exposed on the front battlefield. The musketeers exposed on the front battlefield can cause a lot of casualties to the musketeers as long as the opponent responds properly or dares to fight desperately. But the musketeers hiding behind the battlements are terrible. You want to look up and attack the musketeers on the city wall, but you are blocked by the battlements. The musketeers on the city wall want to hit you, stretch out the musketeer and fire a shot, and then you can safely hide behind the battlements to reload ammunition. The same musketeer, one without cover, and one with battlement cover, the survival rate is very different. The musketeers with the protection of the city wall can beat the opponent to death, but the opponent has no way to stop them, even if they fight desperately. Even if you want to fight desperately, you have to climb up the city wall. But before climbing up the city wall, the musketeers on the city wall will definitely let you know the horror of lead bullets, even if you wear plate armor. 1,000 muskets are enough to kill thousands of enemy troops. Even if the Prince's coalition army has 50,000 or 60,000 people, facing 1,000 matchlock guns, it will be extremely painful, because the casualties are too great. The Prince's coalition army is not the regular army of the North Sea. The regular army of the North Sea, including the corps of Frundsberg who learned from the North Sea army, has a strict command order system. Even if the main general dies in battle, someone will take over in time to keep the team in order. Marin said that once the casualties of traditional armies exceed 10%, most of them will collapse, or at least retreat. Therefore, the 1,000 matchlock guns that the North Sea Kingdom gave to Basel will certainly cause great casualties to the Prince's coalition, and then drag the Prince's coalition in Basel for a long time, leaving enough time for Frundsberg's army to retreat. But unfortunately, Frundsberg has transferred all the 1,000 matchlock guns to Lucerne because of the losses suffered by the Swiss resistance during this period. If it weren't for the letter provided by Marin, the defenders of Basel would definitely not be able to stop the Prince's coalition. Then, the Prince's coalition will soon break through Basel, rush into the Swiss area, and join the French army to severely damage Frundsberg's army. But now it's different. After Frundsberg knew the intention of the Prince's coalition, he had another choice. He planned to fight the Prince's coalition first. But the strength of the Prince's coalition was too strong, with more than 60,000 people. Even if most of the Prince's coalition forces have poor combat effectiveness, a large number of ants can kill an elephant. If confronting the Prince's coalition forces head-on, Frundsberg's 15,000 regular troops are not enough. Even if they win by chance, they will suffer heavy losses. Then, they will just wait to be cleaned up by the French. Therefore, Frundsberg needs a tactic that can defeat the strong with the weak and suffer little loss. Obviously, Marin's tactics of ambushing King Charles VIII of France at the beginning are very suitable for Frundsberg's needs. According to the military tactics learned from Marin, it is best to ambush the enemy on a mountain road with hillsides on both sides. Because the auxiliary soldiers are hiding on the mountain road, they can throw stones down, or use muskets and bows and arrows to attack the enemy, whatever is convenient. However, Frundsberg remembered that Basel was located in the Rhine Valley, and there was no such valley road with hillsides on both sides around it. Because one side of the road is the Rhine River. Therefore, it is unrealistic to ambush the Prince's coalition forces on Basel and the road north of Basel. However, there are mountains and ridges from Basel to Lucerne. Among them, there must be a valley road suitable for ambush. As long as the Prince's coalition army takes this valley road, and Frundsberg arranges an ambush in advance, even if the Prince's coalition army has a large number of troops, it will be useless and will definitely be in trouble. Because the mountain road must be narrow, even if the Prince's coalition army has 60,000 people, they cannot start to move forward in a row, but can only move forward in a long strip. As long as the location is selected, the Prince's coalition army can be ambushed suddenly, and it will definitely be severely damaged. Once the Prince's coalition army was severely damaged, and Frundsberg's casualties were limited, then the plan of the Prince's coalition army and the French to join forces to besiege Frundsberg would fail. Even if the Prince's coalition army was not destroyed, the remnants would not be enough to cooperate with the French army to destroy the Habsburg family's army. But first, Frundsberg had to choose a good ambush site. So, Frundsberg called his adjutant Karl and ordered, "Send someone to the south of Basel to find a few hunters who are familiar with the road." Obviously, Frundsberg planned to find a suitable ambush site through the locals. Chapter 1258, The Alliance of Seven Nations. While Frundsberg was busy looking for a suitable ambush site, the seven-nation coalition against the North Sea Kingdom was basically in place and gathered in Bielefeld, the capital of the Ravensburg county closest to the Munster region. Bielefeld is a very strange city. It is not a member city of the Hanseatic League, but it has close relations with the Hanseatic League and is also a famous commercial city. However, Bielefeld's main trade products are a bit strange. Its main trade commodity is neither the hot-selling salt, nor grain, nor wine, nor wool. Its main product is flax. In fact, flax is not a rare commodity in Europe, and many cities have flax trade projects. But the problem is that it is rare for an entire commercial city to focus on flax. Because the profit of the flax business is actually not high. After all, in Europe, linen is worn by the lower class and is lower than woolen cloth. Therefore, the price of flax cannot be sold, and the profit is naturally not high. But a derivative product of flax, linseed oil, is a very popular commodity in Europe. Because linseed oil is a drying oil and an important raw material for shipbuilding. Because there is no tung oil in Europe, linseed oil is the preferred drying oil for European shipbuilding. In addition, linseed oil is a very healthy vegetable oil that is highly praised by later generations. It is rich in linolenic acid and is a top-grade vegetable oil. However, in this era, few people eat linseed oil, and only a few poor people are willing to eat it. Because linseed oil has an unpleasant and strange taste, it tastes weird. Therefore, the nobles still tend to eat olive oil, and only poor people are willing to eat linseed oil with a strange taste. Moreover, the main use of linseed oil at present is also shipbuilding, not eating. Bielefeld is now a specialized trading town specializing in flax-related business. It has a flax textile industry, produces linen cloth and sells it everywhere, and also produces linseed oil as a byproduct and sells it to shipyards. In fact, in order to cooperate with the flax industry in Bielefeld, the Earldom of Ravensburg planted a lot of flax. Of course, the 7 princes gathered in Bielefeld today, not to buy linen cloth or linseed oil, but to form an alliance to attack the North Sea Kingdom together. Now, 40,000 troops, led by 7 princes, gathered outside Bielefeld to discuss how to take action against the North Sea Kingdom and where to start. Speaking of the Earldom of Ravensburg, it actually belonged to Duke William IV of the Principality of Jülichburg, the prince from whom Marin had previously purchased the town of Mulheim in the Ruhr area, and was also the in-law of Marin's ally, Duke John II of Clever. Duke William IV had only one daughter, Maria, and married John III, the eldest son of Duke John II of Clever, after Marin set out for the Ming dynasty in 1509. However, because William IV was used to spending lavishly and loved fine wine and food, the treasury was empty. Then, when marrying his daughter, he couldn't afford the dowry. The great nobles, especially the princes, did not marry their daughters without gifts like in later generations. As a prince with only one daughter, the gift must not be shabby. Then, William IV, the prodigal son, sold the county of Ravensburg for 250,000 gold coins. And the buyer, coincidentally, was Count Antonius of Schaumburg, the original owner of Recklinghausen, which Marin had forced to buy. At the beginning, Marin spent 200,000 gold coins to force the purchase of the Recklinghausen area, which made Count Antonius very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. Then, Marin spent another 50,000 gold coins to buy all of Count Antonius's land and mines in the Recklinghausen area. Then, Count Antonius had to take the money and leave completely. But by chance, when Marin left the North Sea Kingdom for the Ming dynasty, Duke William IV of Jülichburg was busy marrying his daughter. William IV had only one daughter, so naturally he was unwilling to let his daughter down. But he had no money and could not take out a dowry. It happened that Count Antonius came to visit him. Then, the two agreed that William IV would mortgage the most insignificant county of Ravensburg under William IV's rule to Count Antonius of Schaumburg for 250,000 golden gold coins. Then, with 250,000 gold coins, William IV bought a very generous dowry and married his daughter Maria to John II's eldest son, John III. John II was originally wondering why his poorer relatives had so much money to buy a dowry. When he heard that he sold the county of Ravensburg, he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. That was his grandson's county. But before John II could persuade William IV to redeem the county of Ravensburg, William IV died. Then, this deal became an ironclad fact. Moreover, because the Duchy of Clever occupied the fertile Lower Gettys region, even the princes of the imperial house of princes were unwilling to support John II in redeeming the county of Ravensburg. You took all the benefits, what else could others do? You know, after John II's son John III married Maria, he got the two duchies of Jülich and Berg. If he redeemed the county of Ravensburg, he would have swallowed up 3 principalities in one go. How could he not be jealous? In addition, John II's previous collusion with Marin to annex the Lower Gettys region also caused strong dissatisfaction among the princes. The princes were also very happy to see him suffer this time. Then, Antonius's purchase of the county of Ravensburg was affirmed by the Imperial Princes' Council and confirmed as the new Count of Ravensburg. In fact, this scene did not exist in the original history. Why? Because in the original history, Count Schaumburg was not forced to buy Recklinghausen. If Recklinghausen was not sold, they would not have an extra 250,000 gold coins in cash, and naturally they could not afford the county of Ravensburg. It can be said that it was Marin's forced purchase of Recklinghausen that caused a chain reaction, resulting in Count Antonius of Schaumburg having a lot of money. Just happened to meet the poor William IV, and took the opportunity to buy the county of Ravensburg, along with the title of the Earl. Even when William IV was short of money, Marin had to take the blame. Why? Because William IV liked to eat and drink, and Marin recommended all kinds of Chinese food to him, and also recommended the expensive wine, Royal Salute. In the days that followed, William IV ate and drank lavishly, spent countless money, and caused a huge fiscal deficit. He had no money to marry his daughter, so he had to consider selling the county of Ravensburg. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with Marin taking the blame. If John II knew this, he might have turned against Marin. After all, it was a county. Moreover, when Marin knew it, he was almost depressed to vomit blood. If he had known that William IV was going to sell the county of Ravensburg, he might as well sell it to himself. After all, the county of Ravensburg is not small, with an area of almost 1 or 2,000 square kilometers. Count Antonios of Ravensburg, who is already 73 years old, is full of pride, but even in his territory, facing the 2 Dukes of Brunswick of the Welf family, he can only sit below. Seeing that the 7 principalities have gathered 40,000 troops and gathered in Bielefeld, the capital of the county of Ravensburg, Count Antonios is not happy. Because, including more than 30,000 civilians, there are a total of more than 70,000 people to feed the horses. In Bielefeld, most of the food and fodder must be provided by oneself. It would be strange if they are happy. Therefore, Count Antonios hopes to start the battle earlier. In this way, the army will leave the county of Ravensburg, and he will not have to consume food and fodder. So, Count Antonios asked, "My lords Henry, when are we going to send out our troops?" Chapter 1259, Suppressing Bandits, Actually Invading. After hearing Count Antonios's question, the 2 dukes Henry, who were drinking Earl's milk tea, were stunned for a moment, but after looking at each other, they did not answer immediately, as if they were thinking about something. At this time, Magnus I, Duke of Saxe-Lauenburg, who was sitting in the second seat, suddenly raised another question. "Ladies and gentlemen, fighting a war requires a just cause. We have gathered 40,000 troops this time, so it should be no problem to deal with the 10,000 troops of the North Sea Kingdom. The question is, what name should we use to attack the North Sea Kingdom?" Hearing this, the other princes were stunned. Yes, fighting a war always requires a just cause, especially for the great nobles like them, who pay the most attention to this. You can't just say publicly that I'm going to plunder the North Sea Kingdom, right? The other princes were all a little stunned. Only Count Charles of Gelden was full of confidence, as if he had it all planned out. Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, saw Charles's face and couldn't help asking, "Count Charles, what do you think?" Charlie took a sip of milk tea slowly, and then said slowly, "It is definitely not possible to fight without declaring a war, but we can't find an excuse to declare a war. After all, the North Sea Kingdom didn't provoke us. So, I thought of a good way." "What way?" 6 pairs of eyes looked at Count Charles of Gelden eagerly at the same time. "TSK, a bunch of rubbish, can't even come up with an idea." Count Charles of Gelden, the former Duke of Geddes, thought disdainfully in his heart. Of course, on the surface, he didn't dare to say so, but said calmly, "We can lead the army into the North Munster area in the name of suppressing bandits." "Suppress bandits?" The 6 people said in unison, but they were all questioning. "Yes, suppress bandits," Count Charles said with certainty. "That's not right. Even if we were to suppress the bandits, why would we go to the North Sea? This doesn't make sense." Count Otto VIII of Tecklenburg asked in confusion. Count Charles rolled his eyes and explained, "Of course we shouldn't go to other countries to suppress bandits, but what if our own bandits are roaming in other countries? It's okay for us to lead the army to chase them, right? But we don't need 40,000 troops to suppress the bandits, do we? Besides, where are the bandits?" Count Simon V of Lippe asked. Count Charles wanted to flip the table. What a bunch of pig teammates. But he still patiently explained, "If there are no bandits, we can create them. From now on, we specially select a group of light cavalry, let them pretend to be horse bandits, and roam around in the northern part of the county of Ravensburg and the county of Lippe. Then, Lord Antonios and Lord Simon, you deliberately asked for help from several of our countries publicly. In this way, is it reasonable for us to gather 40,000 troops? We are here to help suppress the bandits. But you don't need 40,000 troops to suppress the bandits." Simon V said depressedly, "This kid is too honest. How many people do you care about? We just need to find a reason. As long as we have an excuse, it doesn't matter if it's reasonable or not." Count Charles said unhappily. At this time, Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, also nodded and said, "Yes, no matter whether it is reasonable or not, we just need a decent excuse. As for whether it is reasonable or not, don't worry. Because most of the princes in the Imperial Princes' Council do not like the North Sea Kingdom and hope that the North Sea Kingdom will be in trouble. If Lord Frederick of Saxony had not led his troops to Baden, he might have taken the lead in causing trouble for the North Sea Kingdom. After all, they had a grudge before. But if Lord Frederick took the lead in sending troops, we might not have anything to do. In fact, Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, had a close relationship with Frederick III. Because his wife, Lady Margaret, was the biological sister of Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony. Therefore, Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, was the biological brother-in-law of Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony. If it were not for this kinship, even if the Seven Nations coalition took advantage of the North Sea Kingdom, Frederick III might have settled accounts with them afterwards. After all, the electorate of Saxony also wants to take advantage of the North Sea Kingdom. And, from the map, the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg is closest to the Grand Duchy of the North Sea. Its western border is close to the North Munster region, and its northern border is close to the province of Oldenburg and the province of Bremen. If it comes to dividing the North Sea Kingdom, the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg is the closest to the North Sea Kingdom, and it is also the most convenient to annex and divide the land of the North Sea Kingdom. But first of all, what the seven-nation coalition values most is not the land of the North Sea Kingdom, but the secret of high agricultural yield. As neighboring countries of the North Sea Kingdom, several principalities have more or less discovered some abnormalities in the North Sea Kingdom. For example, the North Sea Kingdom has never worried about food problems. Even the serfs in the manor can eat soft bread without unpalatable impurities such as soil, stones, and sawdust, actually mixed with straw chaff, but not hard. This discovery surprised several neighboring principalities. You know, these vassal states were not too poor, but the serfs could not reach such a standard of living. Generally speaking, serfs could only eat black bread mixed with a lot of impurities such as soil, stones, sawdust, and wild vegetables. Because of the mixture of soil and stones, the black bread was extremely hard and could be used as a brick. In many records of the Middle Ages, there were records of fierce peasant women using black bread to kill or injure thieves. Even many serfs could not even eat this kind of bad black bread, and could only cook porridge with rye grains and wild vegetables. The taste was completely pig food. But what did the spies of several vassal states see? The serfs of the North Sea Kingdom could not only eat softer bread, but also had enough. This kind of life, I am afraid, can only be lived by the poor little nobles. You know, it is not easy to grind rye into flour. Because the miller also charges money for grinding flour. In this era, most mills were controlled by the lords and were important assets of the nobles. The fee for using a mill was very high. Therefore, in this era, serfs who could eat black bread as hard as a brick were considered to have a good life. Serfs who lived poorly could not eat food made from flour. They could only cook rye directly with wild vegetables and add less salt. Salt was too expensive. Rye was bitter, and less salt, that taste. Through the lives of serfs in the border manor of Bahai State, several vassal states came to a conclusion: Bahai State was not short of food, and even had a lot of food. Then, they each sent spies to investigate Bahai State. Although most of the spies died or were injured, they did not get the core secrets. However, the seven vassal states were sure of one thing: Bahai State did master a technology for high grain yield, and its core was fertilizer. Therefore, the primary purpose of the coalition forces formed by the seven vassal states this time was to capture a fertilizer processing plant and obtain the secrets of fertilizer, that is, the secrets of high agricultural yield. With this secret, even if they could not annex too much land in Bahai State, they would definitely be able to make a fortune in the future. After all, food is very expensive in Europe. And the target chosen by the seven princes this time is the North Munster area. Because the North Munster region is very close to the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg, the County of Ravensburg and the County of Lippe, and not far from the Duchy of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel. As for the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg and the County of Gelden, although they are a little far away, they are both small countries and have no say in killing, so they naturally listen to the arrangements of the bosses. After the plan of suppressing the bandits and pursuing them into the North Sea Kingdom was set, the seven princes selected 2,000 light cavalry from their respective armies, disguised as horse bandits, and began to operate in the northern part of the County of Ravensburg and the County of Lippe, and actually looted some villages and towns to make the performance more realistic. Of course, no one was killed. Then, the Earldom of Ravensburg and the Earldom of Lippe openly asked for help from the other 5 countries, asking them to send troops to help suppress the bandits. But in fact, 40,000 troops had already gathered in the Earldom of Ravensburg. Seeing that the time was almost up, the 7 principalities mobilized their troops and began to hunt down the 2,000 horse bandits. As they chased them, they entered the territory of the North Munster province of the North Sea. Chapter 1260, Internal Conflict. Internal Conflict. In the secret courtyard outside the palace in Aurich, the capital of the North Sea Kingdom, Kohler was reporting to Marin. The Seven-Nation Alliance, in the name of suppressing bandits, chased 2,000 people who looked like horse bandits, all the way from the northern areas of Ravensburg and Lippe to the northwest, and now has entered the province of North Munster. In the province of North Munster, the army captured a fertilizer processing plant and obtained a large amount of volcanic ash. Then, the people we arranged in the fertilizer processing plant insisted that it was the core of the fertilizer. But our fertilizer is mixed from 3 parts. How do you explain this to those people? Marin asked. For this question, I asked our people to answer that the other 2 ingredients are just to deceive people. The real work is the volcanic ash imported from Italy. Kohler replied. Very good, a classic answer. So, what if they send people to Italy to investigate? Have we arranged a cover for Italy? Marin asked casually after drinking a sip of honey milk tea. As a modern person, Marin knew that drinking too much milk tea with sucrose would cause diseases of affluence. Therefore, although he planned to sell sucrose, he never drank milk tea with sucrose, but used healthy honey instead. Moreover, honey is cheaper than sucrose now. Of course, in later China, it is difficult to buy authentic honey. Even more than half of the honey sold in supermarkets is made with maltose, especially some small brands. Many diabetics think that it is okay to buy honey, but if they buy this kind of fake honey, they will be doomed. Even in later generations, drinking milk tea, let alone honey, the main ingredients of milk tea are chemically synthesized creamer and saccharin, and it is considered conscientious to have sucrose. As for coconut fruit, it is also synthetic, not real coconut meat. In short, the master who mixes milk tea is a bit like an alchemist, who uses a full set of chemical products to mix it and feed it to you, just in case you die too late. Just when Marin's thoughts were wandering, Kohler's reply pulled his divergent thinking back. What a coincidence, my lord, didn't you get cement before? Yes, what's wrong with cement? It doesn't seem to have attracted the attention of foreign countries, right? Marin asked curiously. Kohler was a little speechless. Can it attract the attention of foreign countries? You learned from the Ming dynasty, which had a strict household registration system and road permit system, so that outsiders could not enter, and you could see a cement road? Even the cement road from Emden to Auric that foreign envoys took, Marin poured a lot of paint on the road surface, making it look like camouflage uniforms. Moreover, the old man Leonardo da Vinci also had a sudden idea and designed artificially painted cracks for the cement road surface, making it look like the road surface is paved with stones, and those cracks are like stone gaps. Foreign envoys passing by thought that the stone-paved road was just a result of superb craftsmanship. After a pause, Kohler replied, "It's like this, didn't you say that cement was made of volcanic ash in order to cover up the cement? And you specifically declared that this was the technology of the Roman Empire?" Marin nodded. "Yes, I announced it. But later, Ada came up with a way to artificially paint stone gaps to cover up the cement road, and the outside world no longer cared about cement." Kohler continued, "That's right, but in order to cover up the cement, we specially ordered people to buy several volcanoes and surrounding land in the Kingdom of Naples and Sicily to mine volcanic ash and make it look good. Do you remember this?" Marin thought about it. It seemed that was the case, so he nodded. In fact, the volcanic ash near the volcanoes that Marin sent people to buy was not fertile. If the volcanic ash there is very fertile, the local government will not sell it, but use it for farming. After all, the price of grain is so high now. But the problem is that Marin did not expect the volcanic ash from those volcanoes to be used as fertilizer at the beginning, but just bought it to cover the cement. Later, it was simply left idle there. At present, only one volcano is still digging soil and then shipping it out of Italy. Seeing that Marin remembered, Kohler continued to report, "My intelligence personnel said that the Seven Nations Alliance temporarily stopped after occupying a fertilizer field near the city of Fuchta in North Munster province, as if waiting for something. At the same time, the coalition seems to have sent a large number of spies to the south, probably to Italy to inquire about the news." "Hey, it's really cautious," Marin exclaimed. "Needless to say, it must be the work of Count Charles of Gelden." "Then how should we deal with it?" Kohler asked. "We have a system of inns and post houses, so we can change horses all the way south, which is faster than them. So, you should quickly send people south to those volcanic areas, order people to start up several idle volcanoes, resume digging and loading ships, and do it for the people they send. But time is a bit tight, I'm afraid their spies will arrive before our people are arranged. Then send people to stop them halfway. Of course, not to kill them, but to create obstacles and slow down their travel speed. We also have a lot of intelligence personnel in Italy. As long as we act quickly, we can still delay them for a long time, which can leave us enough time." "Okay, I'll arrange it later." In addition, it seems that the Seven Nation Alliance has also sent a large number of scouts to the northeast, seemingly observing the movements of the 2nd and 3rd legions. It seems that they are very worried about these two legions. Kohler said. "Can you be assured?" In fact, Count Charles of Gelden is still a little frightened, fearing that the 2nd and 3rd legions will suddenly reconcile with Auric. Once this happens, the 2nd and 3rd armies will go south to serve the king, and their 40,000 coalition forces, more than half of which are conscripts, will not be opponents at all. After all, that is 30,000 regular troops. Therefore, Count Charles of Gelden's point of view is that we should stop near the city of Vecta in the east of the North Munster region and observe for a while. If the 2nd and 3rd armies of the North Sea Kingdom reconcile with Auric, they will immediately admit defeat and withdraw from the North Munster region, and then wait for the prince's coalition forces to come together. Anyway, they have now obtained agricultural secrets, so it is not in vain. As long as the spies sent to Italy send back good news, they can use it. If the second and third armies do not reconcile with Auric, then they can boldly march forward and take the opportunity to divide the North Sea Kingdom. Several other princes also agreed with Count Charles's safe method. For this reason, the coalition forces of the 7 countries only occupied the villages and towns around the city of Vecta, and did not attack the city of Vecta. In this way, even if the 2 armies of the North Sea Kingdom reconcile with Auric, they still have room for maneuver. Because, if they don't attack the city, it can indeed be explained as passing by to suppress bandits. If they attack the city, there will be no excuse. Marin thought for a while, and guessed the concerns of these princes. So he came up with a countermeasure. Kohler, send someone to notify Wagner and Steindorf, let them fight. Fight? What do you mean? Pretend to fight? Kohler asked. Yes, the 7-nation alliance is very afraid of the 2nd Legion and the 3rd Legion, worried that they will join forces with Auric. So, they don't even dare to attack the city now. But if the 2nd and 3rd Legions fight for territory, then they won't have to worry about anything. Marin explained. But that's not right. My lord, aren't the 2nd and 3rd Legions going to fight against Auric together? With Auric eyeing them covetously, if the 2 legions fight, it will be a dead end. Kohler said puzzledly. So, I can ask Steindorf to send a secret envoy to contact the 7 Nations coalition and ask them to make a bigger noise, so as to create a safe external environment for the 3rd and 2nd Legions to fight internally. Yes, if the 7 Nations coalition makes a big fuss in the south, then the Auric 1st Legion will have no time to take care of other things and no energy to take care of things in the east. This explanation is very reasonable. But what conditions will Steindorf set for the princes to agree to? After all, asking people to send troops requires a lot of cost. Should we ask Corps Commander Steindorf to pay? Kohler asked. Marin smiled. Isn't it ready-made? Ready-made? What? Fertilizer technology. Kohler was stunned, then suddenly realized, you mean, continue to use fake volcanic ash fertilizer technology as a bargaining chip to fool the 7 princes? But, those princes have already obtained this technology. Marin waved his hand. So what? Let Steindorf pretend not to know. Moreover, this fertilizer technology is quite precious. Steindorf took out this technology for exchange, which can also express his sincerity. Moreover, the 7-nation alliance does not need any real benefits at all. What they need more is that the 2nd and 3rd Legions remain neutral. Therefore, it is more appropriate for Steindorf to express his sincerity with this fake fertilizer technology. You know, if the right volcanic ash is used, the rye yield per mu can be over 200 pounds. Kohler thought about it, then smiled, and flattered with a mean look. High, really high. That look is very much like a flattering pseudo-army commander. After Marin kicked lightly, he said unhappily, go and arrange it. Also, deliberately let the envoy sent by Steindorf tell the specific location of the several volcanoes we bought in Italy, waiting for the spies of the 7 countries to go and inquire. We bought those volcanoes for several years and have developed them. It is very convincing. Didn't your people tell the specific location of the volcano before? Kohler shook his head. The person he arranged was just a small person in charge of the fertilizer processing plant, who was at most responsible for mixing fertilizers. He shouldn't know so much details. If it is too detailed, it will arouse suspicion. Therefore, they only said that they bought volcanic ash from Italy, but did not say the specific location. Steindorf is different. He is a senior general of the North Sea Kingdom and has been to Italy. It is reasonable for him to know the specific location of the volcano, and it also seems very sincere to give the location of the volcano. Then let Steindorf send someone to have a secret talk with the 7 princes, and deliberately expose the location of the volcano. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Soon, 2 secret letters asking the 2nd Army and the 3rd Army to engage in internal strife were delivered to Wagner, the commander of the 2nd Army, and Steindorf, the commander of the 3rd Army, respectively. Chapter 1261. It's really high. In the city of Schleswig, the commander of the 3rd Army, Steindorf, scratched his head after reading the secret letter. This operation is so complicated. It's no problem to pretend to have an internal conflict, but why should I send a secret envoy to find those 7 princes? Steindorf asked the secret envoy who delivered the letter in confusion. The secret envoy replied speechlessly, Sir, the province of Schleswig under your control is closer to Auric, and you are more worried about the 1st Army attacking from behind. Lord Wagner's army is in Jutland province, and there is no such concern. So, of course you are worried that the first army will attack you from behind, and you have to send this envoy. Steindorf scratched the sparse hair on his head again, and said helplessly, "It's okay for me to fight, but I'm really not good at playing tricks. Envoy, my subordinates are all a bunch of rough people, and it seems that there is no talent suitable to fool the 7 princes. I think Lord Kohler has to send someone to do this. Okay, you just prepare the relevant certificates and documents." Kohler's trusted secret envoy was also defeated by Steindorf. Steindorf was born a commoner, with little culture, no tricks, and no understanding of palace fighting. So, it is really difficult for him to do this kind of thing. Therefore, it is more appropriate for Kohler to send a spy to do it. After sending away Kohler's emissary, Steindorf was like a chicken with blood injected all over his body, and shouted, "Come on, gather the troops for me, I'm going to beat up Wagner, that pretty boy." Wagner was younger than Steindorf. Because he was born into an aristocratic family and took good care of himself, his skin was white, and Steindorf often jokingly called him, "pretty boy." It should be pointed out that there were no skin care products in this era, so the working people were a little tanned. Even the white people in Europe usually had wheat-colored skin after tanning. Only the nobles and priests, who did not have to work outside, could grow whiter. So much so that when the Portuguese sailors first came to the Ming dynasty, they thought that the people of the Ming dynasty had whiter skin. Because the Portuguese sailors sailed in tropical waters all year round, they usually took off their upper bodies, so they were tanned like Southeast Asians. And the people of the Ming dynasty, scholars, must be white, needless to say. Even the common people in the south often wore bamboo hats, so they were not very tanned. In the Qing dynasty, in order to check whether the people had shaved their heads and tied their braids, the government generally did not allow them to wear bamboo hats, so that the soldiers could check at any time. Those who did not shave their heads would be beheaded. Especially when entering or leaving the city, anyone wearing a bamboo hat would be easily interrogated by the Qing soldiers, or even blackmailed. Therefore, the people of the Qing dynasty generally exposed their heads to the sun, which naturally made them look darker. Even the melon-shaped hats worn by the rich could not block the sun. Therefore, when we look at old photos of the Qing dynasty, we look at the people of the Qing dynasty in the photos just like we look at black people. Of course, this is also because the Qing government was more exploitative, making the people of the Qing dynasty dark and thin, just like the East African refugees of later generations. Although Steindorf and Wagner were both commanders of the North Sea Army, they were from different backgrounds, so they could not urinate in the same pot. When they met, they would even mock each other. Of course, they would not cross the line, they just didn't like each other. Wagner mocked Steindorf as a nigger and a country bumpkin, while Steindorf mocked Wagner as a little white face. He didn't call him a rabbit, because in the Middle Ages, European canons were strict and homosexuality was prohibited. In ancient times, China was more open in this regard. During the Warring States period, people played longyangzi. But in fact, the relationship between the two was still good in private, but they were just rude. Moreover, both of them knew that Marin was suspicious and didn't like the relationship between the legion commanders who held heavy troops to be too close. Therefore, on the surface, hurting each other was also a way to reassure Marin. Of course, Marin knew it too. After all, Kohler and Saul's intelligence agencies were not for show. However, this was also a gesture made by the two to make Marin feel more at ease. However, outsiders didn't know this. In the eyes of most soldiers of the 2nd and 3rd Legions, the two legion commanders had different personalities and quarreled when they got together, so their relationship should be very bad. Therefore, when Steindorf said that he would send troops to fight Wagner, most soldiers believed it. Only a few of Steindorf's confidants knew that things were definitely not that simple, but they would not say much. In order to ensure the chances of victory, Steindorf gathered the troops and horses scattered in the 3 camps of Schleswig province to the city of Schleswig. Even the 2 Cossack cavalry regiments that helped patrol and control the outflow of information from Schleswig province were temporarily transferred to the city of Schleswig. The temporary departure of the 2 Cossack cavalry regiments opened up the channel for the outflow of intelligence from Schleswig province. Some low-level officers who were lurking in the 3rd Corps but had actually defected to the 7 princes took the opportunity to send people to pass on the information. But in fact, this flaw was deliberately exposed by Marin to Steindorf in order to reassure the princes of the 7 countries. After the assembly and counting of troops, the 2 Cossack cavalry regiments were sent out again to reblock the news. It was impossible to pass the message out. What? The 3rd Army of the North Sea Kingdom is going to attack the 2nd Army of Jutland Province? The 7 princes who received the information were a little bit unbelievable. Because, in terms of combat effectiveness, it seems that the 2nd Army is stronger. The 3rd Army does this, it seems that it will not get any good results. It seems that the Third Army has received help from a mysterious cavalry team. The officers of the Third Army bribed by the Duke of Saxe-Lauenburg got more comprehensive information. And this so-called mysterious cavalry team is the Cossack Cavalry Corps of Alsace. The Cossack cavalry appeared near the city of Schleswig, so many officers of the Third Army knew about it. Of course, Alsace only brought more than 2,000 people to the vicinity of Schleswig city, and the other half were still in the province of Schleswig. Originally, they were all to be taken to Schleswig city, but considering the rebellious officers of the Third Army, they were not all taken to Schleswig city. Moreover, in order to keep it secret, Steindorf deliberately said that the Cossack cavalry of Alsace were mercenaries he invited, with a number of 2,000 people. In this case, it is reasonable for the Third Army to take the initiative to attack the Second Army. They have 2,000 more cavalry, so they are certainly confident. Shortly after receiving the intelligence, Steindorf's envoy came to the door. What? Army Commander Steindorf asked us to make a big fuss in North Munster province. The two Duke Henrys were a little confused. Then why? The calm Count Charles of Gelden asked. Our army commander is fighting with Wagner's Pretty Boys' Second Army, and is afraid of being attacked from behind by the First Army. Therefore, I hope that the Bandit Suppression Coalition of all the adults can make a bigger move to attract the attention of Auric's First Army, so that it dare not attack eastward easily. The 7 princes nodded one after another. This reason is very reasonable. Then, what can we get? Count Charles asked again. The secret of the high grain yield of the North Sea Kingdom. The envoy said confidently. Ha 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 ha, the 7 princes laughed, because they had got it. Of course, they would not tell the interesting envoy in front of them. Steindorf's envoy seemed a little anxious. I'm telling the truth. My lords, why can the former Grand Duke Marin of the North Sea feed 60,000 troops? In addition to the plunder of war, the high grain yield is the secret of his sudden wealth. Do you know? In the North Sea, the yield of rye per acre is as high as more than 1,200 pounds, which is twice the yield of other countries. With grain being so expensive, of course he has the money to feed so many troops. It's not easy for ordinary countries to feed 10,000 troops. So amazing. Then what is the secret of high grain yield? Count Charlie of Gelden pretended to be surprised. But his eyes were full of smiles. Obviously, he was just teasing the childish envoy in front of him. He didn't know that the baby-faced envoy in front of him was an excellent spy under Kohler, lying and fooling around like a joke. However, this baby face is very deceptive, making people think he is easy to fool. The baby-faced envoy thought for a while and said, I can't tell you the details, but I can reveal something. The secret of the North Sea Kingdom's high grain yield is fertilizer, and the fertilizer is shipped back from overseas. Our legion commander, as the confidant of the former Archduke Marin, knows where the fertilizers come from. If you are willing to cooperate, our legion commander is willing to tell you the specific details and locations. Okay, deal. Before Count Charles said anything, Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, who was sitting at the top, made the decision. Then, the Seven-Nation Alliance used the excuse that horse bandits had sneaked into the city of Vechta and demanded to enter the city to search. The mayor of Vechita city was unwilling, so the 7 princes launched a siege on the small city of Vechita in the name of Vechita city colluding with bandits. At this time, the baby-faced envoy saw that the other party fulfilled the cooperation and finally revealed the secret. The fertilizer of the North Sea Kingdom is volcanic ash, which is the secret of the fertile land of the Golden Basin, in Sicily. Grand Duke Marin bought several volcanoes in Naples and Sicily. You can send people to investigate. These volcanoes have been bought for many years. After saying that, he also took out a map and pointed out the locations of several volcanoes. Then, that night, the 7 princes sent a large number of spies to investigate the vicinity of those volcanoes in Italy, especially to investigate the time when the volcanoes were purchased. If those volcanoes were indeed bought several years ago, then it can be basically confirmed that the volcanic ash is fertilizer. The next day, after no longer worrying about the threats of the 2nd Legion and the 3rd Legion, the coalition forces of the 7 countries began to attack Vechita city and quickly captured the city. And in the city of Vechta, there was a warehouse full of grain that Marin had deliberately placed in the city. So much grain. Several princes drooled at the sight. Attack. Keep attacking. We need more food. More. Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, danced with joy. And in the secret house in Auric, Kohler asked Marin, the 7 Nations Alliance has finally launched an attack on the North Munster area. Now, what should we do? Tell Angela to send someone to the seat of the Imperial Prince's house in Worms to appeal to the Archbishop of Mainz and sue the princes of the 7 countries. At the same time, warn the princes of the 7 countries and ask them to withdraw from the North Sea Kingdom. Kohler was speechless. Isn't this a waste of effort? It's embarrassing. Marin seemed to see what Kohler was thinking, and explained with a smile, do you think this is stupid and useless? That's right, we need to let people see that the North Sea Kingdom and Angela are timid. In this way, the 7 princes dare to attack. Then, we threaten to fight to the death with these 7 princes in the Imperial Princes' Council and destroy them. The princes will definitely not believe it, waiting to see the joke, and will agree that we will fight a war to destroy the country. Then I will come forward to destroy them, and the Imperial Princes' Council will not be able to say anything. After all, we are the party in the right. After a pause, Marin added, tell Angela that the envoy sent to the Imperial Princes' Council to appeal should look a little miserable. When he arrives in Worms, he must cry in front of many princes' representatives. The more miserable he looks, the better. So insidious. Kohler thought to himself. But on the surface, Kohler gave a thumbs up and flattered him with a drooling face, high, really high. Chapter 1262, Unlucky Johnny. In fact, sending envoys to ask for help in the crying court was not created by Marin himself, but had already existed in the late spring and autumn period. In the late spring and autumn period, Wu Zixu, a Chu citizen, fled from Chu to Wu because his father was slandered. Later, Wu Zixu and Sun Wu, 2 great gods, helped King Helu of Wu grow the weak Wu into a hegemonic country in the spring and autumn period, and sent a large army to break through Yingdu and destroy the Chu state. They also dug out the body of King Ping of Chu, who had killed Wu Zixu's father and brother, and whipped the corpse, setting a historical precedent for whipping the corpse. After the demise of the Chu state, Chu minister Shen Baoxiu ran to the Qin state and cried for 7 days at the gate of the Qin court, begging Qin to send troops to help restore the country. Qin Igon was moved by it, so he sent troops to help Chu restore the country. More than 1,000 years later, the drama of crying in the court was staged again. However, this time it was North Korea that cried in the court. After Toyotomi Hideyoshi unified Japan, he sent a large army to invade Korea, forcing the Korean king Lee's son to flee across the Yalu River and hide in the Liaodong Peninsula. At that time, Korea also sent ministers to the forbidden city of the Ming dynasty to cry, and also gave gifts to the ministers of the Ming dynasty. Finally, the Ming dynasty was moved and sent a large army to drive the Japanese army out of the Korean peninsula. Generally speaking, the crying court drama was successful only twice. Later, after the demise of the Ming dynasty, the small court of the southern Ming dynasty actually sent people to Japan to beg for help and asked Japan to send troops to help resist the Qing dynasty. But Japan couldn't even beat the Ming army at the beginning, so how could it dare to fight the 8 banners soldiers in the early Qing dynasty who were more ferocious than the Ming monarch? Therefore, the crying court failed. Of course, Marin asked Angela to send people to the crying court of Worms, not to really ask the princes for help, but to sell misery. When the envoys of a country can only rely on crying to beg for help from other countries, it is obvious that this country has reached the end of its rope. Because, if there is a little hope, an envoy of a country will never seek help by crying and begging. Because this will lose the face of the country. But Marin is a person who came from China in the 21st century, and the thing he cares least about is face. In that era of demons dancing in disorder, people even believe that people are invincible if they have no shame. So, Marin planned to be invincible this time, just to find an excuse to eat his opponent. You see, I'm so miserable, there's nothing wrong with a fierce counterattack before dying, right? In addition, Marin also placed his hopes on the religious princes of Germany this time. Speaking of it, most of the German princes and secular princes are against Marin, only the Swabian League led by the Habsburg family and the Principality of Clever are in the same group with Marin. The remaining 100 or so secular princes are all on the opposite side of Marin. Therefore, Marin never counted on those secular princes. And those religious princes have very complicated feelings towards Marin. From their own point of view, they are disgusted with Marin, the running dog of the Habsburg family. However, Marin has a close relationship with the Holy See, and the Pope even publicly appeared to support Marin. The Holy See is the superior of the religious princes, which makes it inconvenient for these religious princes to openly oppose Marin. Therefore, for these religious princes, their attitude towards Marin is opposed in their hearts, but not on the surface. And Marin wants this complex attitude of theirs. It can be predicted that when the envoys of the North Sea Kingdom cried for help in the Worms imperial parliament, the religious princes, who accounted for nearly half of the Holy Roman Empire, gloated in their hearts, but could not show it on the surface, and must have been uncomfortable. At this time, it is impossible for them to send troops to help the North Sea Kingdom. They just don't make trouble for the North Sea Kingdom because of the face of the Holy See, but they will never save the North Sea Kingdom. Even if the Holy See asks them to send troops to rescue, they will find an excuse to shirk it. However, due to the face of the Holy See, they can't help but express it. Therefore, when the North Sea Kingdom gets ruthless and threatens to destroy its opponent through a deadly battle, they are very likely to support the North Sea Kingdom in a deadly battle. Why? Because in their hearts, the North Sea Kingdom is at the end of its rope and will definitely not succeed. In this case, verbal support will not harm their own interests and can also give an explanation to the Holy See. So, in the end, those religious princes may choose to verbally support the North Sea Kingdoms, getting ruthless, but will never send a single soldier to help. And as long as this group of religious princes get up early, then there will be some secular princes who will follow suit and make a fuss. Anyway, no matter who it is, they will not think that the North Sea Kingdom, which even scared the envoy to tears, has a chance to turn over. As long as more than half of the princes in the Worm's imperial parliament support the North Sea Kingdom to make a ruthless statement and fight a war of annihilation, then the time for Marin to come back has come. With the approval of the imperial parliament, even if these princes are destroyed, the other princes will have to pinch their noses and admit it. Because they agreed before. Of course, before that, the North Sea Kingdom needs to find an actor who looks very miserable. No, it's an envoy. In this world, there is a kind of person who is born with a sad face, and looks like a bitter smile when he smiles, and looks very unlucky. Usually, we call this kind of person, full of bad luck. If you have this kind of face, it is difficult to get ahead. Because your boss will feel unlucky when he sees you, and his mood will become bad. Do you think he will still be willing to reuse and promote you? Therefore, when Marin sent people to find someone, he did not look for someone among the middle and senior officials, but directly asked people to find someone at the grassroots level. Why? This kind of person with a bad look is generally difficult to get ahead, and can only mix at the bottom, and it is useless to have talent. According to this idea, Kohler's intelligence personnel soon found a suitable object, a small-town judge named Johnny's secretary. Yes, the secretary of the small-town judge. Speaking of which, this Johnny is 38 years old and has worked in the court in the small town of Hague in Northern County for 15 years. 15 years ago, Johnny graduated from the law department of the University of Cologne and should have had a bright future. However, because of his shabby appearance, he was not well received. He initially planned to go to Emden, the capital of the then East Frisian state, to look for opportunities, but when the dignitaries of Emden saw his shabby appearance, they refused to give him a chance. So, as a medieval college student, he had no choice but to return to his hometown, the small town of Hague, and planned to be a judge there. Of course, he also perfectly avoided Marin's bloodbath of Emden officials. However, there was already a judge in the town of Hague at that time, so he had to start as the judge's secretary. In fact, the judge in the town of Hague was just an uneducated nobleman who did not understand the law at all. Therefore, the tiring work of running errands and collecting evidence in the early stages of the legal trial in the town of Hague was all done by Johnny. When the verdict is announced, the uneducated judge he serves will do it. But 15 years have passed, and Hager Town has changed several judges, but Johnny is still the legal secretary of Hager Town and has never been promoted. There is no way. Whenever the superiors come to inspect the candidates, they see Johnny's miserable face and they are in a bad mood. Therefore, because of his appearance, even though he has talent and is a rare college student at the time, Johnny has never been promoted. The people in Hager Town nicknamed him Unlucky Johnny. In fact, the appearance problem has always been a big problem. Even in later generations, when selecting Chinese civil servants, appearance is also considered. Of course, for the sake of fairness, employers will not explicitly mention the appearance problem, but tacitly acknowledge this point at the interview stage. Anyone who looks unlucky or has a sharp face and does not look like a good person will generally not be admitted. After all, officials must win the trust of the people. If you look like a bad guy, the people will not believe it. So, for the unlucky Johnny, fate is so unfair. If Marin didn't happen to need an envoy who looked bad this time, the unlucky Johnny might have been like this for the rest of his life. After taking the unlucky Johnny to Auric, Kohler sent him directly to the secret house and handed him over to Marin Ma for business training. After all, Johnny was going to perform at the Worm's imperial parliament, so he couldn't be careless. As Ma, he naturally had the obligation to guide his acting skills. Of course, because she was not a beauty, there was no need to review the script privately. Chapter 1263, Go All In. Because Johnny was a grassroots secretary, he had never been to Auric, let alone knew Marin. Therefore, Marin was not worried that Johnny would reveal the secret that he was still alive. When training Johnny's acting skills, Marin did not tell Johnny that he was Cameron, but said that he was Cameron, and asked Johnny to call him Director Cameron. At the beginning, Marin was still full of confidence. But when it came to the specific training, Marin felt how difficult it was to make an ordinary person with no acting skills cry. Although Johnny looked miserable and his face looked like he was about to cry, he just couldn't cry. Marin shouted, "Cut," many times, but couldn't make Johnny cry. When he asked the reason, it turned out that Johnny's dead father had told him that men should bleed but not cry. "Ma, I don't want you to bleed, I just want you to cry." Marin was anxious and a little angry. In desperation, Marin had to use psychological suggestion to remind Johnny of the pain of not being promoted despite his efforts in the past 15 years. However, Johnny was in pain, his face was almost distorted with pain, but he just couldn't cry. Marin also remembered that there was nothing he could do, and walked around anxiously. Finally, he shouted, "Come on, bring the props." Then, he handed a eru brought back from the Ming dynasty to Marin. Marin could play the eru. In later generations, in rural areas, there were 3 very popular musical instruments, suona, eru and flute. Why? Because these 3 instruments are simple to make and cheap. Suona ranks first, because in rural areas, whether it is weddings or funerals, people can be invited to play suona, which can be said to have a wide range of uses. The eru is mainly used for funerals because of its sad sound, and is also widely used for performing arts. As for the flute, it is purely because of its low cost and easy to get started. In the previous life, there were old people in the village who could play the eru, and they often played a piece when they had nothing to do. When Marin was a kid, he loved to join in the fun, so he also learned to play, and he played well. However, it was useless. Because after entering college, people who wanted to pick up girls all used guitars, and if you played the eru on campus, your classmates would easily throw coins in front of you. But now, the eru finally came in handy, that is, to provide Johnny with sad background music. Marin played the 3 sad songs, Urquan Inue, Jiangha Shui, and Xinhuanbi, on the eru. At the same time, he told Johnny's tragic experience in a sad tone, and helped Johnny to recall the scene when his parents died. Listening to the sad eru music, although Johnny didn't quite understand it, he was also quite sad. With Marin's forced help in recalling, Johnny finally remembered those unbearable past events. Finally, after Marin tossed for a long time, Johnny, a middle-aged man who believed that men shed blood but not tears, cried sadly. It seemed that all the resentment of many years was vented at once. Johnny cried uncontrollably. He cried for a long time and his voice became hoarse. But Marin had no time to sympathize with him. Instead, he repeatedly told him, "Yes, that's the feeling. You must remember this feeling, you can use it when you get to Worms." Since Johnny cried, he seemed to have let down his guard and did not reject crying out loud. The next day, Johnny cried again. Although he was not as sad as the day before, at least he could cry. On the 3rd day, he could cry without the help of the eru. While Marin was busy training the unfortunate Johnny to cry, in Lucerne, Switzerland, far to the south, Marin's former subordinate and student Frundsberg was meeting with several hunters from the southern mountains of Basel. At this time, Karlsruhe, the capital of the county of Baden, had been besieged for many days. According to the report from the spies, it was said that Count Christopher I of Baden was ready to abandon the city and escape. And the direction Christopher I fled was obviously the city of Basel. Because all the roads he fled to in other directions were blocked by the coalition. Moreover, as Frundsberg estimated, the coalition of princes intended to drive the Count of Baden towards Switzerland. In this way, they could legitimately pursue into Switzerland and catch the Habsburg army off guard. So far, the coalition of princes has not revealed any hostility towards the Habsburg family. If it weren't for Marin's spy James Bond obtaining confidential information from Wittenberg, the movement of the coalition of princes could not be so certain. After all, it is normal for princes to help princes fight wars over territorial disputes in Germany. Moreover, the coalition of princes deliberately concealed their shortcomings this time. They clearly had an army of 50,000 to 60,000, but claimed to have 30,000 troops. Obviously, they were afraid of scaring the Habsburg family and arousing their vigilance. Frundsberg was now certain that after the allied forces of the princes drove Count Christopher I of Baden into Basel, they would continue to besiege the city, and then deliberately leave a gap in the south to force Count Christopher I of Baden to flee into Switzerland. In this way, the allied forces of the princes would have an excuse to chase into Switzerland without being suspected by the Habsburg family. Moreover, in order to prevent Count Christopher I of Baden from surrendering without a bachelor, Duke Anthony of Lorraine, at the instruction of Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, deliberately sent someone to tell Count Christopher I of Baden that in order to vent his anger, as long as he caught you, he would strip you naked and parade you on the street. For a great noble, this kind of threat was more difficult to accept than being killed. After all, as a noble, the most important thing was the so-called honor. If someone stripped you naked and paraded you on the street, it would be a complete loss of face. Therefore, even in the face of tens of thousands of allied forces of the princes, Christopher I, who had been frightened, did not dare to surrender. Because surrender would be a huge humiliation. When Fronsberg summoned several hunters, Christopher I had already fled south with his family under the protection of a team of knights. However, because the county of Baden is a long and narrow country running from north to south, it is about 180 kilometers from Karlsruhe in the north to Basel on the southern border. Christopher I fled with his whole family, and there were many carriages in the team. In addition, the road in the Rhine Valley is not flat, and it is estimated that it will take 2 or 3 days to arrive. Fronsberg talked with the hunters for a long time and gave them a lot of gold coins. In the end, Fronsberg confirmed several mountain roads in Basel across the southern mountains. However, he was not sure which mountain road the prince's coalition would take. At this time, a hunter named Ryan suddenly said, "Sir, although there are several mountain roads to the south of Lucerne, if you want to pass the carriage and baggage, you must take the road to Kostel in the southeast. Because this road is the widest and flattest. The other mountain roads are either too narrow or too rugged, and are not suitable for carriages." Yes, carriage. Fronsberg's eyes lit up. If Marin sent his troops south, Fronsberg might not be sure which road Marin would take. However, for the prince's coalition of 50,000 or 60,000 people, there must be a lot of baggage. Moreover, they will also carry cannons. In this way, there will be many vehicles and they can only take the main road. In this way, the army will definitely not take the small road when it goes south, but can only take the wider road in the Kostel Valley. The jubilant Fronsberg rewarded the hunter Ryan with 100 gold coins, and then sent them to rest, but did not send them home. After all, he was afraid that Ryan and the others would tell the Allied forces about their ambush after they returned. "Pass on my order, leave behind more than 4,000 Swiss mountain troops, put on our uniforms and flags, and guard the city wall of Lucerne. And our main force of more than 14,000 people, all assemble and follow me to the Kostel Valley to ambush the coalition forces of the princes." Adjutant Karl dissuaded, "Sir, please think carefully. These are the only elite troops we have now. If we fail this time, we will never have a chance to turn things around." Fronsberg smiled and asked, "Do you think it's risky for me to gamble everything?" "Very risky." Adjutant Karl nodded desperately. But Fronsberg smiled bitterly and said, "Do I have any other choice? If I don't take this risk, once the coalition forces of the princes and the French join forces, we will have to lose most of Switzerland and retreat to the southeast corner. By then, the years of hard work of the Habsburg family will be in vain. And I am the best scapegoat. Even if His Majesty the Emperor does not execute me, it is certain that all my positions will be revoked and I will be reduced to a civilian. Moreover, I will always bear the shame and will never be able to wash it off even after death." After a pause, Fronsberg continued, "So, Karl, this is my last chance and my only chance. Let's go all out, it's better than being a scapegoat after failure. Even if I die, I will bite off a big piece of the enemy's meat. Moreover, we may not lose." After speaking, Fronsberg strode out of the command room and went out to gather all the regular army soldiers. Chapter 1264, The Coin Faces Up. On the way to the parade ground of the barracks, Fronsberg was in a heavy mood. To be honest, Fronsberg regretted it in his heart. He regretted leaving East Frisia and coming to Austria. At the beginning, because of his admiration for the family tradition of the Habsburg royal family and his desire for the title, Fronsberg chose to leave East Frisia, which had an uncertain future at the time, and turn to the emperor's army. Now, looking back, Fronsberg thinks that was a bad move. Before joining the Habsburg family camp, Fronsberg was full of fantasies about the Habsburg family, the only royal family in Europe. In those fantasies, the Habsburg family was noble, generous, and upscale. But when he really joined the Habsburg family camp and entered the core circle, Fronsberg knew that the Habsburg family, which looked glamorous on the outside, was actually in a mess inside, with a foul smell. The Habsburg family has been passed down for hundreds of years and has a long history. However, the bad thing is also because of this long history. Starting with the big-nosed Rudolf I, the Habsburg family began to branch out in Austria. The men of the family were granted territories in Austria and each managed one side. Over the past few hundred years, the Habsburg family has many branches, and there are a lot of dukes and counts alone. Emperor Maximilian I in Austria can actually only be regarded as the patriarch of the Habsburg family, not a lord with the final say. Although Austria is large, it can also be divided into many parts. The emperor is only the Archduke of Austria, but Austria is also divided into Upper Austria, Lower Austria, the Duchy of Tyrol and the Duchy of Styria. Moreover, there are several counts from the branches of the Habsburg family in each duchy. As for barons, there are even more. Therefore, every time Emperor Maximilian I held a family meeting, the scene was as lively as the imperial parliament. Seriously speaking, the land directly controlled by Emperor Maximilian I actually only occupies a small part of Austria. Most of the rest was divided up by the many branches of the Habsburg family. Therefore, in this era when the monarch could only rely on the output of the territory, commercial taxes and import and export taxes to maintain, the Habsburg royal family, which had few direct territories, was a standard poor royal family. Fortunately, Maximilian I had a good marriage. Relying on marriage, he annexed the Duchy of Burgundy, which had a large territory, so that the poor Habsburg family did not collapse financially. But because of the Duchy of Burgundy, although only the Franche-Comté region and the Netherlands region were left after the invasion of France, the tax revenue of Flanders alone was equal to that of Austria. Later, after internal family struggles, Maximilian I had to make concessions, and he received less tax revenue from Austria in the future, and then mainly relied on the Netherlands and Franche-Comté regions to support himself. As for the less tax revenue, it was naturally divided up by the branches of the Habsburg family. The dukes, earls and barons of the branches of the Habsburg family did not have the ability to accomplish things, but they were absolutely first class at doing bad things. He always liked to find fault with the emperor, and Maximilian I had to make some concessions in order to maintain the Habsburg family's glamorous appearance and internal stability. Frundsberg knew very well that Emperor Maximilian I trusted him very much, but the counts of the Habsburg family did not like him. If he was defeated in Switzerland and lost most of Switzerland, Maximilian I might want to protect him, but the members of the Habsburg family would definitely let him take the blame. Why? Because the Eagle Castle in Aargau, Switzerland is the ancestral land of the Habsburg family. Losing the ancestral land is a great sin. This shit pot cannot be put on Emperor Maximilian I. Then, the best person to take the blame is obviously Frundsberg. Once he is accused of losing the family's ancestral land, even if Frundsberg is capable, Maximilian I will have to give up on him under the strong pressure within the family. Unless, His Majesty the Emperor has the courage to break with the family, but that is impossible. Facing the complicated Habsburg family, Frundsberg was very troubled and regretful. He even had the urge to return to Marin's command. But he knew that was impossible. After all, he was equivalent to betraying East Frisia at the beginning. Even if he went back, there would be no place for him in East Frisia. And if he had not left at the beginning, then in the current North Sea army, under Marin, except for Schwarz, it would be him, and Stade would have nothing to do with it. In fact, when Frundsberg was learning the art of war from Marin, his talent was better than Schwarz. However, Schwarz followed Marin earlier and was more loyal, so he firmly occupied the position of the number one general under Marin. However, all this can't be undone. Frundsberg felt lost, but had to accept the reality. When he arrived at the parade ground, Frundsberg put away his lost feeling, forced himself to be confident, stood on the high platform with high spirits, and announced loudly, "Soldiers, today, I will take you to complete a great mission, to defeat the enemies of the great Habsburg family. As long as this battle is successful, you will be great contributors to the great Habsburg family, and His Majesty the Emperor will certainly reward you generously. Many of you may be knighted." The war was about to start, and Frundsberg was not sure. However, he had heard Marin say that before the war, it is best not to tell the truth, but to fool as much as possible to raise morale to the peak. In this way, it is easy to win the expedition. Moreover, Marin also cited an example of all coins facing up to illustrate the importance of fooling during pre-war mobilization. Thinking of this, Frundsberg's eyes flashed, and he said, "Tonight, I will hold a departure ceremony. Everyone pack up and set off at night." Because it was an ambush, it was impossible to leave the city during the day. Otherwise, it would be easy to be discovered by the French. Therefore, Frundsberg chose to sneak out of the city at night. But before leaving the city, Frundsberg did not pack his luggage, but took a few loyal confidants to polish gold coins. The gold coins polished by Frundsberg and his loyal confidants were golden gold coins engraved with the large head of Emperor Maximilian I. They were a batch of Emperor gold coins specially made 2 years ago to celebrate the successful coronation of Maximilian I as emperor. The front of this Emperor gold coin is a large head of the emperor wearing a crown, and the reverse is the Habsburg family double-headed eagle logo and text. What Frundsberg and his men did was to polish the reverse side of the gold coin. Then, he glued the smooth sides of the 2 gold coins, both of which only had the front side left, together with expensive special glue. In the evening, after the army had dinner, the soldiers gathered on the parade ground again, and countless torches were lit around. Frundsberg brought a middle-aged man dressed as a fortune-teller to the stage. Frundsberg said loudly, "Soldiers, the future of this expedition is uncertain. For this reason, I specially invited the famous local fortune teller Master William to predict the good and bad luck of our expedition. Now, please welcome Master William. Then, a middle-aged man in a black robe walked up to the stage with a serious face and said in front of all the soldiers, "My divination method is very special, it's coin divination. It's to chant a spell on a handful of gold coins and scatter them on the ground. The more gold coins face up, the more auspicious it is. If all the gold coins face up, then we will win this battle." The soldiers below were all confused after hearing this. Is there anyone who uses money for divination? They had only heard of astrology, tarot cards, and letters, but they had never heard of coin divination. But Master William didn't care about everyone's confusion, and took out a handful of gold coins and said, "This is the Emperor's gold coin, issued to celebrate the official coronation of His Majesty the Emperor in Rome. Today, I will use this kind of gold coin to tell fortunes. If most of the heads are facing up, then this battle will be won. If all the heads are facing up, then this battle will be won." Then, Master William recited a few spells that he himself couldn't understand, and with a crash sound, he sprinkled the gold coins in his hand on the chopping board where the statue of Jesus was enshrined on the general's stand. Then, Master William pretended to take a casual look, and then shouted like he was crazy, "Good luck! Good luck! All the gold coins are facing up. This battle will be won." "Really? Let me see." Frundsberg pretended to be surprised, and after he came forward to take a look, he also cheered loudly as if possessed. "It's true that all the gold coins have their heads facing up. It seems that God also blesses His Majesty the Great Emperor. God bless our Emperor. We will win the next battle." Then, Frundsberg winked at his confidants. "God bless our Emperor. We will win the next battle." These were all arranged long ago, so naturally they gave them face. "God bless our Emperor. We will win the next battle. God bless our Emperor. We will win the next battle. God bless our Emperor. We will win the next battle." After the soldiers were tired of shouting, they sent representatives to the stage to watch the divination results. Among them, a clumsy soldier wanted to touch the gold coins on the chopping board with his hands. Frundsberg was immediately anxious. What if the truth was discovered? So, he thought quickly and kicked the soldier away, cursing, "How can you touch the altar where the gods are enshrined? Don't blaspheme the gods." Then, no one dared to touch it. Of course, if they did, they would be exposed. Taking advantage of the high morale, Frundsberg announced with high spirits, "The army is going to the battle." Chapter 1265, Entering an Ambush. Then, the officers on the parade ground returned to their camps to prepare for the expedition. The parade ground was limited in area, and it was impossible for all 15,000 people to come. Only a part of them came. Therefore, the army needed to prepare more before going out. In addition, it was just evening, and the roar of the mountains and the sea just now must have alarmed the French. Therefore, Frundsberg planned to quietly lead his troops out of the city at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Seeing that most people had left, Frundsberg quickly winked at his trusted subordinates and said, "Come on, quickly carry this platform for worshipping the gods and these gold coins into the command room and lock them up. Be careful, this is a miracle." Several trusted subordinates understood and immediately went on stage to carefully carry the platform back to the command room. After entering the command room, while no one was around, they quietly replaced the gold coins with large portraits on both sides with normal gold coins, with the front side facing up and in the same position. In this way, they would not be afraid of being exposed after returning from the expedition. Ancient Europe was different from ancient China. During the Song dynasty in China, Confucianism was in power and emphasized, Confucianism does not talk about strange things. Although Di Qin was found to be a fraud later, it was not a problem and became a good story. However, it was not possible in ancient Europe. Because Frundsberg deceived everyone in the name of God and Jesus. If he was found out later, he would be charged with blasphemy. No matter how great his achievements were, he would be finished. Therefore, Frundsberg asked his confidants to replace all the gold coins with normal ones and destroyed the previous batch of problematic gold coins. Even left 2 confidants to silence the so-called Master William. After arranging these, Frundsberg breathed a sigh of relief and quietly left the city with his army in the middle of the night. Before leaving, Szekilka, the leader of the Eastern Swiss militia regiment who was responsible for staying in Lucerne, found Frundsberg with a bitter face and said, "Sir, I am afraid that I can't stop the French army with only the more than 4,000 Eastern Swiss mountain people under my command." Frundsberg comforted, "It's okay, I didn't expect you to be able to stop it." Szekilka choked immediately. What kind of words are these? Although this is the truth, is it really okay to say it at this time? Frundsberg continued, Your task is to pretend to be us in the next few days. I left you enough military uniforms, you just wear them and hang around on the city wall. In addition, put more double-headed eagle flags on the city wall. This is also the suspecting the enemy strategy that Marin once taught him. In addition, the uniforms of Frundsberg's army were also learned from Marin's army. However, the North Sea army wore white vests with black crosses on them, and the soldiers under Frundsberg also wore white vests, but with the double-headed eagle of the Habsburg family painted on them. Of course, this was not painted, but printed on a large woodblock. After all, the double-headed eagle is difficult to draw, not as easy to hand-draw as the black cross. After wearing the white vests printed with the Habsburg double-headed eagle, Frundsberg's Habsburg family, Swiss Legion, looked much more neat. Moreover, this kind of white painted vest is very low in cost and is made of inferior woolen cloth woven from inferior coarse wool. The vest manufacturing process is also simple, so there is no cost. Of course, the frontline soldiers were also equipped with breastplates and helmets, which were more expensive. Shikirika was still worried and asked, what if the French see through and attack the city? We will definitely not be able to stop them. Frundsberg lowered his head and pondered for a while, then said, if the French really attack, you hold on for 5 days. After 5 days, I will allow you to surrender, and you will not be held accountable. Okay. With Frundsberg's promise, Shikirika was relieved. After explaining clearly, Frundsberg led the army and marched to the northern mountains at night. However, many soldiers were equipped with half-length engineer shovels that were commonly equipped by the soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom. During the march, Frundsberg sent a fast horse to Basel to inform the Basel garrison General Berkey, ordering him to hold on for 2 days, and then retreat from the south gate with the family of Count Christopher I of Baden, and follow the main road to the coastal valley. Moreover, Frundsberg specifically told Berkey not to rush, but to take his time to the coastal valley. This was because Frundsberg expected that the coalition of princes would not rush to catch up with the family of Count Christopher I of Baden in order to reasonably march into Switzerland, but would chase them slowly, just like a cat teasing a mouse. Only when they got close to Lucerne and Christopher I was useless, would they seriously chase and catch Christopher I's family, or simply let them go. After all, their real target was the Habsburg family army in Lucerne, not Christopher I. When Frundsberg's messenger arrived in Basel, Christopher I's family had just fled into the city of Basel. Basel defender Berkey had only 2,000 troops in his hands, and faced with the 60,000 princes coalition, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. However, Frundsberg told him in a letter that the princes coalition would not really attack desperately, but would only force them to run away. Sure enough, after the princes coalition followed the family of Christopher I, Count of Baden, arrived at the city of Basel, they were not in a hurry to attack the city, but built camps in the east, north and west of Basel, leaving no troops stationed in the south. The commander of the corps is really as good as a god. Berkey finally settled down and began to deploy defenses. After all, Frundsberg asked him to hold on for 2 days. Frundsberg asked Berkey to hold on for 2 days to buy time for his army to set up an ambush. After all, there are many things to prepare for setting up an ambush on the hillsides on both sides of the valley. First, the road must be blocked. This is no problem. All the cavalry will be spread out and no one will be allowed to go to the direction of Basel, so that confidentiality can be maintained. Then, to set an ambush, pits must be dug on the hillsides on both sides to hide the soldiers. Otherwise, only a fool would continue to move forward when he saw from afar that the hillsides on both sides of the coastal valley were full of soldiers. In addition, enough horse traps must be dug in front of the valley to prevent the enemy from desperately moving forward. At the same time, enough stones must be prepared on the hillsides on both sides. Because throwing stones down from the hillside is very harmful. Even if you wear full body plate armor, facing the huge rocks falling from the sky, you will either die or be injured. Among them, round stones are the best. Because round stones will roll and roll into the enemy's formation, messing up the enemy's formation and completely disintegrating their battle formation and military morale. Therefore, the 2 days that Berkey won in Basel city were used by Frundsberg to dig pits and collect stones. On Berkey's side, the princes' coalition did not put in a lot of effort to besiege Basel, but just pretended. So he easily held on for 2 days. But on the 3rd day, Frederick III, Elector of Saxony, became impatient and ordered the coalition forces of the princes to launch a fatal attack, which immediately caused hundreds of casualties to the defenders of Berkey. Anyway, the time has come. Berkey took the remaining more than 1,000 people and the family of Christopher I, the Count of Baden, who was protecting them, and fled from the south gate in a hurry. In order to delay the pursuit, Christopher I, the Count of Baden, deliberately scattered a lot of silver coins on the road. He learned this from the Battle of Fornovo many years ago, when the French wanted to run away, but was afraid of being entangled by the Italian light cavalry. So Charles VIII simply ordered to scatter gold and silver treasures on the road. Then, the light cavalry soldiers of the Italian coalition really dismounted to pick up the money, forgetting to chase the French. However, this trick was easily seen through by Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony. But Frederick III did not stop the soldiers from stopping to pick up the money, because he was not in a hurry to catch up with Christopher I. This time, stopping to pick up the money just gave them a good reason to not catch up with the other party. After picking up all the money on the ground, the prince's coalition continued to move forward and pursue Christopher I and his entourage. In this way, the two parties, one chasing and the other fleeing, both walked onto the coastal valley avenue and entered the ambush circle. Chapter 1266, The Brave Wins. Captain, the troops of Count Christopher I of Baden and Lord Berkey have come. The trap's ahead of us. The ambush site chosen by Frundsberg's Swiss Legion was not far north of Coastal Town, because there was a fork in the road to the south of Coastal Town. One road went south to Olten, and further south was the Lucerne area. The other road went southeast to Aarau, the capital of Aargau state. The Eagle Castle, the ancestral home of the Habsburg family, was also in the mountainous area northeast of Aarau. Whether the prince's coalition army went to Lucerne or took down the Eagle Castle, the ancestral home of the Habsburg family, the consequences were not something Frundsberg could afford. Moreover, with two forks in the road, Frundsberg was not sure how the prince's coalition army would go. Therefore, setting the ambush point on the valley road in the north of Coastal was the best choice. How far is the prince's coalition army from Berkey and his men? Frundsberg thought for a while and asked. It's about an hour's journey. Lord Christopher scattered a lot of silver coins on the road before, and the other party stopped to pick up the money and spent some time. The spy reported. Very good, you go now, tell Berkey and his men to speed up, tell them to enter the town of Coastal quickly, and then set up defenses on the spot to block the enemies who may break through the trap area. Frundsberg ordered. But those traps. Lord Berkey and his men can't get through. Just now I have sent people to lay door panels on the traps, so it's still okay for Berkey and his men to get through. Remember to tell them to disperse a little and not step on the traps, there are wooden stakes underneath. After they pass, I will have people remove the door panels. Yes. The spy took the order and left. Berkey, who received the order, immediately ordered loudly, everyone, speed up. When you get to the front, walk apart, don't walk together. Especially, stay away from those carriages. Then, the whole team began to speed up. After Berkey's 1,000 or so people passed, Frundsberg's men quickly removed the door panels. These door panels can also block the arrows of the prince's coalition later. An hour later, the vanguard of the prince's coalition also arrived near the town of Coastal. Looking at the steep slopes on both sides of the valley avenue, the commander of the coalition forces, Elector Frederick III of Saxony, instinctively felt uncomfortable, as if he had forgotten something. But looking around from a distance, he could not see anything wrong. After all, Frundsberg had studied with Marin for a long time, so he naturally knew how to disguise himself. How could he easily let people see the problem? But Frederick III, who was cautious by nature, changed the way the cavalry walked in front, and let the German mercenaries, who were mainly infantry, walk in front. And he and the group of nobles, as well as a large number of knights, walked in the middle and back. In fact, what Frederick III always felt forgotten was the mountain road ambush in which Marin ambushed Charles VIII 18 years ago. However, because it had been 18 years since the incident, and the ambush was fought in the middle of the night, and now it was daytime. Therefore, Frederick III did not remember it for a while. On the distant hilltop, Frundsberg, who was observing with a telescope, was a little anxious what was going on. Did the other party discover it? But after observing it later, it seemed that he was not discovered. After analysis, Frundsberg finally determined that the enemy was cautious rather than discovering an ambush. But the problem was that the ambush he arranged was basically concentrated in the front, intending to attack the noble convoy and knight group in front. And now, the noble convoy and the knight group ran to the middle. Pass my order, elite soldiers stand up, bend down and move back from the tunnel, target, the enemy convoy and knight troops. Remember, never show your head. In the past 2 or 3 days, Frundsberg had his men use engineer shovels to dig a half-person high tunnel on the hillside on both sides. Now Frundsberg's soldiers are lying in the tunnel, waiting for Frundsberg to give the order to attack. After receiving the order, the 3,000 elite soldiers who originally planned to rush down and attack in the front stood up and crouched down, and walked back from the tunnel. Even the tunnel opposite Frundsberg received the order through gestures across the hill in a hidden area. Fortunately, it took a lot of time for the prince's coalition to change its formation, so Frundsberg had plenty of time to mobilize troops. After all, it would take time for the prince's coalition cavalry and infantry to change positions. In fact, it was best to attack when the prince's coalition cavalry and infantry changed positions. However, the position was wrong, and the opponent had not entered the ambush circle yet. The main reason was that the opponent's prince's convoy and cavalry had not entered the circle. As a student of Marin, Frundsberg even knew the principle of shooting the horse first when shooting a man, and capturing the king first when capturing a thief. He knew that although the prince's coalition had 50,000 to 60,000 people, the real essence was the 10,000 cavalry. As for the infantry, most of them were mercenaries and conscripts. Even if all the infantry died, the nobles would not feel bad. Because, as long as they spent money, they could recruit them again. Only those cavalry units that were vassals and confidants were the foundation of each princely state. These plate knights and heavy cavalry from knight families were not only the core of the army of each princely state, but also served as local officials of each princely state. Because the literacy rate in Europe is very low now. These rough knights are the largest group of literate people. Therefore, in many vassal states, the method of feudal knights taking charge of rural administration is implemented, allowing those knights to shoulder the local military and political affairs. After all, there are too few literate people in the countryside, and hiring literate civil servants will also require an additional salary. It is better to let these knights take charge of it. Only in towns will intellectuals be appointed to manage. Similarly, even in the Ming dynasty, which had a higher literacy rate, there were not enough officials to manage the countryside. Therefore, the countryside in the Ming dynasty was mainly managed by clan elders, gentry, and rural scholars. As for county officials, they did not go to the countryside at all. The Ming dynasty, which had a higher literacy rate, did not have enough officials to manage the countryside, let alone Europe, which had a lower literacy rate. Therefore, the countryside in Europe has always been managed by these small feudal lords. Although the cultural level of these knights is not high, they are better than illiterates. Therefore, as long as these knights are eliminated, not only can the opponent's military power be hit, but it can even cause chaos in the opponent's domestic rural management. Moreover, if the knights were captured, the other party would have to pay a ransom. Unlike conscripts, you can capture them and the princes don't care. After exchanging positions, the mercenaries in the front row of the prince's coalition army lined up in an orderly manner and marched forward. When the prince's convoy in the middle approached the predetermined position under the protection of the knights, the mercenaries in front also stepped on the trap. Ah, there is a trap. John was stabbed to death by the wooden stakes in the trap. The mercenaries in the front row were in chaos. What? A trap? Could it be? Frederick III was shocked, and then a sense of familiarity came to his mind. Oh no! There is an ambush. Turn around and retreat. Turn around. Retreat! Frederick III shouted with all his strength. He finally remembered the valley ambush, which was a big move that Marin had done. And the enemy commander Frundsberg was once Marin's subordinate. At this time, Frundsberg had just arrived at the designated location with his elite troops. Seeing that the enemy army had actually begun to turn around, he suddenly became anxious. He stood up from the tunnel on the hillside, drew out his command knife, and shouted, "Attack! Attack!" Then, the soldiers of the Habsburg Swiss Legion came out one after another, raised stones and threw them down. Is there really an ambush? Many soldiers of the prince's coalition forces had not yet reacted. But soon, the stones that fell from the sky caused huge casualties to the coalition soldiers on the mountain road. Ah, my head was hit. Someone screamed. My legs. My arms. These are still alive, some unlucky ones were hit in the head by stones and died on the spot. In order to avoid the stones rolling down the hillside, the coalition forces of the princes on the mountain road dodged left and right, and the long snake formation had been twisted beyond belief. At this time, many of the coalition forces of the princes in the back half had turned around and started to flee. Frundsberg suddenly became anxious. If he couldn't keep those princes and cavalry, even if he won, it would not be of much value. So, he made up his mind, raised his command knife again, and shouted, "Warriors of the stormtroopers, the enemy is about to escape, and we must not let them escape. Now, you pick up your swords and guns, follow me and rush down, kill into the enemy cavalry, kill those cavalry, and capture the vehicles where the hostile princes are. Your will." 3,000 elite stormtroopers shouted in unison, shaking the valley. Except for the stormtroopers, everyone else who doesn't throw stones or shoot, follow me down the mountain to chase. Fearing that there weren't enough people, Franzberg asked those soldiers who didn't have the task of throwing stones or shooting the enemy on the mountain to grab their weapons and go up together. Before going down the mountain, looking at the narrow mountain road, Franzberg remembered a passionate slogan that Marin had once shouted, and he couldn't help but shout it out: "When two meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. Soldiers, follow me." After that, he took the lead and rushed down a gentle slope. Chapter 1267, Unfinished Business. Seeing that the commander had taken the lead in the charge, the soldiers under Franzberg naturally could not show weakness. They also shouted, "The brave wins," when they meet on a narrow road like Franzberg, and accompanied Franzberg, bravely rushing towards the enemy cavalry in the valley. Speaking of which, these cavalry were all elites from various countries. If it were on the plain, Franzberg would not have the courage to attack the tens of thousands of cavalry with a few thousand people. However, this was on a narrow mountain road. Moreover, because there were friendly troops in front and behind, it was difficult for the knights of the prince's coalition to turn their horses around, let alone charge on horseback. Therefore, when Franzberg rushed down the mountain with a group of elite infantry wearing breastplate armor and helmets, the cavalry of the prince's coalition were actually a little at a loss. Then, Franzberg bravely led his men to chop the knights up and the horses' legs down, knocking down hundreds of coalition knights at once. Then, Franzberg discovered that chopping the horses' legs first was particularly effective. Because, after the horses' legs were cut, the knights would fall off their horses, and then his infantrymen would rush forward and kick the knights to death with their feet. "Cut the horses' legs first," Franzberg ordered loudly. Then, the soldiers of the assault team resolutely carried out the order. After a while, hundreds of knights fell off their horses and were dizzy. But before they could recover, they were attacked by many swords. Some of them were the most unlucky, and they were kicked to death or injured by many feet before they could react. While Franzberg led his team to attack the enemy cavalry group in the middle, the Austrian soldiers who stayed on the hillside in front were not idle either. They continued to throw stones or shoot with muskets and crossbows, killing and wounding a large number of enemy infantry in the valley. For a time, screams were everywhere. After clearing out the enemy heavy cavalry, the carriages of some princes of the prince's coalition were finally exposed. "Go and stop the carriage. Be sure to capture the carriage of the Elector of Saxony. And the carriage of the Duke of Lorraine," Franzberg shouted, and his voice spread far in the valley. Frederick III, who was fleeing in a carriage, also heard it, and was so scared that he immediately ordered, "Quick, pull out the Saxon flag on the top of the carriage." His soldiers immediately did so, and the owner of a carriage next to him, the Duke of Lorraine, saw it and followed suit, ordering the flag of the Duchy of Lorraine on the top of the carriage to be pulled out and put into the carriage. Soon, the soldiers of the assault team stopped several carriages of nobles and captured several heavyweight prisoners. However, the most important leaders such as the Elector of Saxony and the Duke of Lorraine were not captured. At this time, a stormtrooper asked Franzberg loudly, "Sir, what is the emblem of the Elector of Saxony's carriage? And what about the Duke of Lorraine?" "The emblem of the Elector of Saxony is a yellow and black flag, and that of Lorraine is a crowned white eagle." Then the stormtroopers began to look for. They didn't know that their target had removed the flag, and it was just 20 to 30 meters in front of them. If they knew, they could get close and leave the carriage with a crazy charge. However, these big-headed soldiers did not see the flag of the Elector of Saxony's Wettin family, nor did they see the crowned white eagle flag of the Lorraine family. After a while, several stormtroopers reported, "Sir, no carriages with these two flags were found." "What? Impossible." Franzberg stopped chasing the enemy and looked forward. Then, he noticed two luxurious carriages going away. Neither of them had flags. "Oh no, the other side has pulled down the flags. Those are the two carriages. Hurry up, organize the death squad to charge forward and make sure to keep those two carriages." Unfortunately, his order came too late. At this time, another group of knights rushed up from behind and surrounded the two carriages. Moreover, Frederick III also ordered loudly, "Knights, dismount. Cavalry cannot perform on the mountain road. You dismount and fight them." Then, thousands of knights dismounted, drew the knights' one-handed swords at their waists, and faced the stormtroopers. At this time, without the restraint of horses, the knights' combat effectiveness was greatly improved. Then, the advantage of the assault team became very small. Although the knights were generally beaten back, Franzberg's action of letting his men catch up with the carriages of Frederick III and Duke Anthony of Lorraine failed. Seeing that the battle was in a stalemate, Franzberg was also very anxious. At this time, he suddenly remembered the process of ambush Charles VIII that Marin had told him. One of them was to spread rumors. So, he suddenly had an idea and shouted, "Frederick III was captured. Frederick III was captured." Then, he walked to a captured carriage on the side, tore off the family flag of the small country on the roof, and picked up the flag of the Wettin family carried by a dead Saxon knight from the ground, and inserted it on the carriage. Then, Frundsberg entered the car, pulled out the trembling little count, and displayed it in public. Of course, they held down his head, preventing him from raising his head. Seeing that the boss was shouting like that, Frundsberg's cronies understood and started shouting together, Elector Frederick III of Saxony has been captured. Elector Frederick III of Saxony has been captured. Elector Frederick III has been captured. Elector Frederick has been captured. These shouts really attracted the attention of the coalition forces of the princes. The mercenaries in the front who were still being hit by stones, bullets, and arrows lost their fighting spirit one after another, and many of them raised their hands and knelt in surrender. Their employers had been captured, so what was there to do? The thousands of allied knights who were confronting the assault team were also confused for a while. Some knights who knew the situation shouted, "No, Lord Frederick has already withdrawn." However, everyone looked up and saw that the carriage in front was indeed flying the flag of the Wettin family. Moreover, the lord who was pulled out was wearing an expensive silk robe, which looked very similar. But why did Lord Frederick lower his head? "Lord, please raise your head so that we can take a look." And the captured little count was also very depressed. "I also wanted to raise my head, but I was held down." Because of this hesitation, the morale of the thousands of knights was seriously affected. Then, they were at a greater disadvantage and were directly defeated. Seeing that the knights protecting them from behind could not hold on, Frederick III, who was fleeing, also made a prompt decision and ordered, "All nobles, abandon the carriages, get on the horses, pile the carriages together, and block the enemy's pursuit." Then, he took the lead in getting off the carriage, cut the cable with a knife, and climbed onto the horse. He ordered the carriage to be placed across the road. The Duke of Lorraine and others who were accompanying him also made a prompt decision, got off the carriage, left the carriage behind, and got on the horse. When thousands of knights retreated, only one carriage deliberately made way for the knights to pass. After most of the knights retreated, the carriage blocked the mountain road. More than 1,000 knights who did not have time to retreat, and the pursuers of the stormtroopers, were blocked behind the carriage. In short, more than 1,000 knights were abandoned. Afterwards, the stormtroopers defeated the more than 1,000 abandoned knights and moved the carriage away. However, Frederick III had already fled far away with his rear army. Afterwards, Frederick III, who was in a hurry to escape, made another heroic move, drive the militiamen forward, and those who don't move forward will be killed immediately. In this way, Frederick III ordered the remaining thousands of knights to drive the 30,000 to 40,000 militiamen who were transporting military rations for them, and rush in the direction where Frundsberg was chasing. In order to achieve the goal of letting the militiamen stop the pursuers, Frederick III gave a cruel order: the militiamen who ran slowly would be killed. In order to avoid being killed by the knights in the north, the militiamen of the coalition forces of the princes desperately fled to the southeast. When Frundsberg and the pursuers came over, what he saw was tens of thousands of militiamen rushing over. Frundsberg was frightened and quickly ordered to set up a defensive formation. After a lot of killing, he finally stopped the attack of tens of thousands of princes' coalition forces. Looking at the mountain road blocked by tens of thousands of militiamen, Frundsberg was overwhelmed. Obviously, the enemy used the cruel method of sacrificing militiamen to successfully stop his pursuit. Seeing that he could not catch up with the enemy, Frundsberg sighed and said, "It's a failure. I didn't succeed this time, and there will be no such opportunity next time." Fortunately, this ambush destroyed and captured most of the enemy troops. And also captured several counts. At this time, the prince's coalition forces had less than 25,000 soldiers left, and their morale collapsed. They could not pose a threat to him in a short time. Chapter 1268, Recruiting Surrendered Soldiers. In fact, if Marin knew about Frundsberg's arrangement, he would definitely guess this result. Why? Because there are too many soldiers in the prince's coalition. If you ambush a few thousand enemy troops, you may be able to wipe them out. But if you ambush 60,000 enemy troops on a narrow mountain road, unless you close the door and beat the dog, you will definitely not be able to wipe them out. Because there are too many people. Even 60,000 pigs will take several days to kill, let alone 60,000 soldiers. Moreover, the mountain road is narrow, and there is no wide enough road to chase if you want to kill. Frederick III sacrificed 30,000 or 40,000 civilians and blocked the mountain road all at once. Frundsberg had no way to chase. However, the prince's coalition gave up the 40,000 civilians and let Frundsberg eat his fill. It's not that these people are useful, but that these civilians brought a lot of food, baggage, and looted gold and silver treasures. Frederick III fled with the coalition forces, so naturally he had no time to take away the food, baggage and treasures. After all, his life was important. Therefore, on the road leading to Basel, there were abandoned grain carts and carriages and carts loaded with baggage and gold and silver treasures everywhere. Therefore, after intimidating the remaining 30,000 coalition militiamen, Franzberg could naturally enjoy the food baggage and gold and silver treasures discarded on the road. Franzberg happily arranged his men to take over the food baggage and gold and silver treasures, especially the military rations, which were originally for 60,000 troops and 40,000 militiamen, so there were countless of them. With this batch of military rations, Franzberg's army can eat until next year. As for other baggage and gold and silver treasures, they are not so important. Marin once emphasized that in wartime, food is king. Without food, the army will collapse and the people will starve to death. Therefore, in times of war, food is always more important than gold and silver treasures. In fact, in troubled times, the reason why the population of the people dropped sharply was not because the people were directly killed by the chaotic soldiers, but because the people's food was robbed by the army. Then, a large number of people starved to death. Only a few actually died under the butcher's knife. Of course, although those chaotic soldiers did not kill people directly, those people also starved to death because of the chaotic soldiers' looting of food. Therefore, it is not wrong to put the blood debt on their heads. Because he remembered Marin's teachings in the past, Franzberg directly asked his men to escort the civilians brought by the prince's coalition forces and transport all the grain carts into the town of Kostal. Then, wait for the transfer to Lucerne. After the grain was transported, gold, silver, treasures and other supplies began to be transported. At this time, Karl, the adjutant in charge of counting prisoners of war and casualties, came over with a bitter face. Seeing Franzberg, Karl said depressedly, "Sir, our casualties this time are not small, close to 3,000. 3,000? Not much." Franzberg was a little surprised. 3,000 in exchange for tens of thousands of the other side, it was a profit. Karl shook his head and continued, "That being said, we suffered 2,000 elite casualties this time, and they are concentrated in the stormtroopers." This. Franzberg also reacted. He led 3,000 stormtroopers to charge the enemy's most elite knights, and the casualties were indeed not small. If it weren't for the guards who fought to the death to protect him, he might have died. After all, the knights on the opposite side were all masters who had practiced martial arts since childhood. Fighting against such a strong opponent, it is difficult to avoid heavy casualties. However, he didn't expect to lose 2/3 of the stormtroopers. You know, the stormtroopers are the most elite soldiers under his command. Losing most of them really hurt him. Just when Franzberg was feeling sad, Karl continued, "This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that we only have 12,000 regular troops left. The coalition of princes has about 25,000 troops escaping. It's no problem for them to flee in a hurry now, but when they recover and run to join the French, our 12,000 people can't stop them at all." Franzberg was shocked. Even if the coalition of princes had poor combat effectiveness, 25,000 troops combined with 20,000 elite French troops and elite Swiss mountain people. He now only has 12,000 regular troops, plus more than 4,000 militia. It's really dangerous. Before, he was only concerned with the joy of victory, until now, Franzberg was horrified to find that the crisis has not been resolved. What should I do? What should I do? Franzberg paced back and forth anxiously. And Karl's next words made Franzberg even more nervous. "Captain, I think Frederick III, who has withdrawn to Basel, must have recovered by now, and will guess that our army has sent out all of its forces to ambush them. Although the coalition forces of the princes cannot counterattack us in a short time due to the collapse of morale, I am worried that he will send messengers to the French camp west of Lucerne from another route to tell the French that our army is not in Lucerne. At that time, the French will definitely not give up the great opportunity to capture Lucerne. Then I will immediately order 10,000 people to rush back to Lucerne city to assist in the defense, and the rest of the people will stay in Kostal to guard the captured supplies and prisoners." Franzberg said. "No, Commander, we have captured 65,000 prisoners. We can't control them with only 2,000 soldiers. 65,000 prisoners. So many. The coalition forces of the princes have less than 40,000 civilians. Could it be?" Franzberg was a little surprised. Yes, most of the 30,000 soldiers in the front of the coalition surrendered. We also caught up with many of the infantrymen behind us. In fact, there were only about 7,000 coalition soldiers who were actually killed or injured. Moreover, most of them were trampled to death due to the chaos, and many were killed or injured by stones. There were not many who died in the battle. Speaking of this, Karl's expression was a little strange. In fact, the ancient army was like this, and the defeat was like a landslide. Once defeated, no matter how many people you have, as long as you are defeated, the soldiers will run around. Then, the casualties caused by the trampling of people and horses are much more than those caused by the actual battle. Especially for an army with a large number of people, once it is defeated, this situation is most likely to occur. That means, we now have 25,000 prisoners of war. No, to be precise, it is 27,000 prisoners of war. Karl corrected. Franzberg was stunned for a moment, then suddenly asked, what kind of soldiers are these prisoners of war? Karl thought for a while and said, they are all infantry, about 18,000 mercenaries, and 9,000 conscripts with low combat effectiveness. 18,000 mercenaries. Franzberg's eyes lit up immediately. Because he remembered a story that Marin had told. It was a story about 30,000 poor ghosts crossing the Yellow River to fight the invading army. It is said that when the 30,000 poor ghost soldiers crossed the Yellow River, they were wearing tattered clothes, their weapons were very poor, and their ammunition was insufficient. However, by absorbing heroes from all sides, this army snowballed and grew stronger. After a few years, it had reached more than 1 million people. Then, they had the capital to fight for the world. In the story told by Marin, this originally very poor army would mobilize some puppet soldiers to join them every time it defeated the enemy, especially a unit called Puppet Army, that loved to send equipment. Those who were unwilling to join were also released, and then captured next time so that they could continue to send equipment. In addition, this army also absorbed various guerrillas and even bandits. As long as the goal was the same and the background was not too bad, basically everyone was accepted. Therefore, in a few years, they increased their army by millions. Of course, when they absorb those troops with not so clean backgrounds, they are particular about it. That is, they will be disbanded and reorganized, and will never let the surrendered soldiers with a bad background maintain their original organization. Moreover, for bandits and surrendered soldiers, they will basically clean up the bandit leaders and the generals among the surrendered soldiers before accepting those minions. Of course, they also have to plan for rearrangement. Thinking of this, Franzberg's heart became hot. Can I also learn this trick and annex those mercenaries? Franzberg obviously looked down on those conscripts. They were just a group of farmers with weapons, which was what Marin once said, cannon fodder. Those mercenaries were different. Most of them were veterans who had been in battle for a long time and had certain combat qualities. Moreover, they only fought for money and had no intention of joining a certain prince. They would work for whoever gave them money. Of course, compared with the well-trained soldiers of the Habsburg Swiss Legion under Franzberg, these German mercenaries were not good enough. On the front battlefield, Franzberg can ensure that his soldiers can completely defeat them. However, Franzberg does not need an elite army to confront the enemy head-on, but a group of soldiers to help defend the city. And these mercenaries with certain combat experience are the best to defend the city, cannon fodder. Don't think that these mercenaries are not as good as his elites, and can't beat the French elite soldiers. However, if they are brought to Lucerne to defend the city, there will be no problem. After all, relying on the city walls, these mercenaries with slightly poor combat effectiveness can also play a very good effect. Of course, as Marin said before, these mercenaries with insufficient loyalty cannot be allowed to maintain their original structure. Because, with a leader, these people will have their own little tricks in their hearts and become difficult to control. Therefore, Franzberg decided to learn from the snowball-growing army in Marin's story, no mercenary generals, break up and reorganized the mercenary soldiers. After thinking it through, Franzberg told his adjutant Karl, let's go see the surrendered mercenaries, I want to recruit them. Recruit those surrendered soldiers? Are they reliable? For money, they can do anything. Adjutant Karl worried. So what? Didn't we seize a lot of carts of gold and silver this time? Give them. What I want is soldiers and horses. As long as I add more than 10,000 troops, I will be able to hold the current defense line and not let the French advance any further. Even if the remaining princes' coalition forces join the French army, we can stop them. Chapter 1269, The Sudden Increase in Military Strength and the Division of Forces for Defense. Next, Franzberg took Karl to the warehouse and found the gold and silver treasures that he had not paid much attention to before. Although gold and silver treasures were not as important as food during war, the mercenaries only cared about money and not people, and they liked this the most. Find someone to push these boxes of gold and silver and follow me to the prisoner of war camp. Then, under the protection of a group of elite guards, Franzberg took a lot of gold and silver treasures and went to the prisoner of war camp where the mercenaries were. He first led people into the tents where the mercenary generals were, and asked with a smile, "Are you willing to accept my employment?" The captured mercenary generals were stunned for the first time, and then a certain mercenary general with a green head said, "Pooh," and shouted, I will never serve the running dogs of the Habsburg family. Frundsberg's smile did not diminish, but he turned around and ordered Karl, drag him out and kill him. Then, the mercenary leader who firmly opposed the Habsburg family was dragged out and sliced. The remaining mercenary generals were immediately frightened, and one mercenary general asked timidly, "Sir, even if we agree to accept your employment, will you trust us? Aren't you afraid that we will stab you in the back?" Frundsberg shook his head and said, "I don't trust you, and I'm afraid you'll stab me in the back. But I'm not here to hire you this time, but I hope you can help me persuade your mercenaries to join my army." "Then how should we arrange it?" The general was stunned, and then became nervous. "Are we going to be killed?" The atmosphere in the tent suddenly became tense, but Frundsberg was not in a hurry. He asked Karl to move a box of gold and silver over, and then said, "Although I don't believe you, if you are willing to persuade your men to join my army, I can divide this box of gold and silver among you. Then, I will let you go." Frundsberg was also a mercenary. He knew that most of the mercenaries were stupid, and some had a very stubborn temper, but they all listened to the words of these mercenary generals. If he didn't go through these mercenary generals, it would be difficult to persuade those stubborn mercenaries. But it was very easy to let these mercenary generals persuade those mercenaries to join him. After all, these people were the original leaders of those mercenaries. Therefore, he needed these people to cooperate. Looking at these hesitant mercenary generals, Frundsberg asked calmly, "Have you thought about it? If you agree, you can take the money and go home after doing this. If you don't agree, then go to hell." "Sir, you can't do this. There is no tradition of killing captured officers in Europe." A mercenary general protested. Frundsberg glanced at him and explained, "Europe only has a tradition of not killing captured nobles, but not a tradition of not killing captured officers. The officers in the past were all nobles, but most of the mercenary officers were not nobles, and killing them did not violate the rules. Indeed, since the rise of German mercenaries, many local heroes of civilian origin have also formed mercenary groups. Most of the cavalry mercenary leaders are nobles. However, many of the leaders of the infantry mercenaries are not nobles, and they are not within the rules of not being able to kill." At this time, two mercenary generals stood up and smiled, "We are nobles." Obviously, they thought Frundsberg didn't dare to kill them. Frundsberg frowned and said, "I can't kill you casually, but I can let you die in battle." This was a naked threat. As soon as he finished speaking, Frundsberg's guards were ready to move, as if they wanted to pull the two out and let them die in battle. Seeing Frundsberg so cruel, the mercenary leaders in the tent were scared. After all, they became mercenaries to earn money to support their families, and they would not be willing to die like this. Moreover, those who can be leaders are not stupid. Under the persuasion of these former mercenary leaders, 15,000 of the 18,000 captured mercenaries agreed to join Frundsberg's army. Then, they were dispersed and incorporated into Frundsberg's various teams. In this way, Frundsberg, who originally had only 12,000 main forces, had 27,000 troops in his hands overnight. However, Frundsberg also knew that although the strength of the army had more than doubled, the newly recruited mercenaries had not yet formed a coordination with his own soldiers, nor had they undergone formal training. Therefore, even with so many soldiers, he did not think of counterattacking, but planned to continue to defend. Wait until these surrendered soldiers and the original veterans cooperated tacitly, and then planned to formally counterattack. In addition, in order to save food, Frundsberg also ruthlessly drove away the nearly 40,000 civilians of the Prince's coalition who had been captured before, and rushed to the direction of Basel. The Prince's coalition is currently hiding in the city of Basel to lick its wounds, and Frundsberg does not intend to let them have an easy time. It is by no means a good thing to return these nearly 40,000 civilians to them. Because these nearly 40,000 civilians have no combat effectiveness. Returning them to the Prince's coalition will only increase the consumption of food for the Prince's coalition. After all, that's nearly 40,000 mouths. The Prince's coalition army lost most of its food and grass, and if they asked these civilians to go back and eat with them, the Prince's coalition army would not be able to bear it. This trick was also mentioned by Marin, that is, in ancient times, before the army attacked the city, it deliberately drove many local people into the city. In this way, the food consumption in the city increased greatly. As long as the siege lasts a little longer, and there are more people driven into the city, the food consumption will increase greatly. When the food in the city is eaten up, they can only surrender without a fight. As for those mercenaries who refused to surrender to themselves, and those captured conscripts, Frundsberg did not let them go back. Because these people going back can enhance the combat effectiveness of the Prince's coalition army. Therefore, Frundsberg kept all these people and used them as coolies. Afterwards, Frundsberg divided the army into two. He personally led 15,000 people with some food and grass to rush back to Lucerne to continue to guard against the French army. The remaining 12,000 troops, accompanied by another 3,000 mercenary prisoners of war and 9,000 conscripted prisoners of war, took food and supplies and most of the gold and silver to Arau in the southeast. It is the capital city of the canton of Aargau, which is more conducive to defense. In addition, Arau is the pass leading to Eagle Castle, the ancestral home of the Habsburg family. Defending Arau can prevent the enemy from invading Eagle Castle, the ancestral home of the Habsburg family. Although Eagle Castle is not an important town, it has no strategic value in the eyes of outsiders. However, if Eagle Castle is lost, members of the Habsburg family will definitely cause trouble for themselves. These people may not be able to help Frundsberg, but they are very capable in ruining his business. Therefore, Eagle Castle cannot be lost easily. In addition, Arau, as a pass in the north, can also prevent the French army or the coalition forces of the princes from going around to the back of Lucerne from here. Lucerne is an important town in the south of the Swiss Central Valley, while Arau is an important town in the north of the Central Valley. With control of the two important towns in the north and south, the French army and the coalition forces of the princes dare not easily go around to the east. Otherwise, there is a huge risk of having your retreat cut off. Moreover, the two towns echoing each other from north to south can also make the French army and the coalition of princes feel apprehensive. Previously, Frundsberg did not dare to divide his troops because of insufficient troops. Now, there are enough troops and it is completely possible to divide them for garrison. With tens of thousands of troops guarding the city, the enemy will be desperate even if they have twice as many troops. Because, with tens of thousands of troops, the walls of the small town can definitely be filled, leaving no loopholes for the enemy to exploit. In addition, Frundsberg seized a large amount of food from the coalition of princes this time, so he will not have to worry about food and can hold out for a long time. He is not afraid of the long-term siege by the French army and the coalition of princes at all. Chapter 1270 Stop Loss. Asshole. Asshole. Elector Frederick III of Saxony smashed several porcelain cups in a row, still unable to suppress his inner anger. On the side, Duke Anthony of Lorraine and other bigwigs also had dark faces. In this ambush, the coalition of princes suffered too much loss. Not only did they lose more than half of their troops, but they also lost most of their supplies, as well as the gold and silver treasures looted from the county of Baden and the city of Basel. There were even a lot of funds brought by the princes themselves. Although most of their elite knights and other elite parts did not suffer much loss and were retained, the knights of some countries also suffered very heavy losses. This time, the coalition of princes lost more than 3,000 of the more than 10,000 knights, which made the princes feel very painful. You know, a knight starts learning martial arts at the age of 8 and can only become a master at the age of 21. At the earliest, he is 18 years old. In other words, it takes at least 10 years to train a knight, and many of them take more than 13 years. Now, the loss of more than 3,000 at once is more distressing than the loss of 30,000 mercenaries. Fortunately, before entering the Coastal Valley, Frederick III felt bad, so he let the mercenaries and conscripts who did not belong to the direct line of the various principalities go ahead. The princes did not care about the casualties and losses of the mercenaries and conscripts. In fact, if the mercenaries died in battle, some nobles would even be happy. Because they would not have to pay an extra person's salary. These days, some princes are very black-hearted. Mercenaries fight for them, and if they die in battle, the princes with conscience will give them some pitiful pensions. If they meet a conscienceless person, they die, and they just give less commission. As for the conscripts, they are cannon fodder in the eyes of the princes, and there is nothing to regret if a few more die. Therefore, Frederick III and other princes are mainly regretting the deaths and injuries of more than 3,000 knights. Knights are already nobles and cannot be ignored. Knights are not only difficult to train, but also cannot be ignored if they die. After all, if a noble dies for you, you have to give an explanation. Otherwise, no vassal will fight for you. Therefore, mercenaries can be exempted from pensions, but pensions for fallen knights must be given, and they cannot be less. If this is not done well, no wandering knights will be willing to serve you in the future. In other words, while these princes lamented the loss of their strength, they were also distressed about the large amount of knight pensions that were about to be paid. Of course, what they were more distressed about was money. After all, in this era, most nobles lived on loans and were in financial difficulties. As for the loss of knights, it was not a big problem. Why? Because Germany has never lacked wandering knights. If a group died, the worst thing that could happen was to recruit another group. Therefore, these great nobles are currently worried about the loss of their own property. After all, no one is rich. I almost forgot that this little bastard named Frundsberg was once a subordinate of that bastard Marin. Ambush on the mountain road, Isn't that what Marin did in Italy? I didn't expect that we would be unlucky this time. Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, gnashed his teeth. This damn Marin has caused a lot of trouble for Germany. It would be fine if he died, but he actually left behind this bastard Frundsberg. Anthony, the Duke of Lorraine, gnashed his teeth. At this time, Joachim I, the Elector of Brandenburg, suddenly said, how about we turn around and attack the North Sea Kingdom? It is said that the North Sea Kingdom now has only one legion left. With Duke Henry and his men also dispatching 30,000 to 40,000 people, we can destroy the North Sea Kingdom in one fell swoop. He remembered the shame of being forced to cede the Stendal area, and wanted to take it back. Frederick III shook his head and said, there's no rush. Marin is dead, and the decline of the North Sea Kingdom is a foregone conclusion. We can send troops to take it at any time. But the two Dukes Henry of the Welf family have led their troops to seize territory. If we go too late, we will only be left with nothing. Joachim I said anxiously. Frederick III sneered and said, what are you afraid of? The two guys from the Welf family have abandoned everyone this time and want to take the benefits for themselves, which has already angered everyone. Besides, even if they grab the territory, so what? We have so many princes, and if they don't recognize the territory they occupy at the imperial conference, what can they do? Therefore, things over there are not urgent. When we are done with things here, let's put pressure on them together. We are not afraid that they will not spit out the benefits. After a pause, Frederick III continued, although I am also jealous of the benefits of the North Sea Kingdom, you should know that now, preventing the Habsburg family from becoming stronger is our most important goal. If the Habsburg family completely annexed Switzerland and became even more powerful, we will all be in trouble. Therefore, going to the North Sea Kingdom to gain benefits is secondary. Preventing the Habsburg family from annexing Switzerland is the most important thing. Most of the princes present nodded. Although they did not know the idiom, the lips and teeth are cold when they are gone, they also knew that if Switzerland was finished, the strength of the Habsburg family would inevitably skyrocket. Once the Habsburgs have digested Switzerland, they will turn around and deal with them. Therefore, the most urgent task is to suppress the momentum of the Habsburgs first. But we lost, and now we have to fight. The morale of the soldiers is not high. Duke Anthony of Lorraine said depressedly. Don't worry, Anthony. This time, it's not just us who are fighting the Habsburgs, but also the French. So, even if they win this time, they dare not chase us, and they must go back to defend. I guess they took the risk to arrange an ambush to ambush us, and the French don't know. Then let's send someone to notify the French and let them take the opportunity to seize Lucerne. Joachim I shouted anxiously. It's too late. Frederick III sighed and continued, Frundsberg is very similar to Marin. Both are bold, adventurous, and shrewd. My intelligence personnel said that Marin originally planned to train him as the #1 general. Because this Frundsberg's military talent is higher than that of Schwartz, the current head coach of the North Sea Kingdom. It is said that when Frundsberg was poached by His Majesty the Emperor, Marin was very annoyed. If it weren't for the special status of the Emperor, Marin might have turned against him directly. So, don't try to take advantage of this loophole. I guess that after the battle, he will definitely take his men back to defend the city. Even if we notified the French, it's too late. Unless we remembered this yesterday and notified the French overnight. But now, it must be too late. The princes present all looked ashamed, because they were so frightened yesterday that they couldn't speak clearly, so how could they consider these things? Not to mention them, even Frederick III, a wise man, was a little confused yesterday. How could he think so much? Just when the princes were discussing matters, suddenly a soldier came to report, My lords, the 40,000 militiamen have been released. The princes in the big tent were stunned and looked at Frederick III who was sitting on the main seat. Frederick III blushed and recalled the shameful memory of letting these militiamen be cannon fodder to block the enemy's pursuit yesterday. At this time, Anthony, Duke of Lorraine frowned and said, 40,000 people are back. Where can we get so much food for them? If we don't feed them, many people will starve to death. Frederick III's expression suddenly tightened, and he remembered the terrible consequences of food shortage. What a cruel plot. What should we do? Not only has our fighting power been damaged, but we don't even have enough food. Joachim I became a little nervous. This time we have suffered a huge loss, a lot of losses. Albert, the younger brother of the Duke of Mecklenburg. Yes, a huge loss, stop loss. Frederick III suddenly remembered what the Saxon merchants said about stop loss. When a business is destined to lose money, you must immediately find a way to stop loss. Stop loss, how should we stop loss? Frederick III fell into deep thought. Chapter 1271, Attacking French Comte. Stop the loss. Our first priority now is to curb the expansion of the Habsburg family, right? Duke Anthony of Lorraine complained. Yes, it's okay for us to lose a little, at least we are still the masters of various countries. If the Habsburg family becomes strong, we will be destroyed, not to mention being the masters of the house. Joachim I echoed. Or, should we ask for help from the church princes? At this time, Count Cassel of Hesse, who suffered heavy losses in this ambush, proposed. At this point, the princes present frowned. Although most of the church princes supported this action. However, when it came to sending troops, it was mainly the secular princes who contributed. As for those church princes, most of them only expressed verbal support and provided some financial support, and were not keen on sending troops. Otherwise, it would be light for the coalition forces to exceed 100,000. This is mainly because the church princes are not hereditary. Every church prince is desperately busy making money instead of working hard to govern. Because the church princes have no heirs, and the church principalities cannot be passed down from generation to generation, so why bother? Moreover, it would cost a lot of money and food to send out a large army. For the church princes who are determined to make money, this is very unpleasant. Only the secular princes, who can pass on their fiefdoms to their descendants, are more worried that the Habsburg family will unify Germany and take back the autonomy of the principalities, so they spare no effort in sending troops. In addition to the fact that the church princes did not contribute much, King Vladislav II of Bohemia also remained neutral on this action. It seems that he did not want to offend the emperor. Ask them for help. Are they willing to give up the money in their hands? Joachim I said with a face full of sarcasm. Count Philip I of Hesse-Kassel said solemnly, Lord Joachim, those church princes are stingy. However, most of them are from secular princes' families. As long as we tell them that if the Habsburg family becomes strong, their respective families will also be in trouble. I think they should support us with more money and food. At least, they will not let us lack food. After hearing this, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, nodded and said, yes, finding someone to share the burden is also a way to stop the loss. Before, the situation was very good, and those church princes might not be willing to pay too much money. But now the situation is critical, and the Habsburg family may really become powerful. Therefore, Frederick III is very confident that he can persuade most religious princes to support him. Especially those church princes who came from secular princes' families, they also didn't want their families to decline. At this time, the young Marquis of Anhalt, Wolfgang, suddenly said, My lords, what you said makes sense. However, asking for money and food from those church princes requires a long meeting and discussion before we can get it. Now, we have more than 60,000 mouths, and we can't wait for that day. At this time, the princes present suddenly remembered that Frundsberg had released nearly 40,000 civilians, which suddenly made the food supply in Basel extremely tight. Before, in the ambush in the coastal valley, the coalition forces lost most of the food. But at that time, only 25,000 soldiers ran back, and the remaining small amount of food could still hold on. But when the 40,000 civilians were released, there was not enough food to eat. Or, should we send people to the county of Baden to grab some? Duke Anthony of Lorraine suggested. Not good. The food of the county of Baden along the way has been basically robbed by our army. There won't be much left if we go to rob now. Frederick III shook his head. As for robbing food in Basel, don't be ridiculous. The mountains in northern Switzerland don't produce food. Basel is on the banks of the Rhine River. There are also some grain fields and narrow valleys. The food production is very limited. For an army of 65,000 people, it is simply a drop in the bucket. At this time, Philip I, Count of Hesse-Kassel, did not speak, but picked up the map on the table and began to look through it. After looking at it for a while, Philip's eyes lit up and said, I have an idea. Everyone immediately turned their eyes to him, and saw Philip I, Count of Hesse-Kassel, pointing to the marching map and said to everyone, My lords, please look, this is Basel, which is the position of our army. Look, where is the west of Basel? Franche-Comté. Several princes said without thinking. Franche-Comté was once part of the native region of the Duchy of Burgundy. Later, the most essential parts of the native region of the Duchy of Burgundy, including the capital Dijon, were taken away by the French, leaving only the relatively barren Franche-Comté region to Maximilian I's son, King Philip the Handsome. Yes, Franche-Comté is the territory of the Habsburg family. Although it is not an important place and does not produce much food, the capital Besançon is also a relatively wealthy city. We will send troops to Franche-Comté now to grab food. Philip I, Count of Hesse-Kassel, said excitedly. But, going to the emperor's territory to grab food. I feel guilty. Joachim, I hesitated. Count Philip I of Hesse-Kassel said excitedly, Lord Joachim, that was before. Before, we were still racking our brains to find excuses to attack the Habsburgs. Now, we don't need to find excuses. Frundsberg of the Habsburgs has taken the initiative to ambush us, and we are in the right. He robbed most of our food, which is equivalent to the Habsburgs robbing our military rations. In order to take back the military rations, we went to Besançon in Franche-Comté to forcibly requisition food, which is justified. Good. Count Philip's idea is very good. Frederick III excitedly slammed the table and stood up, supporting the idea of Count Philip I of Hesse-Kassel. Frederick III has reacted now, they are the first party to be attacked, and have changed from the unreasonable party to the reasonable victim party. Therefore, there is no need to hide the next action. Going to Franche-Comté to rob food, the excuse is ready, your Frundsberg robbed our food, we went to Franche-Comté to get it back. By the way, we can rob some property to compensate for the loss of the army. Hee hee. Many princes laughed knowingly. The Franche-Comté region is not big, but it is also more than 10,000 square kilometers. Besançon is not a big city, but it is also an important capital-level city. Taking this city is definitely more profitable than Basel, Switzerland. After all, the taxes in the Franche-Comté region must basically be concentrated in Besançon first. The wine and dairy products in the Franche-Comté region are also concentrated in Besançon for trading. As long as you occupy it, you can get a lot of benefits. Moreover, the Habsburg family is now short of troops, and they are mainly used to fight with the French for territory in Switzerland. It is said that in Franche-Comté, only the capital Besançon has 2,000 to 3,000 troops stationed. Therefore, as long as the coalition forces of the princes march into Franche-Comté, there will be almost no resistance. Okay, that's settled, we march into Franche-Comté. Let's grab all the food and treasures there. Frederick III said with high spirits. But, shouldn't we send troops to join the French, asked Duke Anthony of Lorraine. The Duchy of Lorraine was close to France and had a close relationship with France. It had always joined France to fight against the Habsburgs. But the Lorraine family did not expect that after the end of the 30 Years' War, more than 100 years later, the French, as an ally, would take away a large area of the Duchy of Lorraine. Then, the Duchy of Lorraine changed from being a fan of France to hating France. Later, the Lorraine family directly married Maria Theresa, the princess of the Habsburg family, to form a new Habsburg-Lorraine family, and became the Austrian royal family, which has been passed down to the modern era. It's okay. It won't be too late to support the French after we have grabbed enough food. So, you send someone to notify the French and tell them to be careful. After we have enough food, we will join forces with them and attack that bastard Frundsberg together. After saying that, Frederick III took the princes out to reorganize the army. He took a total of 20,000 troops and all the civilians with him to go to the Franche-Comté area under the jurisdiction of the Habsburg family to grab food, leaving only 5,000 soldiers stationed in Basel to guard against Frundsberg's counterattack. Chapter 1272, Getting Ready to Fight. But when they arrived in Franche-Comté, the princes discovered how lax the defense was here. Because they were concentrating on dealing with the Swiss battlefield, the Habsburg family was running out of manpower. In addition to the core areas such as Austria and the Netherlands and Flanders, which must be guarded by sufficient troops, some unimportant areas have been completely withdrawn. At present, there are only 2,000 or 3,000 regular troops in Besançon and the same number of militias left in Franche-Comté. Such strength can probably only be used to suppress bandits, and cannot cope with the attack of large enemy forces at all. Moreover, the main task of the defenders of Franche-Comté is to guard against the French army across the Saône River, not the east. Therefore, when the princes' coalition arrived in Besançon through the mountain road in the east, the local defenders were confused how could there be an enemy coming from the east. Because they were unprepared, and the defenders were few and not elite. Therefore, Besançon only held out for 2 days before it was broken. Then, the princes' coalition poured into Besançon and began to rob. But the cunning Frederick III thought that they came only to get back the food and military pay that were robbed by the Habsburg army. Therefore, he ordered the princes' coalition to rob but not kill. At the same time, Frederick III also cried thief and sent a special envoy to Innsbruck to submit a letter of protest to Emperor Maximilian I, protesting that the Habsburg army took the initiative to attack the just army of the princes' coalition. Then, at the end of the letter of protest, Frederick III also said that the army was already too hungry to bear it and was about to mutiny. As a last resort, we went to Besançon to draw in advance the compensation of food and military expenses. While sending this shameless letter of protest, Frederick III did not stay in Besançon, but went to Worms with a group of princes. Worms was the venue for the imperial diet of the Holy Roman Empire in the territory of the Archbishop of Mainz, the Grand Speaker of the empire. Frederick III went with many princes. In addition to visiting the leader of the church princes, Archbishop of Mainz, he also planned to ask for money and food from the church princes. Although the occupation of Besançon this time recovered more than half of the losses for the princes' coalition. However, judging from the loss of so many people, the princes' coalition still suffered a big loss. After all, the princes' coalition lost not only property, but also many soldiers and very important morale. Therefore, Frederick III and many secular princes planned to seek financial and food support from the church princes, and at the same time, take the initiative to throw dirty water on the Habsburg family. To be honest, the princes were a little guilty when they took the initiative to attack the Habsburg family army before. After all, they were the unreasonable party. However, this time Frundsberg took the initiative to ambush them, which gave them an excuse to attack. Although everyone with a discerning eye knew that their pursuit of Count Christopher I of Baden was problematic, they might have other intentions. But, didn't they sneak attack the Habsburg family yet? Now that the Habsburgs had taken action first, they instantly became the party that was in the right and the victim. Therefore, the princes went to Worms this time, not only to ask the church princes for some money and food to stop the loss, but also to create momentum to discredit the Habsburgs. Only by whitewashing their own side as the righteous side can they have the opportunity to continue to interfere in Swiss affairs. Otherwise, Maximilian I, as the crowned emperor, would not be so easy to deal with. And now, as the party that was hit first, the princes went to Worms, the seat of the imperial parliament, to ask for an explanation as the victims of justice. When Maximilian I received this shameless letter of protest from the princes, he was so angry that his stomach ached. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such shameless people. It was obviously your army that went south and wanted to launch a sneak attack on the Habsburg army, but you have the face to bite back. However, Maximilian I was very pleased that Frundsberg was able to discover the conspiracy of the princes' coalition in time, respond quickly, and even achieve a brilliant victory. As one of the few wise monarchs of this era, Maximilian I knew very well that although the princes' coalition moved to Besançon, it brought great losses to the Habsburg family, but most of them were economic losses. From a military point of view, Frundsberg's victory was still extremely cost-effective. Because Frundsberg's move reduced the number of princes' coalition forces by half. If the princes' coalition forces were not ambushed, but 60,000 troops went south to join the French and surrounded Lucerne. Maximilian I dared not imagine the consequences. Once such a crisis occurred, the Habsburg family would definitely lose the entire Switzerland. Then, the huge investment of the Habsburg family in Switzerland in recent years would all be wasted. And Frundsberg's Swiss corps would also end up annihilated. Moreover, the terrain in the Swiss region is extremely dangerous. If it is lost this time, it will be extremely difficult to take it back. After all, if Frundsberg's Swiss corps is destroyed, it will be very difficult for the Habsburg family to rebuild such a combat-capable old brand corps, and the investment is huge. In addition to the reason of manpower, there is the problem of terrain. Most parts of Switzerland are mountain cities that are easy to defend and difficult to attack. If they are lost, the loss will be great if they want to attack them next time. In addition, once the Swiss resistance army resumes its rule in the central and eastern parts of Switzerland, it will definitely recruit a large number of soldiers. They have the financial support of the French behind them, and it is certain that they will raise a team of 10,000 or 20,000 troops again. By then, the Habsburg family will have to go through a lot of trouble to deal with this Swiss army, let alone defeat the French. Therefore, Frundsberg's military action this time is of great significance. It means that the Habsburg family does not have to lose control of the central and eastern parts of Switzerland this time. Even if Besançon is lost, it doesn't matter. After all, it is impossible for the princes' corps to remain undisbanded. Their joint troops are temporary, and there will always be a day of disbandment. Therefore, the princes could not stay in the Franche-Comté area forever. If the French invaded Franche-Comté, Maximilian I might be nervous. Because France is right next to Franche-Comté. They invaded Franche-Comté probably to occupy it permanently. The occupation of Franche-Comté by the coalition of princes was destined to be just a passerby, and they still had to return. After reading the protest letter from Frederick III and others, Maximilian I suddenly realized that there might be a fierce diplomatic battle next. Like Frederick III and others, Maximilian I realized that this diplomatic battle was very important, and its core was that both sides should strive to become the reasonable and just party. Only in this way can the opponent's military actions become illegal. Although Maximilian I also knew that most princes would definitely favor Frederick III and others. However, he could not retreat from this diplomatic battle. Even if he was unreasonable, he had to fight with his opponent. Because the longer the time drags on, the more advantageous it is for Frundsberg. After all, the coalition of princes is not a standing army. The longer the time drags on, the more they can't bear it. Even many civilians and conscripts in the coalition of princes need to return to their country to harvest in autumn. If the problem cannot be solved in a short time, then these princes themselves will be a little overwhelmed. But Frundsberg's Swiss corps is different. They are an elite force that is completely off-duty. Whether there is an autumn harvest or not has no effect on them. Therefore, Maximilian I mobilized a cavalry team to escort him north to Worms, preparing to quarrel with Frederick III and others. Even if the quarrel cannot be won, the time must be dragged on. The longer it drags on, the more unbearable the coalition of princes will be. Chapter 1273, Continue to be cowardly. Maximilian I was not unprepared. For example, he had a different view on what Frederick III said in a letter of protest. He was attacked by Frundsberg first. Because before that, the coalition of princes had besieged Basel first. And what is Basel? It was previously occupied by the Habsburg family. The coalition of princes besieged Basel in order to hunt down Count Christopher I of Baden. Therefore, Maximilian I can conclude from this that it was the coalition of princes that attacked Frundsberg's army first, and then Frundsberg organized a counterattack. Because the defenders of Basel were also under the jurisdiction of Frundsberg. As long as he insisted that it was the coalition of princes that took the initiative, then the ambush in Frundsberg would not be the first provocation. In this way, Maximilian I can debate with the princes with confidence. However, there is also a problem here, that is the political affiliation of Basel. The Habsburg army did occupy Basel a few years ago, but the problem is that the princes in the imperial parliament have been unwilling to explicitly recognize the Habsburg family's legitimate rule over Switzerland. So far, in the imperial parliament, the princes have only been willing to recognize that the Eagle Castle in Aargau, the ancestral home of the Habsburg family, belongs to the Habsburg family. As for other places, even outside the Eagle Castle territory in Aargau, the princes are unwilling to recognize that it is the legitimate territory of the Habsburg family. As for Eagle Castle, because it is the birthplace and source of the surname of the Habsburg family, the princes can't deny it, so they recognize it. In other parts of Switzerland, everyone is not willing to admit that it is the territory of the Habsburg family. Therefore, Frederick III and others can completely use Basel is not the legitimate territory of the Habsburg family as an excuse to refute the emperor's remarks. In fact, Frederick III and others did intend to do so. He and the princes had already discussed it. They insisted that the Habsburg army in Basel was an invading army, and they were protecting the enemy of the princes, Count Christopher I of Baden. In this way, their siege of Basel was not legal, but at least it was not illegal. And just as the princes of the Habsburg family and the anti-Habsburg camp were rubbing their hands and preparing for a big fight, the coalition forces of the 7 princes in the North Sea were also attacking cities and sweeping across the entire North Munster region. The North Munster region covers an area of 4,000 to 5,000 square kilometers, which is equivalent to a prefecture-level city in China in the future. The arable land under Marin's name alone is as much as 70,000 eugrams, or 840,000 acres of arable land, divided into thousands of large and small manors. In addition, there are 4 small cities, Vechta, Kloppenburg, Papenburg and Meppen, as well as more than 20 small towns. These towns have been very rich in recent years because of the high grain yield. Although most of the grain produced was taken away by Marin, the remaining part also made the towns and people in the North Munster area live a rich life. At least, there is never a shortage of food and drink here. During this period, the coalition forces of the 7 countries were busy looting these towns in the North Munster area, and the harvest was huge. Although Marin had been prepared and sent people to transfer most of the property in the North Munster area. However, the property and food left behind still shocked the 7 princes. In this era, most of the land in Europe produced only a little over £100 per mu. Then, after deducting the serfs' rations and manor expenses, it would be good for the manor owner to have a surplus of £50 of rye per mu. The land in the North Munster area of Marin, because of the use of a relatively complete set of 3 fertilizers and local pesticides, has an acreage yield of more than £500. Then, the generous Marin left £100 of self-retained rations per mu to the local manors and towns, allowing them to circulate in the manors and nearby towns, and took away £400 of profits per mu. In this way, Marin is equivalent to leaving behind the entire amount of the previous manor's acreage. Therefore, the grain in the North Munster region is very rich, and the granaries of various manors, towns, and towns are full of grain. This is equivalent to the fact that the per acre yield in the North Munster region is about the same as before, but the manor owner did not take away the income, leaving it all to the local area at this level. Therefore, when the 7 kingdoms came to rob food, there were a lot of grains in the warehouses of each manor. The bread that the serfs usually eat makes the ordinary soldiers of the 7 kingdoms jealous. The serfs eat kohler bread mixed with some straw bran, which is relatively soft. At the same time, the bread eaten by the soldiers of the 7 kingdoms is the legendary black stick bread. That is, bread mixed with a lot of impurities such as soil, stones, sawdust and wild vegetables. This kind of black stick bread is very hard and can be used as a brick. The amount of rye flour in it will never exceed half. Therefore, it is very cheap and durable. The stingy princes of the 7 kingdoms used it as rations for ordinary soldiers and civilians. When eating, the quartermaster will give each soldier a small brick of black stick bread. But don't think about eating it directly. You must first boil hot water to soften the black bread before you can eat it. Otherwise, biting the bread directly will break your teeth. Therefore, the ordinary soldiers of the 7 Nations Alliance, who were used to eating black bread, were extremely jealous when they saw that the serfs in the manor could actually get the soft, kohler bread as food. Then, the bakeries in each manor were looted by the soldiers of the 7 Nations Alliance. These soldiers of the 7 Nations Alliance snatched away the soft, kohler bread, and then threw the black bread issued by the quartermaster to the serfs who were supposed to eat kohler bread with all kinds of disgust, and called it equivalent exchange. But the serfs wanted to cry but had no tears. The kohler bread we eat, the rye flour content can be 70%, right? Your black stick is good if half of it is flour. After changing to the hard black stick bread, the adults who have suffered don't care, but the children in the manor are not happy. They all cry and refuse to eat this black stick bread that is as hard as a brick. Fortunately, it is summer now, and there are many wild vegetables outside. The serfs whose food has been robbed can go out and dig some wild vegetables to fill their stomachs. You know, the soldiers of the 7 kingdoms not only robbed the kohler bread in stock, but also robbed most of the food in the warehouse, leaving only a little food at the bottom of the warehouse. This is because the 7 princes dreamed of taking over these territories in the future, so they didn't want the serfs to starve to death. Otherwise, even if they got the land in the future, no one would help them farm. Otherwise, they wouldn't leave even this little food. Moreover, these days, the soldiers of the 7 kingdoms have spent most of their time transporting food back to their country. Otherwise, they would have swept the entire North Munster area long ago. In desperation, the serfs in the North Munster area had to go out to dig wild vegetables and cook porridge with the little food left. Otherwise, this life would be unbearable. After the North Munster area was looted, the local people all missed the rule of the Hoffman family. They didn't think it was so good before, because they were used to it. Now that most of the food has been robbed by the soldiers of the 7 princes, they realized that they used to live a paradise-like life. Then, many people in the North Munster area prayed at home. Great Grand Duke Marin, you'd better come back alive from overseas. May God bless you. Come back quickly and get rid of these villains who robbed our rations. Otherwise, no one can live. In fact, Marin, who has not yet emerged, also knows what kind of life the people in the North Munster area live. But now he can't show his head. Only after he had played the victim in the imperial parliament and made a bet with the princes of the 7 countries, could he pretend to return and then fight to the death with the coalition of the 7 countries. Therefore, even if he now learned about the plight of the people in the North Munster area through Kohler's spies, he could only do nothing to help. Alas, continue to be a coward. Wait until the annual regular meeting of the imperial parliament in July, and then come to rescue you. Marin sighed after reading the intelligence. Chapter 1274 The 8-Nation Alliance. Just as the 7 Nations coalition was ravaging the North Munster region, Conrad, the Bishop of Munster, who controlled the South Munster region, could not sit still. Because he also wanted to have a share of the feast of the division of the North Sea Kingdom. However, due to his limited strength, Bishop Conrad could not participate in the division of the results of the North Munster region, and the 7 princes would not be willing to share a share with him. Therefore, he chose to dig his own foundation very pragmatically. Of course, it cannot be considered digging his own foundation. Because he is only the controller of the South Munster region, but not the owner. Therefore, he plans to collude with the 7 Nations coalition to harm the South Munster region together, and then share the benefits himself. How to harm the South Munster region? Bishop Conrad had already thought about it. First, strip most of the assets in the South Munster region from the church. Why strip the assets from the church? It's very simple. At present, no prince in Europe dares to openly rob the church's property. Since the Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV almost lost the throne because of the Pope's excommunication, the momentum of the Holy See has soared. Even an emperor was forced to kneel down and repent by the church, let alone ordinary princes. Before the outbreak of the Protestant War, almost no prince or even king dared to tear his face with the church. After all, the remnant of Henry IV's kneeling in repentance is still there. Therefore, as long as it is the property of the church, let alone those princes who have a general relationship with the church, even Marin, the son-in-law of the Pope, dare not openly rob it. At most, collude with people inside the church to dig some away. Similarly, Bishop Conrad also had this idea. His method is very simple. In the name of transferring the sovereignty and wealth of the South Munster region to Marin, a large amount of property and land originally belonging to the church were stripped from the church first, and it was packaged and sent to the North Sea Kingdom. After all, the church also had this intention, transferring the sovereignty and most of the land property of the Bishop of Munster to Marin. However, in order to maintain stability, Marin first let Bishop Conrad continue to control the South Munster region. Moreover, the two sides agreed that after Bishop Conrad's death, the sovereignty and most of the land and property in the South Munster region would be transferred. Therefore, it was reasonable for Bishop Conrad to strip most of the land and property of the church in the South Munster region and prepare to transfer it to the North Sea Kingdom, and it would not be criticized by the church. However, this time, Conrad stripped a lot of property from the church in the South Munster region, reaching 3/4 of the total property of the church, exceeding Marin's original expectation of half. Of course, at this time, Bishop Conrad wanted to enrich himself, so he got so much from the church. Then, he notified the Seven Nations Coalition, which had received inside information, to lead the army south, invade the South Munster region, and attack the property that had been stripped from the church. Because it had been designated as returning to the North Sea Kingdom, even if the Seven Nations Coalition robbed these properties, it could only be regarded as robbing the North Sea Kingdom, not the church. In this way, the Seven Nations Coalition did not have to offend the church and could also get a lot of benefits. After all, the South Munster region is a relatively rich region, with an area of 5,900 square kilometers, which is larger than the average duchy. The church has always been greedy and has the right to collect tithes. Therefore, the teaching property in the South Munster region is still quite rich and full of oil and water. In order to cooperate with this plan of digging his own walls, Bishop Conrad, who already felt that his time was running out, frantically separated more than 1.5 million gold coins from the church in the South Munster region, classified and placed them, waiting for the North Sea Kingdom to receive. Of course, this is a cover. The truth is waiting for the Seven Nations Coalition to rob. Then, according to the agreement reached privately by both parties, Bishop Conrad will get 400,000 gold coins. In fact, Bishop Conrad did not believe in the character of the seven princes, and had arranged for his men to hide the 400,000 gold coins elsewhere. But as long as the Seven Nations Coalition came to rob, he would directly blame the Seven Nations Coalition. Then, he safely annexed the part that belonged to him. In this way, everyone gets what they need and everyone has meat to eat. If the Seven Nations Coalition took the property away first, and then waited for them to share it with themselves, it was hard to say how much they could get, and they might even refuse to pay. After the two sides reached an agreement privately, the Seven Nations Coalition ended the robbery in the North Munster area, and the army went south and entered the South Munster area. However, unlike in the North Munster area, the Seven Nations Coalition was very restrained in the South Munster area. After all, the South Munster area is still the territory of the church. Being too arrogant here is easy to offend the Holy See. Therefore, a strange phenomenon appeared. A group of robbers robbed the South Munster area politely. Before each robbery, the officers of the Seven Nations Coalition would ask someone, "Is this the property of the church?" If it was, the soldiers of the Seven Nations Coalition would politely withdraw. If not, no need to say, just start looting. In addition to the land and property of the church, the coalition forces did not move. Those that were to be handed over to the North Sea Kingdom, as well as other civilians and merchants who did not belong to the church, were also ruthlessly looted. Even the new manor where the 80 church knights who originally belonged to the bishopric of Munster were located was also looted by the coalition forces. These 80 church knights were originally the most important armed vassals of the bishopric of Munster and were hereditary officers of the bishopric of Munster. But after the bishopric of Munster was assigned to Marin, the bishopric of Munster no longer existed. Therefore, at present, they can only be regarded as Bishop Conrad who temporarily took shelter in the South Munster area, and can no longer be regarded as knights of the church. After all, the bishopric of Munster no longer exists, and Bishop Conrad is only temporarily trusteeing the South Munster area. Therefore, the 80 original church knights who have established a new knighthood in the South Munster area now actually have no formal church organization and can only be regarded as temporary workers. Therefore, during this looting, the coalition of the 7 countries looted their manors without any scruples. The only thing to blame is that their original master Bishop Conrad sold them out. In order to get a share of this turmoil, Bishop Conrad even made plans to retire. You know, in this era, few archbishops seek to retire voluntarily, and they usually work until they die, or are expelled or fired. The reason why Bishop Conrad chose to retire voluntarily is, on the one hand, because he dug too hard into the church this time, and it is estimated that the clergy of the church in the South Munster area will no longer support him, and he will not be able to manage if he stays. Secondly, it is because he intends to let his Rietberg family join this feast of dividing the North Sea Kingdom. For example, he took the initiative to privately find the two Duke Henrys of the Welf family and proposed that the Rietberg state also join the Seven-Nation Alliance and participate in the division of the North Sea Kingdom. Of course, the weak Rietberg state did not intend to covet the interests of places outside the South Munster region. The Rietberg family's request was to join the Seven-Nation Alliance and divide a piece of territory of about 500 square kilometers from the South Munster region in the name of the victorious country after the war. The rest, they didn't want anything. In exchange, the Rietberg family can give the 400,000 gold coins hidden by Bishop Conrad to the seven princes to divide. Not only that, Bishop Conrad has planted the 10,000 ugrams of profit fields in recent years, and has tens of thousands of gold coins in his account every year. Therefore, Bishop Conrad intends to collect 500,000 gold coins for the other seven princes so that they can support the Rietberg state to divide at least 500 square kilometers of territory from the South Munster region. This price tag can be said to be absolutely not low, and it can even be said to be very high. The Duchy of Saxony only spent 300,000 gold coins to purchase the sovereignty of West Frisia. But the problem is that the Rietberg state is a weak state with an area of only more than 200 square kilometers. Even if the land is bought, it cannot be defended if it is not recognized. Therefore, they can only use high prices to exchange for the recognition and even protection of the seven neighboring princes. In this way, the weak Rietberg county can safely take over at least 500 square kilometers of land and more than double its territory. When it has an area of 700 to 800 square kilometers, the Rietberg county can barely be regarded as a mainstream county. After all, such a large area is almost close to a county. Faced with such an inflated price offered by Bishop Conrad, the seven princes were tempted. Then, Bishop Conrad brought his brother, Count John I of Rietberg, and signed an alliance treaty with the seven princes on the spot, and sent out 1,000 troops to form the Eight-Nation Alliance, with the original Seven-Nation Alliance to continue to erode the North Sea Kingdom. What? The Eight-Nation Alliance? Are you kidding me? Do you think the North Sea Kingdom is the Qing dynasty? After hearing this information, Marin suddenly became Spartan. Chapter 1275, Bishop Conrad is so happy. Hearing this news, Marin was in a bad mood. Then, the memory of the eight-power allied forces forcing my great Qing to pay 450 million taels of silver in the previous life always unconsciously came to mind. In the previous life, Marin was actually always very curious why there are Qing fans. It's okay to have Ming fans, after all, the Ming dynasty has never lost foreign wars. And the Qing dynasty. The early Kangxi and Yongjing eras were okay, but the later period was so miserable that all of China was pressed to the ground and rubbed and insulted. Marin couldn't figure out why anyone would miss my great Qing. Of course, he is not a Ming fan, nor does he particularly hate the Qing dynasty. But to be honest, the Qing dynasty did lose China's face, and it didn't get it back until the 21st century. Before Marin was reborn, China was still trying to grow its face internationally, just to make up for the huge deficit of the Qing dynasty. However, although they are all called the eight-power allied forces, Marin did not take this army seriously. Especially the last added Rietberg, that is a small county at the township level. Such stuff is here to give away heads. No, it is to give away land. But Marin still dislikes the Rietberg county for being too small. It is only a small place of 100 or 200 square kilometers, which is equivalent to a larger township, so Marin has no interest in moving them. But no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. Since the Rietberg family wants to die, Marin doesn't mind fulfilling it. Moreover, the Rietberg county is adjacent to the southeastern border of the Bishop of Munster, and it is also convenient to manage after annexation. Therefore, Marin refused it disrespectfully. In fact, when Marin heard that Bishop Conrad deliberately separated 3/4 of the church's property in the South Munster area in order to hollow out the South Munster area, he was extremely happy in his heart. Because Bishop Conrad did what he wanted to do, but he was very cautious. Although most of these properties will be taken away by the so-called Eight-Nation Alliance, that is not a problem. As long as Marin destroyed all the 8 vassal states, he could get them all back. Moreover, what made Marin happy the most was the land issue. Most of the church's land was separated from the church by Bishop Conrad, who was determined to dig his own walls, which saved Marin a lot of trouble. Although Bishop Conrad dug the church's walls to benefit himself and his allies. But in fact, Marin was the one who benefited in the end. After all, according to legal documents, 3/4 of the church land in South Munster will belong to Marin in the future. Speaking of which, Marin wanted to thank Bishop Conrad. Of course, thanks do not exist. After all, Bishop Conrad colluded with the princes of the 7 countries to seize the foundation of the North Sea Kingdom, which was an unforgivable crime. Therefore, Marin sentenced Bishop Conrad to death. Before that, Marin had already arranged a death for Bishop Conrad Maschangfang. Moreover, the relevant intelligence personnel had been in place for a long time, waiting for Marin's order. Let's start. Give Bishop Conrad more drugs to help him feel happy. Make sure the old man goes to see God happily. Marin told Kohler. Okay, I'll arrange it now. Then, several secret letters were quietly sent to the south. These secret letters all used the simplest Morse code, and the letters were all Arabic numerals, which ordinary people could not understand. It should be pointed out that although Arabic numerals are also popular in Europe, they are not dominant. For example, the numbers on the coins of this era are Roman numerals, not Arabic numerals. Strictly speaking, the North Sea copper coins minted by Marin were the first coins in the European Christian world to use Arabic numerals. Because Marin engraved the year 1508 on the brass coins, which was somewhat similar to the coins of later generations. But in this era, the numbers on European currencies were basically Roman numerals. Arabic numerals really replaced Roman numerals and dominated Europe after the rise of Protestantism. Mathematics was no longer under the pressure of the church and began to develop explosively. Because of the convenience of calculation, Arabic numerals replaced the status of Roman numerals. Moreover, Arabic numerals were introduced to China very early. They were not introduced in modern times as described in those time travel novels. In fact, Arabic numerals were introduced to China during the Yuan dynasty. However, they did not become popular. Because at that time, China already had abacus, which was very convenient for calculation, and there was no need to use Arabic numerals. In addition, Arabic numerals are very convenient for calculation on drafts. But the problem is that paper was very expensive in ancient times, and it was not as cheap and popular as paper in later generations. Why don't you try to calculate on rice paper? It's a waste of money. It would be strange if you don't break your legs. The abacus is not only convenient, but also does not consume expensive paper. If it is just addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, Arabic numerals are not used at all. Only by doing more complex mathematical calculations can the superiority of Arabic numerals be shown. But ancient Chinese mathematics was not developed, and the convenience of Arabic numerals was not needed. Therefore, it could not become popular. Therefore, it is a bit nonsense to say that Arabic numerals became popular as soon as they appeared in those novels. Why don't you try to calculate with white paper and pen in ancient times? This is as extravagant as using rice paper to wipe your butt. It is more cost-effective to use an abacus. Of course, if you promote modern papermaking and severely reduce the cost of paper, it is feasible to use white paper and pen to calculate. Otherwise, using white paper to calculate with Arabic numerals is something that only the ancient local tyrants can do. However, Marin knows the superiority of Arabic numerals. Moreover, he also took out the high school mathematics textbook. Therefore, Arabic numerals are naturally very useful. In addition, Marin made cheap paper on Cape Breton Island, so there is no problem for him to promote Arabic numerals in the North Sea Kingdom. The spies of the North Sea Kingdom have naturally learned the mathematics of Arabic numerals and know Arabic numerals. Then, each of them has a code book in their hands. Then refer to a novel or the Bible. According to the numerical number, find the corresponding row and column words, and translate the entire intelligence. It's that simple. After the message was delivered, the North Sea spy in Munster received the order to start action. Then, the spies lurking in the Munster Cathedral started to move. Bishop, this is the milk tea you asked for. Walter, an intelligence officer of the North Sea Kingdom, respectfully handed a cup of milk tea with aphrodisiacs to Bishop Conrad. At the same time, the nun named Alice, Bishop Conrad's mistress, also drank the spiked drink. Soon, Bishop Conrad and Sister Alice, who were feeling it, started to have sex in Bishop Conrad's secret room. At first, the spies didn't add much, because they were afraid that Bishop Conrad would be finished before they could get their hands on him. However, in the secret room, there was a teapot with tea spiked in it. Moreover, it was an excessive amount. Chapter 1276, Marching into the Ruhr area. The death of Bishop Conrad caused great chaos in the city of Munster. Many priests were shocked by the way Bishop Conrad died. He died on the belly of a nun. Of course, these priests were not too shocked or angry. Because, in this era, the church was the most corrupt period, and there were all kinds of dirty things. Even the Pope had mistresses and illegitimate children, let alone bishops. If the church was not so corrupt, the Reformation would not have happened. It's just that it's too shameful for someone like Bishop Conrad to die directly on the belly of a nun. Therefore, the deacons of the Munster Cathedral ordered the news to be blocked, saying only that Bishop Conrad died of an acute illness. Otherwise, the church would lose face. If this matter spreads, it is estimated that the reputation of the church among the people will be greatly hit. Because they are busy covering up the scandal, no one thought of studying to investigate the cause of Bishop Conrad's death. Otherwise, there will always be some clues. And this is exactly why Marin plotted against Bishop Conrad. He calculated that the church would not investigate the matter in depth in order to cover up the scandal. Just like in later generations, if a thief stole the money of a corrupt official, the other party would definitely not dare to call the police. Because, if he called the police, he would be in trouble first. Just as Marin expected, the death of Bishop Conrad was covered up. The monks of Munster Cathedral hurriedly buried the happy Bishop Conrad without preparing any grand funeral. Then, the Rietberg family was dumbfounded. They were not sad about the death of Bishop Conrad, the Earl's younger brother, but because Conrad's private treasure worth 400,000 gold coins, they didn't know where it was hidden. Then, Count John I of Rietberg, in the name of mourning, personally led the guards to the city of Munster to find Bishop Conrad's trusted men during his lifetime to find out the whereabouts of the treasure. However, someone started earlier than him. Marin's men had launched a mutiny, controlled the city of Munster, and arrested several of Bishop Conrad's cronies. Before, there were two main troops in Munster, 2,000 mercenaries recruited from outside by Bishop Conrad, and a feudal army composed of 80 church knights. But what Conrad didn't know was that the leader of this 2,000-man mercenary group, Gelscher, was simply a spy under Kohler. Even the officers of the mercenary group formed by Gelscher were mostly spies from the North Sea. Marin had already laid out in Munster City, waiting for the smooth acceptance of the recovery of Munster City in the future. So he asked Gelscher to form a mercenary group and deliberately came to the door, hoping to accept the employment of Bishop Conrad. Then, Gelscher's mercenary group won the contract to guard the city of Munster with a relatively low commission. But Bishop Conrad did not completely trust Gelscher, so there was a feudal army of 1,600 people led by 80 church knights in the city of Munster as Bishop Conrad's trump card. At the same time, it was also a containment of Gelscher's mercenary group to avoid backlash. However, Bishop Conrad's previous act of betraying the manor of the 80 church knights broke the hearts of the 80 church knights. Taking advantage of the death of Bishop Conrad, Gelscher secretly met with the leaders of the 80 church knights who were betrayed and secretly reached an agreement with them. Then, Gelscher ordered the control of the entire city and closed the city gates, while the 80 church knights conscription troops originally used to check and balance the mercenaries had no response. Obviously the two sides had reached an agreement. Marin sent someone through Gelscher to tell the 80 church knights if they were willing, they could formally surrender to the North Sea Kingdom. At that time, the North Sea Kingdom would recognize their noble status as fief knights. Then, there were other arrangements for them. Since the bishopric of Munster was sent to Marin by the Holy See, these 80 church knights have actually lost their official status as church knights and have become temporary workers. After all, the bishopric of Munster, to which they once served, no longer exists, and their status as church knights has naturally disappeared. In other words, they are not nobles at present, but temporary workers attached to Bishop Conrad. And as temporary workers, they can be abandoned at any time. For example, this time, Bishop Conrad gave up on them and let the coalition forces loot their manor. After discussion, the 80 church knights decided to wait and see for the time being after Gelscher's recruitment. After all, they didn't know the truth that Marin was not dead, and they thought Marin was dead. Therefore, they were not very optimistic about the future of the North Sea Kingdom. But now, no one else accepted them. So, these knights chose to wait and see and remain neutral. Regarding Gelscher's behavior of controlling the city of Munster, they chose silence instead of cooperation. But they didn't know that their choice led to a change in their future situation after the war. They were all sent to America to fight the natives. If they choose to help at this time, they will have a chance to stay in their homeland. Of course, this is a later story. After Gelscher took control of the city of Munster, he quickly arrested several of Bishop Conrad's confidants. Then, after severe interrogation, he finally found the location of Bishop Conrad's treasure. Bishop Conrad buried the treasure in a manor beside the Munster Canal to facilitate the transportation of the treasure by water. Then, Gersh brought a group of reliable men and supervisors sent by Kohler to dig out the treasure in an inconspicuous manner beside the Munster Canal and quietly transported it back to Emden by boat. On the side of the Eight-Nation Alliance, since the death of Bishop Conrad, John I's position at the bottom of the Eight-Nation Alliance has become even lower. Even at the regular meeting of the princes, Count John I had no right to speak. Moreover, Count Charles of Gelden suspected that the 400,000 gold coins promised by Bishop Conrad might not be fulfilled. In the face of Count Charles's question, Count John I of Rietberg pretended to be calm and boasted that the money had been shipped back to the county of Rietberg. In this way, the other princes did not kick the county of Rietberg out. In order to ensure his position in the coalition and maintain his status as a victorious country, in the future, Count John I of Rietberg was more concerned about looting the North Sea Kingdom. When the princes met to discuss the next direction of attack, John I proposed, "Why don't we march south of the Lippe River?" The so-called south of the Lippe River, that is, the Ruhr area in later generations, is also an area that Marin attaches great importance to. Of course, because Marin has not yet taken out honeycomb coal and steam engines, the importance of the Ruhr area has not yet been highlighted. Marching south of the Lippe River. What's the reason? Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, frowned and asked. You know, the Ruhr area was the last to be incorporated into the North Sea Kingdom, and the degree of development is not very high. It is said that there is no fertilizer processing plant, and the value is far less than the earliest developed East Frisia and Oldenburg, as well as West Frisia. John I explained, "It is like this, my lords, I also know that East Frisia, Oldenburg and West Frisia are more prosperous. But, have you ever thought about it, East Frisia still has the First Legion, which is not easy to mess with. Although Oldenburg and West Frisia are also rich, there is no one to compete with us." After speaking, John I pointed to the map and said, "My lords, please see, the only neighbor of West Frisia is the bishopric of Utrecht. It is unlikely that they will send troops to invade West Frisia. Because even if the territory of the bishopric expands, it is not hereditary. Therefore, the Bishop of Utrecht will definitely not want to interfere. The same is true for Oldenburg. To the east is Bremen, to the west is East Frisia, and only the southeast is the territory of Lord Henry. Therefore, no one will fight with us for Oldenburg. As for East Frisia, let's not talk about it, because that is the location of the First Legion. Although our eight-nation army is not afraid of the opponent, it is also a hard nut to crack. There is no need to gnaw it so early. So, no one fights for West Frisia and Oldenburg, but East Frisia is a hard nut to crack. There is no need for us to rob it so early." After a pause, John I pointed to the map and said, "It is the territory of the North Sea Kingdom south of the Lippe River. It is surrounded by three powerful neighbors, the Principality of Clever, the Principality of Berg, and the Archbishopric of Cologne. If we act too late and go to East Frisia first, it is very likely that these three countries will seize the opportunity to take over. Well, now the Duchy of Berg and the Duchy of Clever are one family. Moreover, the land east of the Rhine, south of the Lippe River, and north of the Ruhr River was originally exchanged by the Duchy of Clever to the North Sea Kingdom. If they take the opportunity to take back those lands while we are in the north, it will be difficult for us to take them back. So, I suggest that we send troops to the area south of the Lippe River first, especially to occupy the area south of the Lippe River, east of the Rhine River, and north of the Ruhr River first, so as not to be taken back by the Duchy of Clever." After discussing with each other, the other 7 princes also agreed with John I's statement. If they were to be taken over by others, although they were not afraid, they did not want to provoke a strong enemy and cause trouble. After all, the Archbishopric of Cologne is not easy to mess with, and the Duchy of Clever is now united with the Duchy of Jülich and the Duchy of Berg because of the marriage, and its strength is also very strong, and it is not easy to mess with them. The best option was to strike first. So the army was assembled and headed south, straight to the Ruhr area. Chapter 1277, The Imperial Parliament Regular Session begins. Count John I of Rietberg's guess was very accurate. Indeed, Duke John II of Clever was mobilizing troops and planning to march into the Ruhr area to seize territory. Unfortunately, because the coalition of princes and the coalition of 7 countries recruited mercenaries on a large scale, it was difficult for the unprepared Principality of Clever to hire troops. For a time, it was unable to recruit enough mercenaries, which delayed the action time. In this era, due to financial difficulties, most princes would not raise too many troops in order to save military expenses. Only in wartime would they temporarily hire a group of mercenaries to fight for themselves. Therefore, there were few German princes with more than 10,000 standing troops in this era. It was not that they could not afford it, but that they were unwilling to raise so many soldiers. Under normal circumstances, a principality would only prepare 3,000 or 4,000 standing troops to garrison key areas such as the capital. Only when the war broke out would a group of German mercenaries be temporarily hired to participate in the war. Because the Principality of Clever acted late, there were no large-scale mercenary groups on the market that could be hired immediately. Therefore, he had to publicly recruit stragglers, but the speed was relatively slow, so he lost the initiative. The territory that John II was eyeing was the land on the east bank of the Rhine that was returned to Marin before, as well as the Mark's kingdom. "Father, isn't it very unkind of us to do this?" Little John, who had become the Duke of Ulichburg through marriage, questioned in the palace of Clever City. "You know, the North Sea Kingdom and the Principality of Clever were allies before. It seems very unethical to attack an ally now. Pedant. What's a little reputation for the sake of land?" Duke of Clever John II scolded. "Seeing that Marin can't come back, the North Sea Kingdom is probably going to be finished this time. Even if it is not destroyed, it can't keep the territory outside East Frisia. Rather than letting the land on the east bank of the Rhine be taken away by others, it's better to give it to our Lamarck family." Little John nodded, thinking. But he suddenly asked again, "What if Marin comes back?" "Father, you know, maybe he encountered a storm at sea, his ship broke down, and he stopped somewhere. This man is very good at fighting. If he comes back, it's estimated that it will be time to settle accounts." John II was stunned and said uncertainly, "He probably won't come back. The North Sea Kingdom doesn't even count on it. But you are right, maybe Marin can come back alive. Then." After thinking for a long time, John II said, "If he comes back alive, we will return the occupied land. The reason is that we will help to trust it first to prevent it from being taken away by the enemy. If he can't come back, these lands are ours." "Father, you have a good idea." Little John flattered. However, the father and son didn't have much fun for long before they learned that the Eight-Nation Alliance crossed the Lippe River and went south. Moreover, the Eight-Nation Alliance went straight to the land east of the Rhine and set up defenses along the river to guard against the army of the Principality of Clever. "Oh, we are too late." John II was extremely regretful. If he had acted earlier, even though he only had 10,000 or 20,000 men, he could have stopped the advance of the Eight-Nation Alliance by building defenses along the Lippe River and other large rivers. However, now that the large-scale Eight-Nation Alliance had taken the lead, there was no need for them to send troops. The other side had more men and was now in a favorable position, so this war could not be fought. Just as the Eight-Nation Alliance was marching into the western part of the Ruhr area, the annual regular meeting of the Imperial Diet of the Holy Roman Empire was held in Worms, a small town in the Archbishopric of Mainz. At this time, Emperor Maximilian I had gathered many nobles of the Swabian League and gathered in Worms. The princes' alliance was not to be outdone, and many princes, led by Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, had been waiting in Worms for a long time. When both sides entered the venue, Maximilian I and Frederick III, the two leading brothers, glared at each other, with sparks in their eyes. In fact, Maximilian I and Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, were relatives. Frederick III's grandmother Margaret was the biological sister of Maximilian I's father Frederick III, and the emperor's biological aunt. So, strictly speaking, Maximilian I was still Frederick III's cousin. Frederick III's deceased father, Elector Ernst, was the direct cousin of Emperor Maximilian I. However, these two real relatives became mortal enemies because of their different political positions. This is also very helpless. Maximilian I's dream when he was young was to deprive the princes of the Holy Roman Empire of their autonomy and make the Holy Roman Empire a centralized empire like France. But this violated the rights of the princes. After all, no prince was willing to be a mascot noble with no real power. Look at France, those dukes and counts, because they have no real power, have to please the King of France to gain power. Unlike the German princes, because they have autonomy, they have all the rights when they are born. Compared with the two, only fools would be willing to become dukes and counts like France. Therefore, even if they were real relatives, for the sake of his own interests, Frederick III had to stand on the opposite side of his uncle and become the leader among the princes. At the same time, Johnny, the miserable-looking envoy who had been specially trained by Marin, was finally trained and sent to Worms by Marin to attend the regular meeting of the Imperial Conference. His task was mainly to sell misery. However, when he went south to Worms, because of the war along the way, Johnny had to bypass the war zone to avoid disaster. Therefore, when the first day of the meeting opened, Johnny was unable to arrive in time. Then, the theme of the first day was naturally the Swiss issue. Elector Frederick, why did your army invade my territory Franche-Comté for no reason? As far as I know, your army burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of evil in my Franche-Comté. But the question is, I didn't offend you, right? Why did you attack my territory for no reason? Maximilian I took the initiative aggressively. Your Majesty, this is not our fault. You should ask your general, Baron Fronsberg. As you know, our army went south to hunt down Count Christopher I of Baden, who innocently invaded the Duchy of Lorraine. However, for some reason, your general suddenly sent troops to ambush our army in the coastal valley, causing us to suffer heavy losses, with more than half of our 60,000 troops lost. Moreover, most of the food was discarded. At this point, Frederick III continued with an angry face. What's even worse is that after capturing 40,000 of our civilians, the wicked Fronsberg was afraid that the food would be consumed too much, so he actually sent the 40,000 civilians back. 40,000 civilians. Those are 40,000 strong men who can eat. Most of our food was snatched away by the despicable Fronsberg in a sneak attack. What can we do? Are more than 60,000 people waiting to starve to death? Therefore, we can only go to nearby Besançon to collect food. Here, I want to complain to the Imperial Parliament about Austrian General Fronsberg. He attacked our army innocently, causing our army to lose more than half of its troops. This is a serious provocation. Your Majesty, are you going to declare war on the German princes? Frederick III said a lot of things in a vain manner, pushing the responsibility back. How do I remember that it was your army that first besieged my city of Basel and attacked the garrison under Fronsberg? It should be said that you launched the attack first, right? As for Fronsberg's ambush on you, it was a counterattack against your siege of Basel, right? In fact, it was you who attacked our army first and were the provocative party. The responsibility for this conflict lies with you, not us. Maximilian I was naturally unwilling to show weakness and began to present facts and reason. Frederick III had expected this and asked calmly, "Excuse me, Your Majesty, is Basel a territory of the Habsburg family?" "Of course it is." Maximilian I began to feel something was wrong. Oh. Why don't I remember any document or resolution of the Imperial Parliament recognizing Basel as the territory of the Habsburg family? I remember that the city of Basel belongs to the autonomous state of Basel. Therefore, our army was only besieging a city in an autonomous state. How could it be said that we were attacking the territory of the Habsburg family? In addition, we passed by Basel when we were chasing Christopher I, Count of Baden, and we had to attack Basel when we saw Christopher I hiding in the city of Basel. Therefore, it is not our fault. Who asked the city of Basel to take in our enemy, Count Christopher? Besides, we didn't know that the garrison in the city was your Majesty's people. Frederick III said innocently, his eyes full of cunning. You. Maximilian I was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He simply pretended to be unwell, asked for a temporary recess, and then went downstairs to think of a solution. Chapter 1278, Dual War. Seeing that Emperor Maximilian I requested a temporary adjournment, the representatives of the princes, including Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, did not stop him, because they also wanted to adjourn. Therefore, Frederick III simply suggested to adjourn for half a day and reopen tomorrow. In the afternoon, Maximilian I summoned representatives of allies such as the Swabian League to discuss countermeasures privately. The Princes' Alliance also held a private meeting, but the scale was much larger. In addition to dozens of representatives of the Princes' Alliance, representatives of church princes such as the Archbishop of Mainz also participated. Their main topic was, asking for money. Although the deficit of the Princes' Alliance was filled a lot after occupying the French Comte area. However, because of the loss of too many soldiers and horses, they were unable to maintain it. In particular, Frederick III was extremely nervous after hearing that Fronsberg had incorporated 15,000 surrendered soldiers. He believed that if the army was not expanded again, when Fronsberg finished digesting the 15,000 mercenaries, the offensive and defensive situation might be reversed. Therefore, he asked the church princes to support money and food, and even support troops, and expand the princes' coalition to at least 40,000 people. In this way, they can cope with the huge changes that may occur in the Swiss region. Mainz Archbishop Uriel von Gemmingen frowned and said, "Lord Frederick, I agree in principle to support you with some money and food. However, supporting troops is equivalent to openly turning against His Majesty the Emperor. As the Grand Chancellor of the Holy Roman Empire, it is inappropriate for me to do so." Archbishop Philip II of Cologne and the trusted Archbishop Richard of Trier also agreed with Archbishop Uriel's opinion, believing that it was inappropriate for the church princes to directly send troops to participate in a confrontation with the Emperor. However, there is no problem in providing some money and food. Elector Frederick III of Saxony hurriedly explained, "Three bishops, you misunderstood what I meant. I didn't mean to ask you to send troops directly to help, but to ask you to dismiss some troops." Dismiss? What do you mean? The three church electors were a little confused. Frederick III explained, "It is like this. Although the German region is rich in mercenaries, with the outbreak of the war, we have gathered an army of 60,000, and Brunswick and other countries have also gathered an army of 40,000. In addition, Spain occupied Morocco and hired 20,000 German mercenaries. Therefore, there is a shortage of troops in the German mercenary market. Even if you have money, you may not be able to hire enough troops. Of course, it's not that mercenaries can't be hired. It's that the better mercenary groups have been hired. Even if we recruit now, we can't recruit enough experienced mercenaries. At most, we can recruit some inexperienced or scattered mercenaries. But the war is imminent, and we need a large number of veterans with combat experience." Archbishop Auriel of Mainz reacted immediately. "You mean, let us terminate the contract with some mercenary groups? Then, you will hire them?" Frederick III nodded repeatedly, "That's right. All the mercenaries who are still organized and capable of fighting have been hired. Anyway, the bishops don't want to fight. Why not use the excuse of financial difficulties to deliberately lay off some of the mercenaries? Don't have too many, just a little from each family. With so many church principalities, we can always get more than 10,000 people." The three archbishops exchanged glances with each other and nodded. But Archbishop Philip II of Cologne added, "It's okay to lay off some mercenary groups, but you can't reach an agreement with them before they leave our territory. You must wait until those lay-off mercenary groups leave our territory before you can sign a hiring agreement with them. Doing so is also to avoid misunderstandings from His Majesty the Emperor. After all, we don't want to openly tear our faces apart." Frederick III nodded, but he secretly complained in his heart, "Do you think His Majesty the Emperor doesn't know that you are not getting along with him? But I am open, and you are just secretly." In the end, the three church electors agreed to represent the majority of church princes and promised to provide some money and food to the princes' coalition. In addition, he also promised to fire a group of mercenaries on the grounds of financial difficulties after returning to facilitate the employment of the princes' coalition forces. That night, before the gates of Worms were closed, a low-key convoy drove into the city and found a place to stay. This team was the North Sea Kingdom's delegation. That night after entering the city, Johnny, as the chief envoy, did not go out, but stayed in the mansion honestly and appeared in the front yard. This was deliberately for people to see. As for who to see? Of course it was the Archbishop of Mainz. After all, Worms is the territory of the Archbishop of Mainz, and the Archbishop naturally has many eyes and ears. Johnny was walking in the front yard, and was naturally seen by the people of the Archbishop of Mainz. However, what the people of the Archbishop of Mainz did not know was that in the North Sea Kingdom's mansion in Worms, a black shadow left through a secret passage in the backyard of the mansion. This black shadow was Kohler. He came to Worms with the delegation, but did not show up. Instead, he went through the secret passage and went to the Emperor's residence not far away with the help of the spies of the North Sea Kingdom who had been lurking in Worms for a long time. Then, he entered the Emperor's residence from the back door. "Kohler? Why are you here?" Maximilian I knew Kohler, a close confidant of Marin. The Emperor was surprised by Kohler's arrival. Because, it seems that the name of the chief envoy of the North Sea Kingdom's delegation this time is not Kohler. "I am here to see your Majesty on the orders of my Grand Duke." Kohler saluted. "Your Grand Duke? Caesar?" "No, Caesar has not officially ascended the throne yet." "Could it be? Marin is not dead?" Maximilian I stood up in shock. Kohler nodded and said, "Your Majesty, please help keep it a secret." "Keep it a secret? Why?" "If they knew that Marin was still alive, the small countries in Brunswick would not dare to act rashly." "Could it be that, you are planning to take action against those countries?" Kohler nodded, "Yes, Your Majesty, our Archduke has set his eyes on the silver mines in the Harz Mountains and the salt mines in Lüneburg. So, let them do whatever they want first, so that we have a reason to annex them." "So, why are you telling me all this?" Maximilian I vaguely guessed something. "Yes, Your Majesty. After all, you are the Emperor and have a lot of say. Our Archduke would like to ask Your Majesty to support our North Sea Kingdom and the 8 principalities in a life-and-death duel at tomorrow's meeting." Life-and-death duel? Isn't that a matter between knights? How can it be done between countries? Maximilian I was a little overwhelmed. Yes, it's a duel of life and death. But our Prince Caesar is only 10 years old, and obviously cannot compete with several princes in a personal duel. Therefore, what our North Sea Kingdom means is to let Your Majesty and the princes witness a dual war of life and death between the two sides. Only in this kind of duel-like war can we have a chance to annex the other party. After all, according to the rules of the duel, the winner has the right to decide the life and death of the loser. Dual war. Interesting. Your Grand Duke has so many ideas that he actually came up with a dual war between countries. The duel between the principalities is very exciting. Maximilian I smiled, but soon he changed the subject and said, "It's okay to support you, but what can I get?" "The Siena Bank will lend your Majesty another 300,000 gold coins, which is enough for your Majesty to hire more troops." Kohler gave the conditions. But now Germany has no more strong mercenaries to hire. "I have some new information, which may be very useful to your Majesty." Kohler smiled slightly. Then, he leaned close to Maximilian I's ear and told him the information he had just heard from the North Sea spy in Worms, and gave his own suggestions. Maximilian I laughed and said, "Okay, deal. Tomorrow, I support both of you in a dual war." Chapter 1279 Dual Book. What news did Kohler tell Maximilian I? Naturally, it was the conditions that Frederick III and the Church princes negotiated in the afternoon. And, strangely, this information was provided by the new Archbishop of Trier, Richard. Of course, Archbishop Richard did not tell the intelligence directly to the spies of the North Sea Kingdom, but first told the spies arranged by the Holy See in Worms. Then, the spies of the Holy See passed the news to the spies of the North Sea Kingdom. After the North Sea Kingdom delegation arrived, the spy reported the intelligence to the boss Kohler. After Kohler learned of this information, he analyzed it on the way to the emperor's residence. Then, he thought of a brilliant idea. What idea did Kohler give to the emperor? He suggested that the emperor intercept the mercenaries dismissed by the church princes. According to the agreement between the two parties, the church princes will first dismiss a batch of mercenaries on the grounds of financial difficulties. However, in order to avoid suspicion, the coalition forces of the princes were not allowed to sign employment agreements with the mercenaries in the territory of the church princes. They had to wait until the laid-off mercenaries left the country before they could sign employment agreements with them. Kohler seized this loophole and suggested that Emperor Maximilian I contact the mercenary leaders in advance before the laid-off mercenaries reached an agreement with the princes' alliance. Use a higher price to intercept those mercenaries. Anyway, those mercenaries are desperate men fighting for money, and they will work for anyone. The emperor can use the loan given by the Bank of Siena to offer a higher price to hire the mercenaries laid off by the church princes. This is a matter of killing two birds with one stone. Intercepting the princes' coalition forces can not only prevent the enemy from becoming stronger, but also strengthen itself. Once the interception is successful, the strength of the princes' coalition forces did not grow as expected, while the Habsburg family army increased in strength. In addition to the mercenaries recruited by Frundsberg before, the princes' coalition forces could not have a strength advantage over the Habsburg family army. In this way, the Habsburg family would not have to withdraw from the competition for hegemony in Switzerland. Moreover, before leaving, Kohler gave a suggestion to the emperor in response to the problem of being at a disadvantage in the debate, which made the emperor in a good mood. That night, Maximilian I laughed out loud in his sleep. The next morning, the meeting continued. Facing Frederick III's questioning yesterday, Maximilian I remembered Kohler's suggestion and glared. "You said you didn't know that Basel was our family's territory, but you don't have eyes? Others don't know the double-headed eagle symbol of the Habsburg family, but you, Frederick, don't know it? That's the symbol of your grandmother's family. You are not blind, how can you not recognize the flag of the Habsburg family? I think you deliberately attacked the Habsburg army, and you still have the face to say you don't know. So, Mr. Speaker, it was the other side who attacked our army first, and Frundsberg was forced to fight back. This war was purely provoked by the other side." Maximilian I said with full energy. He was stunned by Frederick III's statement that Basel does not legally belong to the Habsburg family yesterday, and he couldn't think of a response for a while. But before Kohler left last night, he pointed out that Basel must have a double-headed eagle flag symbolizing the Habsburg family on the top of the city wall, and no one else dared to pretend to be one. Therefore, seeing the flag and besieging Basel, it was obvious that the other party had ulterior motives. Then, Maximilian I brought up this argument this morning, and it really made Frederick III a little overwhelmed. Seeing that the emperor's morale was high, Frederick III decided to temporarily avoid the edge. Ahem. Your Excellency the Grand Speaker, I heard that the North Sea Kingdom has an envoy. How about we invite him in first? The Archbishop of Mainz didn't want the emperor to be too proud, so he nodded and agreed to let the North Sea Kingdom's envoy Johnny in. Then, a face full of bitterness and hatred appeared in the imperial parliament in Worms. Seeing Johnny's face that made people feel very unlucky, everyone frowned. He could be an envoy with such an unlucky appearance. Are you here to make people laugh? However, thinking about the current bad luck of the North Sea Kingdom, it seems that this face is very suitable for the current situation of the North Sea Kingdom. Frederick III saw Johnny's bad luck, and thought about the bad luck of the North Sea Kingdom, and couldn't help laughing, temporarily forgetting the Emperor's aggressiveness just now. But before he laughed twice, he was stunned by Johnny's behavior. After Johnny came in, he rushed directly to the rostrum and burst into tears in front of Archbishop Uriel of Mainz. "Woo woo, Grand Speaker, please save our North Sea Kingdom. Our North Sea Kingdom was robbed by 8 robbers, and now the people are living in dire straits." Woo woo dash, then, Johnny's tears and snot flowed, and he took the opportunity to wipe the robe of Archbishop Uriel of Mainz. Uriel was very depressed and distanced himself from Johnny. Fortunately, there was a table on the rostrum blocking him, otherwise. Resisting the urge to slap the other party, Archbishop Uriel said gently, "Get up first. As an envoy of the Grand Duchy of the North Sea, doing this will damage the image of the Grand Duchy of the North Sea." Johnny ignored him and continued to cry, "What image is there? The North Sea Kingdom is about to be robbed by 8 robbers, and the people are starving to death. How can there be any image?" Then, he simply sat on the ground and cried like a shrew. Coincidentally, Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, also came to attend the Imperial Conference today. The 8-nation alliance has entered the Ruhr area and wreaked havoc, but the Imperial Parliament convened a meeting, and the 8 princes had to give face. Therefore, as the leader of the 8-nation alliance, Duke Henry, as a representative of the 8 countries, also came to Worms to attend the meeting. As for the other 7 princes, they continued to stay in the army. Hearing Johnny calling him robber on the left and robbery on the right, Duke Henry could no longer hold back and stood up to refute. "Bullshit, you are a robber, your whole family is a robber. We are the Army of Justice. We led the army across the border to chase and suppress a group of horse bandits." Johnny wiped his tears, thought about the various coping plans that Marin had taught him before, and then glared at Duke Henry of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel and shouted, "What a crossing the border, how come several cities in North Munster province were breached while crossing the border? Did you also take back the food in the manor? How can you cross the border and rob the locals of their property and food? Duke Henry, do you still have any shame? How dare you talk to me like this? Don't you know the hierarchy?" Duke Henry of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel was a little angry. "Compared to the atrocities committed by your army in the North Sea Kingdom, my unreasonableness and presumption can be ignored," Johnny said angrily. You. Duke Henry was so angry that he couldn't speak. But suddenly, he had an idea and retorted, "How did you get the North Sea Kingdom? Wasn't it seized by the great robber Marin and his army? 10 years ago, there was no North Sea Kingdom. Even 20 years ago, your master Marin was not even a knight. He seized the North Sea Kingdom by force. If he could rob it, why can't I?" In a fit of excitement, Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, actually spoke his mind. Frederick III, Elector of Saxony, immediately covered his face. This Sabi actually spoke the truth. Although the nobles did fight for the territory, they should at least find a plausible excuse, right? How could they be so stupid to speak directly? After he said that, no one else dared to join in the argument. Johnny wiped his tears, glared at Duke Henry with red eyes and said, "What you mean is, whoever is stronger can annex the other." Duke Henry, who was angry, said without thinking, "Yeah, who said the North Sea Kingdom is weak now?" Many princes were covering their faces, they had never seen such stupid princes. "Then, please allow me to convey a word from our little Duke Caesar. He wants to challenge you 8 bandit countries to a duel." "What? That little kid Caesar wants to challenge me to a duel? Ha ha ha, isn't he rushing to die? I will grant his wish." Duke Henry was actually only 49 years old, but in this era, he was a real old man. Moreover, he died in 1514 in the original history. Do you still have any shame? Our little Duke is only 10 years old, how could he fight you? What we mean is that the North Sea Kingdom and your 8 countries will have a life and death duel in the name of the country. Whoever wins can decide the fate of the loser. You mean that if we win, we can decide the ownership of the territory of the North Sea Kingdom? Duke Henry was smart for once. That depends on you being able to win. Even if there is only 1 legion, we can still defeat you bandits. Johnny shouted like crazy. That look is not normal no matter how you look at it. You said it, okay, I agree. Wait. Let's make a dual statement and let all the adults witness it. If Count Charles of Gelden was here, he might doubt and not make a decision immediately. But Duke Henry was simple-minded and didn't think so much. He only saw the huge benefits in front of him, and then lost himself. Elector Frederick III of Saxony felt something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out for a while. After all, he was now mainly thinking about how to refute the emperor's affairs, and he couldn't spare the energy to think about anything else. Then, Johnny continued to shout frantically, "The North Sea Kingdom will win, we will perish together with you." After saying that, he actually wanted to pounce on Duke Henry and bite him. Then, he was pulled away. The more Johnny did this, the more Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, felt that the North Sea Kingdom was at the end of its rope. Even the envoy was so crazy, obviously, the North Sea Kingdom was desperate. Humph. Perish together. You have to have that ability. Just when Duke Henry was a little hesitant, Johnny suddenly knelt in front of the emperor and cried, "Your Majesty, please lend 10,000 soldiers to the North Sea Kingdom. We will definitely be able to defeat those 8 robbers and seize their land. We are willing to dedicate all the land of the 8 countries to your Majesty." The princes were all shocked, and then they all laughed dumbly. This messenger with a confused mind actually asked for help from the emperor who was in trouble. Could it be that he didn't know that the Habsburg family was also in trouble? Even Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, thought that the North Sea Kingdom was crazy. Maximilian I cooperated very well and showed an embarrassed expression, and then replied, "I will try my best to gather some mercenaries for you." But Duke Henry had long been aware of the emperor's predicament, so he was not worried at all about how many reinforcements the emperor could send to the North Sea Kingdom. Moreover, by asking for help on the spot, Duke Henry thought he saw the trump card of the North Sea Kingdom, the support of the emperor. Then, he became more confident and bold. "Come, sign it. This is a duel between the 2 of us. In the name of the state, on behalf of the 8 princes, I will fight a life-and-death duel with you, the North Sea Kingdom. The loser will be dealt with by the winner." Chapter 1280 Betrayal. The always resourceful Elector of Saxony saw this situation and instinctively felt that something was wrong. Could it be that the 2nd and 3rd legions of the North Sea Kingdom were lured back by the little Caesar of the North Sea Kingdom? It was not unreasonable for him to think so, because the current situation of the North Sea Kingdom was not suitable for a decisive battle with the opponent. Therefore, Frederick III thought there was a trick. However, he did not figure out what the problem was for a while. However, before Frederick III could figure it out, an unexpected situation occurred at the venue. The new Archbishop of Trier, Richard, stood up and said to Johnny with a smile, "Sign it, believe in the combat effectiveness of the North Sea Kingdom's army." Johnny looked confused and nodded in confusion, "Yes." Then, he signed the duel book on behalf of the North Sea Kingdom. Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, looked at the duel book happily, and then looked around. "So, who is willing to be a witness? Duels require witnesses to show fairness. After all, duelists are also afraid that their opponents will violate the rules and cheat. Therefore, witnesses are needed. Of course, a duel between countries does not actually require witnesses. The winner takes all, and the loser loses everything. But out of the habit of personal duels, Duke Henry still asked who was willing to serve as a witness. "Let me do it." It was Archbishop Richard of Trier again. He took the lead in signing the notarization on behalf of the Archbishop of Trier. After signing, the Archbishop of Trier whispered in the ear of Duke Henry of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, "Congratulations, Duke Henry." "Ha!" Duke Henry laughed triumphantly. It seems that the Archbishop of Trier is helping the 8-nation alliance to seize the land of the North Sea Kingdom. The behavior of the Archbishop of Trier interrupted Frederick III's thinking. Seeing that there seemed to be no big problem, other princes who disliked Marin also signed the notarization. Maximilian I, who has always been on good terms with the North Sea Kingdom, hesitated and looked unwilling to sign. Of course, this is also in line with his personality. If he showed a straightforward look, others would be suspicious. After thinking about the script provided by Marin, Maximilian I took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, you are all nobles of noble birth. I think you are all people who abide by the rules, right?" Duke Henry turned his head and stared at Maximilian I, and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, what do you mean? Do you want to declare this duel invalid? Duel is a sacred thing. Even if you are the emperor, you can't interfere casually." Obviously, Duke Henry misunderstood and thought that Maximilian I wanted to forcibly declare the duel invalid. Maximilian I waved his hand and said, "I am not interfering in the duel. I just think that there is no tradition of killing nobles in Europe, nor is there a tradition of abolishing noble titles. Let's do this. I will not interfere in your duel, but I hope that after one party wins, the life safety of the other party can be guaranteed. Also, the title is retained. The land can be deprived, but the identity should be retained." It seems that Maximilian I is completely worried that the little Caesar will be killed or his title will be abolished after the defeat of the North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, his suggestion seemed to leave a way out for little Caesar. And this is also in line with the emperor's personality. After all, Caesar can be regarded as his son of an old friend. Okay, no problem. If we win, we will never harm little Caesar. Duke Henry laughed happily. The emperor's statement made him more convinced that he would win this duel war. Didn't you see that the emperor was looking for a way out for his son of an old friend after failure? Then, Maximilian I turned around and patted Johnny on the shoulder, comforting him, "Don't worry, although I can't send troops to help. But I can still help you contact the Italian mercenaries. So, you may not lose." At this point, many princes laughed. Italian mercenaries? Don't be funny, okay? Can Italian mercenaries be compared with German mercenaries? Moreover, the princes didn't think the emperor could help find many Italian mercenaries. After all, the Habsburg family is also famous for its poverty. As for Italian mercenaries, their fighting power is not as good as that of German mercenaries, and the commission price is about the same, which is not cost-effective at all. Duke Henry laughed loudly, as if he had already eaten his opponent. Seeing that there seemed to be no problem, Frederick III temporarily put down his guard, signed the notarization, and asked someone to add the clause, "not to kill the other monarch," to the duel book. Seeing that the leader had signed, the princes of various countries also came forward to sign the notarization. Everyone's face was beaming, as if the North Sea Kingdom, the emperor's lackey country, was doomed to fail. Only the new Archbishop of Trier, Richard, shook his head with a wry smile on his face, and was not optimistic about the eight-nation alliance. Of course, he smiled and shook his head for a short time, and he retracted his expression in just a moment, so no one noticed. In fact, Archbishop Richard had guessed a little bit. The North Sea Kingdom seemed to be digging a pit for the 8 hostile principalities, and the pit was definitely not small. He was actually helping the North Sea Kingdom just now. His actions interrupted Frederick III's thinking and doubts, and played a certain leading role. However, he was not voluntary, but forced. That's right, the new Archbishop of Trier, Richard, was coerced. The person who coerced him was none other than the most prestigious pope in Europe. How could Julius II threaten the Archbishop of Trier? Because although Richard was elected as the Archbishop of Trier, he still had to go through a process approval from the Pope. It was at this hurdle that Julius II blocked the other party and forced him to cooperate. In the past, the Pope would also make things difficult for the new Archbishop. However, it can be done with a bribe. But this time, Julius II did not want Archbishop Richard's bribe, as long as he helped him do one thing. If it is done well, he will be approved for registration and officially recognize his position. If it is not done well, you will not be approved, so that you cannot become a formal archbishop. Even through the investigation of the North Sea spy, the Holy See also grasped some black materials of Archbishop Richard in those years. If the Holy See really used these black materials to make trouble, maybe it could remove Archbishop Richard from his position. In desperation, the new Archbishop of Trier, who had not yet been promoted, had to give in, helped to get the news, and secretly promoted the signing of this duel. So, although he didn't know what cards the North Sea Kingdom had, the new Archbishop Richard of Trier could be sure that the North Sea Kingdom would not lose. Therefore, he knew that the princes were too happy too early. However, Archbishop Richard did not intend to remind the princes. Because if he did not do so, the Holy See might remove his identity as archbishop. And he had spent a lot of money to be elected as the Archbishop of Trier, and he didn't want to lose it all. Therefore, he chose to remain silent. Besides, what does it have to do with him if the princes are fooled? Becoming the official Archbishop of Trier and making a lot of money while in office is the real thing. In this way, for his own interests, the new Archbishop of Trier, Richard, sold out the interests of the princes without blushing.